The European Cricket Series is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Bizzaway.
Good morning to you wherever you're watching from around the world. Welcome to Malta. This is the European Cricket Series Malta Encore 2023 and we're almost ready to get going. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo for the European Cricket Network on a very sunny Monday morning here at the Master Sports Ground. What a game we've got first up as well with Sweet United taking on the ECS Knights. Knights back in the competition. We didn't see them earlier in the year. That means they get some of their big dogs back and just have a look at that opening combination of Basil George and Samuel Stanislaus, both national representatives, and Sweet United winning the toss here and sending them in. So a bit of a gamble, and Okada obviously hoping that he can get some early wickets. Pretty good Sweetie side out there as well. Look at their openers, the captain Anil as well as Imran Amir, who we saw in the recent ECC. And I just think it's going to be a fantastic match first of four today. Sorry about slight delay to the start time, 15 minutes. That's because of some technical issues here at the ground. But you can see the ECS Knights, they are going in as slight favourites, about a 60-40 shot, says the supercomputer. Sweet United, for me, they're probably the most improved club in Malta over the last couple of years. So I just think it's going to be a cracking doubleheader to get the day going. Quick hello as well to everyone in the YouTube chat, ECN European Cricket Network. Great to have your company. I know there's been a bit of discussion there already. Rob Thompson in there. Jos Topic watching from Slovenia. Kai Bay watching from Australia. Got Dave B in there as well. And in case I missed anyone, I think Jeff Mobbs is in there. Chris Ward, Ken also tuning in. And I'm sure there'll be plenty more as day goes on. But how nice is this Master Sports Club ground? Got to say, it was great to get the experience to go to the Malta Cricket Ground in Croatia. Spent 2 awesome weeks there. And obviously, cricket there is in a slightly different place, facilities-wise as well. But, you know, when you look at this Master Sports Club and the surrounds, it's certainly kind of next level, isn't it? Probably looks a bit more like the Cartermore Oval than most grounds in Europe. And well done to all the Federation and all the crew that have set it up so beautifully here. I've got in at midnight and I'm ready to rock here as we're going to have Asif Shah opening up for the Knights. And Rob Thompson watching from New Zealand. Let's get going here. First ball of the Malta Encore series. And it wraps Basil George on the pad, but it's going down the leg side, almost a chance. And leg by signalled, so some good movement there from Asif Shah. We have seen before. Definitely going down the leg side, but I was curious to see if this run out was close. I think he's just home. And you can see there, Bilal having a bit of a word. Sweetie are a side, like I said, they continue to improve. Obviously, every time we see them, slightly different player group, but a few common themes. I don't see any Waka Afridi in their lineup today. He's certainly one guy that has had a big international summer. I was actually here in July for the Valletta Cup and the Medina Cup. It's the last time I was here. As this is lifted up and over the top, won't quite go for 6, and it's going to be 4. It's assisted over from Imran Amir, who actually pulls it back, but then kind of gets it in the way of it and kind of hung up. And good, confident strike early from Stanislaus. Have a look at this, look at this. He's fine there, but it hits his leg and ends up over the boundary. So that'll be the first 4 of the series. And of course, won't be the last. This one, good movement from Asif Shah, but it will be called a wide. So Twilight's in the chat. Hello, Twilight, saying, am I saying boom, boom, Basil? Yes, you certainly are. What an ECC Basil George had. I mean, what about that knock against the English? And Malta went within a hair's breadth of pulling off one of the most stunning upsets we've ever seen in the European Cricket Championship. This one, I think, just stays inside. It's Andy Nardi on field here in the first game of the tournament. Aldous Matthews also officiating here. Stefan Gooch, the tournament referee. Great to connect with some of the Blue crew this morning, of course. Slightly different crew than we had in Croatia. It's a good outswinger. Stanislaus tries to muscle it down the ground but plays down the wrong line. So yeah, conditions today, if you missed it, we're already 22 degrees. Very pleasant, no wind at all at the moment. Blue skies. I remember quite a few of my trips to Malta, I haven't seen a cloud on certain days, and I feel like this is one of them. So yeah, beautiful blue skies and has that kind of island feel. And this is November. Shorter and pulled away. So test the outfield, which is always a little bit slower here early in the morning, but it will run away for 4. Nice shot by Stanislaus, who's been looking to get on the front foot, but who's quick to pick up that was short of a length. And yeah, not too many fielders on the leg side, just the 3 of them. So found a gap, found the boundary. Hello to Annie as well, who's made a comment as well in the chat. We'll come back to that in a minute. This one just kind of holds its line and is smacked down to the ground. Maximo! The first one of the series, and Stanislaus, he's a man that could hit plenty more. Again, it was the ball that didn't swing. It's actually pretty good batting when you consider a lot of balls are shaped away. That one, if anything, it kind of just angled into him a bit. And Samuel had the answers as we get to the end of the first over. 16 without loss. A few people commenting maybe the Maximos weren't quite at the rate we'd expect in the Croatia series, but I think here conditions are pretty good for them. The ball's going to fly. I have kind of, 100 to 110 is the par. I think it depends on the team, obviously. You've got a few players there that are very, very proficient at hitting the long ball. So Annie was saying he wants Mankad Man back. I think you're talking about Nikhil Patel. Similar orange uniform. He was in Crefeld, of course. Clone challenges. This is Mohammad Ajmal, experienced left armour, to get us going in the second over. First one swings a little bit too much and is called a wide. Good signs though for the pacer when you see it swinging past the outside edge, even if it is a wide. See if you can make the adjustment. Not really. Grabs a bit of the line. Doesn't like the call, but remember this whole ball has to stay inside the tram line when it passes the batting crease, the popping crease. Very hard to tell with him blocking the view, but it seemed like a fair enough call. That's blasted. That's boom, boom, Basil. It's going to bounce into the fence. Cuatro carreras. Again, George, he's seen a few swing and he's kind of prepared for that. Knew it wasn't anywhere near the stumps. He could just swing away with immunity and finds the gap, finds the boundary. So yeah, 3 over power play, obviously. It's hard to know where to put your outfielders. They've gone for 2 kind of square outfielders, one each side, and the outfielder's going to try and make a play on this, but he won't be able to. Maximo! Boom, boom, Basil gets in on the action. That's Jaspal Singh down there. Thought he might have been able to keep this one in and perhaps take a mercurial catch, but you can see it covers the boundary by about 4 metres in the end. Turning out to be a very good start, 28 off 8 balls. Now is more of the same. This is going, and this one's gone. Maximo! Well, that one hits the wall right next to me, and that is a big hit. That's probably an 80-metre hit. And Basil is in business. Looks in good nick. I mean, sometimes the bats don't really find their timing first up in a new tournament, but Basil, he's picking up where he left off at the Carlton Roval at the moment. Thinks he might have cracked his bat with that one. Well, not surprised. That was a forceful blow. Hutchmal, he's in the eye of the storm at the moment, isn't he? He's gone for 18 off the 3 balls. That includes 2 wides to start the over, then 4, 6, 6. And Basil, when he gets in this mood, he's very difficult to bowl to. And he, remembering his performance in the ECC when he knocked English bowler Tommy Sturgis for 5 consecutive maximos. This one won't be 6, but it will be 4. Pitches just inside. And Sweet United right now, they cannot wait for this power play to end. Boom Boom living up to his name. Now, I know some of the cricket we saw over the weekend, we didn't see the frequency of boundaries, partly due to the conditions. Right now, we've seen plenty. Short, I don't mind that option. Ends up pretty close to the top of their head. Let's have a look what we see here. Probably should have been a wide if I'm honest. But, well, it's called a wide in the end. So, it's a good call. I like the idea of just doing something different. I mean, Basil does like to kind of get on that front foot and drive away. So maybe you can force a false shot if you get the short ball into him. But that one goes too high. Got to be careful not to ball. Second one now. In the air. Well, can anyone get to this? Fielder reaches it and drops it. Had a big moment early in the game as George drew the false shot. It wasn't an easy catch, let's be honest, but does get 2 hands to it. And yeah, I think it might be Umar Khan there coming out of the circle. And down it went. So just remember that. They'll get 2 in the end. Basil George dropped on 20. And a good comeback. I mean, credit to Ajmal there, who copped a fair bit of tap in the first part of the over. Created a chance, unfortunately couldn't get taken. Beats Basil with the last ball, but magical start for the ECS Knights. And the score is 41 without loss after 2. It's good to see the ECS Knights back in the competition. We were here earlier in the year, but they didn't field a team. And that meant quite a few of their players, including these 2, would be able to play for other sides. As for Sweet United, they went undefeated in the early series this year. This was back in January and February. 18-0, but they didn't end up winning the trophy as Gozo Zalmi were able to pull it off in a heist. Sweetie. They went down in the second semi-final when they were bowled out for 62 in response to the 112 put on the board by Gozo Zalmi, who are defending champions now. That meant Gozo Zalmi secured a spot at the ECL as well when they beat the Southern Crusaders in the final. Low-scoring thriller. Change of pace. Mohamed Kasim comes on to bowl. Sweet, you did come 3rd in that tournament back in 2023. But speaking of the Knights, I mean, previous called the Atlas UTC Knights, now ECS Knights. They have a bit of a reputation, always the bridesmaid, with a couple of second places, but no trophies in the ECS here. Pitched up and driven away, up and over backward point. This will be 4. So just a little bit of outswing there for Kasim, and Stanislaus looks in really good nick as well. Pitched up, that kind of slot length, and that one disappears towards the practice nets. Yeah, so both teams with a point to prove here. They meet each other first up. Structure here, I'll go into that in a minute. Little cutter this time and change of pace. I think probably a good option against Stanislaus at this stage. He's looked very, very good so far. Samuel probably not utilised as much as I thought he might have been for the Maltese national team at the ECC recently. Malta had such an interesting tournament, ended up in 3rd place in their group, defeating Romania in a pretty entertaining eliminator. It could have gone either way. Now here is the chance zone. You've got to hold this one, and it will be held. So there's the first wicket. Stanislaus had looked good, but I like the change of pace from Kasim a couple of times. And so we have our first wicket, and it's going to be 45 for 1. Really useful for Sweet United to break that partnership. Maybe they can turn that into something more. But still, good performance from Samuel as he departs. Kasim with the breakthroughs. Come on and stop the bleeding. And Sweet United, they got some pretty destructive hitters themselves. You can see there, just lost his shape slightly. Knew it straight away, didn't he? And we're in the power play, which we still are. There's still, well, there's going to be plenty of infielders. Vidu Krishnan with a good catch there. Kind of held his cool, didn't he? Slightly look into the sun as well. So that's the thing with Basil George and Stanislaus. They're not going to be too worried with the pace. And one thing about this pitch is a lot more even paced and with even bounce, more even bounce than we saw in Croatia recently, which that was a bit of a crazy pitch actually. Yadav Manu gets the 3 spot. Tight one, but Basil gets home for a single. Well run. Again, the field in the morning, because a lot of water goes into it, because although it can rain sometimes in Malta, it doesn't very often. When it does, it normally rains pretty hard, but they put a lot of water into this pitch overnight, and that kind of, you can feel it in the morning. You can feel the humidity as the sunshine kind of evaporates all that water. You feel it coming up into the air, and it is a little bit wet underfoot. That's just to keep it in such good condition. And I think this is straight over the stumps. Kasim going to kind of genuine off spin against the left-hander. So a pretty clever over in the end. You can see, yeah, that one for sure. It's not a wide because it hasn't missed the line of the leg stump. So good call from the ump, and at the end of 3 overs, the Edex Knights 46 for 1 after getting sent into bat. Just looking at the over by over so far, 16, 25 and 5. So Kasim really doing a good job. Hello to Ashvir, nice to have you back with us as well. Jeff Mobs, maybe watching cricket from Malta for the first time, saying looks like a very nice facility. Are the amenities for the players and spectators? I mean, think about the Master Sports Club. It's quite a big facility. I mean, we've got tennis courts around here. We have an aquatic facility. We have a big golf course. As this one is going to be whacked away by Manu, and that one ended up with me. And so, yeah, pretty well struck first up. Imran Amir coming on. A long way away from the boundary line, but that still made it all the way into the commentary box. But, yeah, I'm liking the change of pace here. I mean, even though the first one doesn't really work. Out of the power play as well now. So, should be able to protect those boundaries a little bit better. Hope for a chance, but Manu started pretty brightly. This next one, hit down to long on. Hello to Nick, nice to have you with us, and I'll give you a bit of a rundown on what's happening with the commentary in this series as well. By the way, the 50 has come up with that boundary at the start of the over for the Knights. Oh. Another ball bounce over the stumps, and have a look at that. Imran can't believe it. I've got these two played together for Malta in the ECC, the Euros of cricket recently. Imran just getting too much bounce there. Probably wants to pitch up a bit more, but if he does, could be trouble as well. Basil comes down and hammers him. Maximo! We probably had an idea that Emir was going to bowl a bit fuller there, and he says, well, I'm going to make it even fuller than that. Excellent footwork from Basil George. He's raced up to 28 now in just 10 balls. Missing the leg stump. Pretty easy call for the umpire there. The end of another over. Bit of a draw, that one for me. 13 come off it with a couple of Maximos. And at the end of 4 overs, it's 59 for 1. Yeah, have a look at the facility here, and you can actually see in the background, yeah, I love this kind of Maltese architecture. It's such an interesting place, Malta. There's so many influences here. English, kind of Italian, Turkish influences as well. Very interesting place. I recommend you come visit if you ever get the chance. 3 main islands make up the country. As Kasim gets hit high. Well, someone has to get there. Surely fielder coming in can't. Well, that was in the air a long time. Jaspal Singh, he did all he could. It's one of the longer pockets of the ground down there at deep mid-wicket. Manu gets a bit lucky to survive. Yeah, so just speaking of this facility, you have golf course, kind of functions facilities. There's a cafe and a bar. There's a table tennis. There's paddle tennis as well. Archery next door. See a few balls going there normally. Oh, tough chance. That was off the fingertips of the bowler. Good effort from Kasim. Look at that. I mean, if that sticks, then you kind of got the play of the day sewn up, I think. Hello to Thomas Nelson watching from Northern Ireland. Nice to have you with us. Quicker ball this time, picked and cut away. It's a one hopper out to deep point. One thing about this field is it is a bit like a pool table. Shouldn't be too many Tortugas out there. There are a few little indentations. Sometimes the birds here, they can make a few holes, but it's pretty flat. I think when you compare it to some of the other fields in Europe, not too many excuses for the fielders here. That's well bowled. You can kind of see what's been effective or more effective against Basil George. Take the pace off. Just try and get him to overswing as he doesn't hold his shape there. Searching for the big gap at mid-wicket on the slog sweep. Because he's been a bit of a game changer here for Sweetie. And now he misses the full toss. And it's trapped between the feet of the keeper, Anil Kadir. Really interesting start to this one. Last ball the over coming up. Doesn't miss this full toss though. Reaches. Probably would have been a wide, but he puts it almost over the fence. There's the archery. Bit of target practice there from Basil George, who hits the bullseye. Maximo. Disappointment for Kasim, who still ends up with really good figures. 1 for 14 off his 2, but he'll be disappointed with that last ball. 68 for 1 after 5. Having said that, I mean, there was a full toss that Basil missed earlier in the over, and you could argue Kasim was a little bit lucky not to have that one put away. Yeah, but why don't you get a bit interactive with me if you are watching right now? If you're lurking, come and say hello. So yeah, just with the commentary, I'll tell you what's going to be happening in a minute. After Amir continues the spin attack here in the 6th over. Goes quicker ball first up. This is cut uppishly, and it's not going to be stopped. Good effort from Vidu Krishnan out there, but that'll be 4 to start the over. And picked it. There is pretty decent bounce in this pitch. Consistent bounce, I think that's the difference with this pitch and the one in Croatia that we just spent 2 weeks on. All right, false shot. Bowler's got to go for this himself, I think. Amir, and he catches it. So Manu, he wasn't afraid to throw the bat, was he? He went to try and go over mid-wicket. Hits it pretty much straight up in the air. Imran Amir takes a good catch running around to his right. I thought for a second we might get the phone call celebration on the ball that Imran Amir made famous in the ECC. And he's happy just to pouch the chance. And the Knights lose the second wicket at 72 for 2. Good catch. And the first thing was identifying it was his. And yeah, pretty casual about it. Nice innings though. I like what I saw from Yadav Manu. It's pretty unselfish. Went for his shots. Hit a couple of good ones. That one just a bit more of a top edge. So he goes for 14. Vishnu Tulasidaran will come out at number 4. So hello to Jacob Baranovsky as well. And maybe let us know where you're watching from, Jacob. Really nice to have you with us. Anyone maybe that is watching for the first time in a while or hasn't commented in a while. It's always great to have you for company. New batter, Vishnu, misses one, but so does Kadir, the keeper, who a bit frustrated, I think, to miss that because it means that you get Basil George back on strike. And I just think that's a bit of an avoidable run there. Yeah, so I mentioned I've got a couple of weeks off coming up, due a couple of weeks off, but I'll be starting the series and finishing the series here in Malta. I'll have Nish here from tomorrow, Nish Butt, to commentate, and also Corey Rutgers will be here a little bit later in the week. In the air, and caught. What a great catch. Well, it's funny how life works out sometimes, because I thought it was a bit of a misstep for the keeper to give away a bite, but it works out perfectly for Sweetie United. That's a brilliant catch by Mohammed Ajmal, and credit to him. He copped a bit of tap, didn't he, when he first came on to bowl, Ajmal, but he finished his over well and then holds on to that. That was going for 6. He holds on to a bullet, and Amir, well, he was thrilled about it as well. Gets his national teammate. So this game certainly has taken a turn, as the Knights have lost 3 wickets now, and it's 73 for 3. And I think while Stanislaus and Basil George were there, there's always the chance that Edic's Knights were going to get something ridiculous, maybe 160 plus, 170 plus, and give Sweet United next to no hope. But those 3 wickets just kind of open up the middle order, open up a bit of a can of worms here. Let's see if Sweetie can continue this good fight back. It'll be caught a wide. That's a big wide. Think about Imran. We know he's got a short fuse. Doesn't want the call. This is a big one. Look, it's definitely over the line, but then he was lit up, to be honest. That's a wide as well. That's classic soft influence from Imran, who, yeah, for me, that's on the line. Okay, batter might have taken a tiny step out, but umpire unwilling to risk the ire of Imran Amir, who might have a 3rd wicket here. Fielder comes around, but this time it's dropped. Same fielder, Ajmal. Niaz Mohammed could have gone for a duck. This one was a different sort of a catch. It was a bit of a steepler. Came around, got 2 hands to it. Well, game of emotions, isn't it? As we get to the end of the over. It'll be 75 for 3 after 6. So hello to Jacob McCarthy as well. He says he's watching from Manchester in England. Well, hello to all of our viewers in the UK as well. So was that 2 Jacobs? Jacob Baranovsky and Jacob McCarthy. Nice to see you guys in the chat. What's the weather like in Manchester today? Jacob McCarthy. I wonder if it's as nice as it is here in Malta. This is a good start. Jaspal Singh. Good to see him out there. Starts with a kind of wide Yorker. This is a good looking drive. It'll test the fielder. Thinking 2. It was actually a pretty good throwback to the keeper. Powerful arm. So Jaspal, this guy we have seen playing before for AUM. Also, he's a Maltese representative. We saw him in the ECC fairly recently. Well bowled. Just that little bit of away movement for Jaspal. And Jaspal is one guy they weren't afraid to give opportunities to in Spain. Another big swing and a miss. So you can see the difference here. Again, it's no disrespect to the middle order, but certainly George and Stanislaus are 2 huge fish. 2 sharks, really, at the top. They can tear you apart pretty quickly. Slightly different feels since they've departed. And again, good areas. Hanal Kadir, though, I wouldn't say he's probably the most natural keeper of the captain, but he'll do the job in the absence of other options. So, and also a pretty decent batter. We'll see him in the second half of this game. On the walk. It's called a wide. And the ball has to be completely inside the line when it passes. Well, that one probably was okay. Maybe a square up for last over. Tough calls. Umpire's got to make a lot of them. This one won't get past the bowler. So this is really good bowling, I think, by Jaspal, who kind of hustling through his over. In fact, he'll get through the over and only 2 runs come off it. So, Sweet United, they haven't been beaten in a qualifying match in 18 goes because they were 18-0 in the earlier series. Okay, they lost in the finals, but right now they've worked their way back into it. 77 for 3, walking sticks after 7. And Thomas Nelson saying he's in Londonderry in Northern Ireland, saying wish he had the Maltese weather. Gotta say, it's about as pleasant as it gets right now. We have kind of extreme hot, extreme cold here on the tour throughout the year, but this is the Goldilocks zone. Start of new over, big wide first up. Bilal Khan coming on to bowl this one. A lot of chat out there. You can feel Sweet United want to turn this into something more. Another big outswinger. Called a wide. A little bit of... I'd like to see... Yeah, that's probably got a little bit of the line. It's close. But I think it's a fair call. Was it completely inside? Maybe not. 99% is not enough. Should be a wide as well. But again, just Bilal needs to kind of cool his jets a little bit here. Look, definitely a wide. Some of the ball's actually outside that line. I don't mind the tactic, but you gotta keep it. You're playing Russian roulette there. If you don't get it completely inside the line, you're gonna get a wide called against you. Might as well go straighter at the moment. Probably don't have to be too defensive. Has a little bit. Is that all right? I mean, these guys know each other pretty well. I like that, actually. This isn't a good ball, though. Hang full toss will get away with it. Thanks to the fielder being perfectly positioned down there. Again, no issue with the height here. I think he's crouching down. And he now hit square leg, just giving an indication that was a legal delivery. Oh, if this is off the pads, he's gone. Yeah, no bat in that. And so Bilal gets the 4-1-1 in the end and says, you know what, I'm going to aim at the stumps. And it does the job. Vishnu just struggled to get going that innings, didn't he? He's going to go for a 6-ball duck. I think that's hitting the off stump. It is swinging a lot. The only possibility you could argue, was it going to miss off? Don't think so. I think it's going to get a piece of it. And so it will be our first duck of the series now. Listen. Derek has been held up at the airport. It does happen from time to time. Derek will be with us as soon as possible. But right now, you'll just have to imagine Derek virtually scampering across your screen. As Tulasidaran has a bit of a rough start to his ECS. 81 for 4 now. This will bring out Nithin Babu. A pretty good option to bring out here. I mean, Edex Knights are a champion team, even though they haven't won an ECS trophy, but they have been very successful. You could just tell Nitin wasn't ready there. Credit to Bilal Khan here, though. He's swinging this ball, straightened that one down the line nicely. Goes full again. But I think this isn't quite over the waist either. Just being careful. But now, and what's the deal with this run rate? They're kind of creeping back to around that kind of 10 and over mark. Oh, don't think this is hitting. But again, he's kind of locked up here, isn't he? Babu. He likes the idea of it being a wide. But yeah, I don't think it's quite hitting. Always looks worse when you don't play a shot, though. What a good over this is. I mean, 3 wides to start it, but it's been pretty flawless since then. Run off the bat here. And so Babu gets away, but yeah. Taylor, 2 stories so far here in match 1. End of the 8th over, 81 for 4. Yeah, I do think earlier in the over, Bilal was probably going a little bit too wide, trying to be too defensive. But I think when you've got guys that are struggling to get going, you can probably bring it back a bit. When he did, he had some success there. Ninth over coming up, going back to Jaspal. So, I mean, Sweetie, a very good side. First one is going to swing outside the off stump. And yeah, Jaspal also, he knows that he needs to hustle. Another swing and a miss. I suppose needs to turn around. The batter wasn't watching either. Oh, another good outswing, gets the bottom of the bat. Things have really ground to a halt here. I mean, they're good for time, but I like that he's hustling through anyway. I see plenty of time left on that clock. But yeah, we haven't had a boundary now for over 3 overs. Another good ball. Oh, I think that's a harsh call, if I'm honest. Yeah, I just think that's a rough one. But, you know, you got to make the call in the split second. But I was going to talk about the batter getting away from the ball. Probably made it look wider than it was to the umpire. You don't want to back away here. You look at where all these balls are. Why would you back away outside the leg stump? Got to keep your weight or and get across. Tries a little bit. This time doesn't swing. Gets cramped. He'll get one. Some people might have the odd call that they might not agree with the umpire, and yeah, that's just part and parcel. You know, as the umpires are coming in fresh as well here, they'll have a big job to do. So I'll cut them a break early on. Edged and gone. Big edge. Trying to go leg side. Anil Kadir will catch the one that counts. And Jaspal, he's been great. He's kind of been metronomic here, to be honest. They just haven't had the answers. Huge edge. Fairly regulation take for Anil, the skipper behind the stump. Jaspal has now conceded only 4 runs off his 11 balls that he's bowled in this match. And now he has a wicket to show for it as well. And the score is 84 for 5. Nias didn't have a very good time at the crease either. A lot of people enjoying the swing bowling, yeah. Swing the ball around, move it off the straight. It's going to be tough, especially when you kind of get down to the middle order. I mean, these guys, they can still bat, but obviously it's not quite the explosivity that we saw in the power play. New batter, Adil Latif. He swings around one. Let's have a look at this one on the replay again. Now, you're not in the mood for any wide stuff. Yeah, I think that's another one that I'm glad they're not afraid to call them, but I just think Andy will probably look back and make a few adjustments when he looks back at this innings. And that's all. That's part of it, isn't it? Obviously, bowlers and umpire have a slightly different perspective we do because they're a lot closer to the action in a way that it's not as easy to see straight down the pitch when you're closer. We're a long way behind with our camera. Anyway, I don't know what happened there. Everyone got a fly in the eye or something. A rogue eyelash. Anyway, great spell that one from Jaspal. He only takes 1 for 6. A couple of harsh wides in there as well, to be honest. So 9 overs down. 86 for 5. This has been a stunning turnaround, really. Got a deal out there at the moment with Nitin Babu. Can they get anything out of this 10th over? It's going to be a full toss first up from Bilal Khan. Edged away, and it will get to the rope. Again, he goes full. Rather be full than not. And I suppose a bit of luck here, to be honest. Yeah, what about the kind of break job put on this innings, though? Look at where they were at one stage. I mean, there was 68 off the first half. And right now, even with that boundary, They're 22 off the second. And we're into the last over. So it's been quite an incredible comeback. So I think probably is a wide. Straight over the line. Not a bad spot to miss is where I put this. Not a bad spot to miss. But I mean, Bilal, because he's swinging it, can probably bring it back a little bit towards the batter. Well, this one's not going to be called. It's a funny one, isn't it? And that's an umpire's call, that one. All right, this one is flicked away and it'll be 6. Maximo! The teeth providing a boundary when we haven't had too many of them, and he broke the drought in the first ball of the over. Bilal still, he's been very good here. 2 to come, 97. Oh, hits this onto his own legs and then goes back to a kneel. And somehow they're going to run here. Let's have a look at this. A couple of things. He whacks into the back of his pad, then a kneel, gets stuck in his glove. And a genuine gutter ball. It would have been out by a mile. Anyway, 98. Here's the last ball coming up. Some bat on it. Pretty much got to go for 2 here. There's 99. And they go the long way to the keeper. He's just got to pick it up. He won't be able to. So that's why you go for 2. The Knights, they'll get to the 100 in the end. It's a serviceable total, but really an innings of 2 halves. They were 59 of 4 overs. They were 6 down off the first half. Only 32 coming off the second half. Again, I like the idea to go to the keeper, but he had an awkward bounce. Didn't know if it was going to be on the artificial or not, and Neil just makes sure he blocks and says, all right, I'll give you the 2, but that's it. I think Sweet United, they'll be the happier of the 2 teams, if I'm honest, to only be chasing 101. And so, yeah, 101 will be the target. Yeah, Dave B saying, yeah, it's a little bit strange to see the players from the same Maltese team we saw in Cardiff playing against each other, but that's the beauty of domestic cricket. As we go back and look at the highlights of the first half of this first match in the Encore series. That was the old escort across the line via the leg of Imran Amir. But it was all about the blast in the power play, and even slightly out of the power play by Stanislaus and Basil George, who just looked on, didn't they? You can see Basil George has certainly got a reputation for hitting the ball a long way, and he didn't really let us down here. Stanislaus, so he was good too. Left-hand, right-hand combination was working beautifully. Ajmal, he was in the crosshairs as well. Kasim, I like the way that he came on and just kind of slowed things down again, provided something different. In the end, he drew a false shot out of Stanislaus. Catch nicely taken there by Vidukrishnan to get Stanislaus for just 18. And both these openers looked on for really big scores individually. Basil George, he struggled a bit more against the slower stuff, but he was still able to put that one out of the ground. I liked what I saw from Yadav as well, though. He didn't stick out around for a long time. He was there for a good time. Amir pounced him, but then the big question, who was going to get Basil George? And the answer was Amir would get the wicket. Well held by Ajmal. That was such an important moment in this game, because I feel that might have saved him about 50 runs. That's no exaggeration, the way that Basil George was going. Then Ajmal had another opportunity, couldn't put it down. And then the real stop job came, the boundary drought. I think all the bowlers here did a good job bowling that offside channel. I think that Bilal was good. I think that Jaspal, what a great inclusion he is for Sweet United here as well. And then in the last, we had a couple of blasts, didn't we? 4 and a 6 to drag them up to the 100. They had to scramble the 100th run off the final delivery. But really, kind of game in the balance here, I think. You're looking at Sweet United. Yeah, don't have Yadav in there. I know that he was so dynamic for them earlier in the year. But they do have some good players. Anil Carter listed to open. Imran Amir. Looking at the scorecard, 35 for Basil George, but it could have been more. He had such a good start. Stanislaus also made a start, but out for 18. 14 for Manu. Then no one else able to get double figures until the Thief dragged him to 100 in the end. As far as the bowling went, Imran Amir, 2 for 19. Thought he was very good. But for me, Jaspal Singh was the best of the bowlers. 1 for 6. He was putting on a sixpence, wasn't he? Wickets also for Kasim, who put a good stop job on after the power play. Kind of gotten away from Sweet United. And also Bilal Khan with a pretty handy 1 for 20. We'll take a break back in a few minutes with the chase. Sweet United 101 for a win in match number 1. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo for ECN. Hope you're enjoying the start of your week. We're back soon with more European Cricket Series.
The European Cricket Series is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Bizaway.
Good morning once again, wherever you're watching from around the world. Welcome back to the European Cricket Network and our coverage of the ECS, the European Cricket Series. Been all around Europe this year. Actually started in Malta back in January 30 actually, first day of the ECS season. And we're back here now for an Encore series over the next 3 weeks. Right now, we're halfway through match number 1. It is Sweet United. It went a perfect 18-0 through the group stages last time before falling in the semi-finals. They're out there to chase a win again. They'll need 101 to do that against the EDX Knights, who we didn't see earlier in the year, but we have seen them plenty of times here in the European Cricket Series Malta. A couple of runners-up trophies. No, they'd love to have a winner's trophy. Looking fantastic in their light blue uniforms, and Sweet in their traditional orange, looking pretty good too. It's going to be the captain, Jace Matthew, leading the Knights here to open the bowling. So, I mean, both sides got a lot of quality. I suppose at the club level compared to the national level, generally don't have the kind of depth available. And we kind of saw that in the first innings where Basil George and Stanislaus made a very, very quick start, but the middle order couldn't really keep up that pace. And credit to Sweet United, they really pulled it back. 68 off the first half of the innings, just 32 off the second half, and 14 of those came off the 10th over. So this middle kind of 5 overs, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, that 5 over period only went for 27. So anyway, it's 101 to win, just waiting for the clock to tick over. Left-hander out there is Mohammad Ajmal to get us going for Sweetie. And he gets a pretty good one first up, Matthew, and again, a genuine swing bowler. And there's a few of them you can see that bowl this kind of medium pace with the kind of right to left shape. That one didn't go a long way, but a little bit of movement there for Jace Matthew first up. Short and pulled away. That was right in the zone for the batter. Ajmal, who goes large. Maximo. It's a cracking shot, really. Again, short of a length here. Typically, it's put away. What a great start to Ajmal's innings. And Jace Matthew. We've seen previously in the ECS for the Raw Strikers. Almost gets a return chance here, but it's going to be 4 through mid-on in the end. Jace actually was following through the way he probably shouldn't. It almost worked out for him, but it was just past him before he could get across even further. Matthew, this year, he's snared 18 wickets in the European Cricket Series. You can see why he's a bustler. Takes a wicket every 10 or 11 balls, which means he's normally good for one in his spell. But this isn't a good delivery. Goes round the wicket again. Don't really understand the round the wicket attack, if I'm honest, because he's going to move it further into the pads of Ajmal. And really, Sweet United are in the box seat in this game. Just shows you never judge a game too early, because after 4 overs, EDX Knights were 59 for 1. They were flying, weren't they? We were thinking 150, 160. Sweetie pretty much had everything running their way since. This one hangs outside the off stump, but at least one of the fielders in the ring, and it is pretty packed in the offside in the ring. You'd expect that in the power play. Yeah, Ajmal's a guy we've seen a fair bit of as well. Experienced campaigner. This is a bit of a false shot though, inside edge, but Finds the fielder in the circle. A bit of fortune there. That could easily run away to the boundary as it is. It'll be the end of the first over. Pretty productive one for Sweetie. It's 14 without loss after one. Well, one thing we didn't get, and we got so close to a golden ball last night, didn't we? And it was only, what is it, probably 17 hours ago, I was commentating in Croatia. Slovenia went right down to the wire. 6 required off the last ball. 6 was hit by Rashid Mametkel of Slovenia. So it looked like we were going to sign Rico off for a golden ball. Rico, of course, taking a little bit of a break during this series. He'll be back for Barcelona in 3 weeks' time. And we didn't get it, so we start at 168. Of course, I'm only here for a couple of days. I'll be back for week 3. And so, well, Nish and Corey might have to do it. Nish did break it last time. He broke the streak at 334 in the ECI in Rome. By the time I come back, we'll be in the 230s, and no one wants to see that. Anyway, it's going to be Justin Sharju, pretty good bowler. Gets a big in-swinger first up. He'll be knocked out for a single. But yeah, right in the block hole first up, Justin. He's got lots of room to move. In fact, yeah, he bowls with his front foot in line with his stumps. Interesting. I don't know if that was on purpose or if he just kind of lost his run there. He genuinely bowled with his foot in line with his stumps, but it worked out perfectly because it was a genuine Yorker. Now, don't mind this round the wicket with the movement that Justin Sharju gets, because he can kind of angle it in and take it away. Andrew Flintoff style to Adam Gilchrist. I'll probably like those comparisons, but you can kind of get what I'm saying there. It's different to Jace Matthew going around the wickets, where I just think he's gonna bowl into the wheelhouse of Ajmal. And Justin, I've seen him playing a fair bit for the national team as well. He's a guy that always gives you 100%. Like to watch him do his thing. Ajmal, hard to believe he's over 50. Still in good nick. Again, swings across this one. So you can see Ajmal likes to try and drag leg side. Sharju determined not to give it to him and making it difficult with that bit of away movement as well. We didn't have a golden ball last night. I feel like we're right in the Goldilocks zone here. What do you think? In the chat, ECN European Cricket Network, let me know. Oh, another one that was pretty close to knocking out the stumps. Jace saying to the umpire, sorry, ran straight in your way. He realised what he did. But this would have knocked out a 4th stump if there was one knocked into the ground. Look at this. Oh, Ajmal lucky to survive. Justin, he's experienced enough to know he should be falling off the other side of the wicket. This is hit up in the air, fielder coming around, but he won't be able to do anything about it. It's going to go all the way. Maximo! Well, this is the first one that Sharju drags down really to Ajmal, and he eats it up. Needed to stay full, didn't he? This one will pitch well short of the batter and frees his hands. Like that shot as well, because he goes offside, he goes with the line of the ball. Kroom mentioning the pitch is a lot more consistent than Croatia. Yeah, 100%. This is a batter's track, really. But the ball is swinging around a lot. Thinking, is it the morning? Well, there's a bit of humidity here with the field pretty wet overnight. How does this miss the stumps? That'll be the end of the over. So Sharju goes for 7. In the end, we annoyed with that boundary, I think. The rest of the over was pretty much spot on. But at the end of 2, Sweet United 21 without loss. Yeah, so the format here, you'll see here the Group A teams. There are 2 groups of 6, so 12 teams involved for this European Cricket Series. So we've got these 2 as well as Mudda Day and Overseas. We'll see later on. Gazira United, new side. Looking forward to seeing them. And Southern Crusaders make up Group A. And then also have Group B. though it's not strictly Group A first, Group B second. There's mostly Group A this week, but there's a bit of mix and match with the fixtures. So, yeah, in Group B we'll have Royal Strikers, who we know before, as well as Bajiba Blasters, Goes Zalmi, defending champions, Masita Warriors, Marsa, the hosts, and also Red Stars, new team to the ECS. Looking forward to seeing them. Of course, the amount of teams in Malta has been growing over the last few years. It's really good for the growth of the sport. Right, two kind of pseudo slips in place now as Latif bowls over number 3, so they don't go back to Matthew. One goes pretty close to hitting the stumps as well. That a lot of close calls. Yeah, so basically with this format, the teams will play double round robin format, teams in their group. So they'll play 10 matches. This is hit out to the sweeper, should be stopped, it is. So teams will play 10 matches, and only the top 4 from each 6-team group will make it through to quarterfinals. And quarterfinals day is the 23rd, a Thursday, and we'll actually have a finals Friday here, Friday the 24th. That's because we'll be starting the Barcelona ECI on Saturday the 25th of November. I'll be there for that as well. This is cracked away, and once again the field is well set. Considering in the power play, the field is well positioned at the moment in this over. Just a single. Yeah, Rico will be back for Barcelona, of course. So that's in 3 Saturdays' time that starts. Hello to Santosh, nice to see you. Dave's having a few problems with the feed. Hopefully you can sort them out soon, Dave. Santosh calls it the Monday Blues. We've got the team in blue right now searching for an early wicket. And they're not going to get one here because this is going to hang as a full toss. Change of pace there for Latif. And this is a nice shot by Jaspal Singh. Hasn't had too much of the strike so far, Jaspal. But he's a guy, you know, we saw him batting up the order for Malta as well. They trusted him up there, and you can see Camp bat. Genuine cover drive. Well, it was kind of throwdown stuff, wasn't it, from Latif? Now I think Latif's saying, look, don't really need the second slip. It was kind of like a 3rd and a 6th slip, really. But saying, no, let's block a bit more of the angle. So it goes back to like a backward point. This is well bowled, though. And it's funny, a couple of these were called in the first innings, but I think the umpire's just got to call each one as they see them. And I think that's a good call. You can see there the wind predictor hanging around the 50% mark at the moment. That shows you this game is on a knife's edge. Another full toss. Gets a fingertip on it here at mid-on, otherwise that was going for 4 as well. That was a little bit of a stinger for Nitin Babu. That's just a single, and I think Jaspal will be pretty annoyed he couldn't get that one away to the boundary as well. Probably had to get it a little bit straighter into the power play. And Sweet United, they're 28 without loss. So it's not quite the explosivity of the Knights power play that went for 46. Having said that, 41 off the first 2 overs. The third only went for 5. But they're more or less at the rate 10 and over they'd be looking for. Hello to Julian Dawson. Good to have you with us. I see Helix in there as well. Penny Sander here, Mr. Maximo for ECN. I mentioned Nish will be arriving a little bit later on today. He'll be with me tomorrow. And then Corey will be joining him on Friday. So Nish and Corey will be doing the kind of meat of the series here. I'll be back just before the end of the group stage. Also, we're going to have a blended at ECI here as well at the second weekend, which I'm really looking forward to watching as well. Right, Nitin gets the ball here. Wow, it's a short ball. And I think the batter there, Jaspal, just kind of doesn't realise it's on him as quickly as it was. Miscued pull, might be lucky to get away with it. The over. Well, it's Alwyn John down there. Who, in the end, it kind of fell in his lap, didn't it? Thought originally maybe the keeper had a play on that, Ajay John. But that's a big drop. We saw Basil dropped early. That didn't come back to bite Sweetie too much. Let's see if that comes back to cost the Knights. Then Babu, there's something about him here, just surprising Jaspal with that short ball a couple of times with the pace of it. Helix saying I'll be back to clean up after Corey. Now, Corey is very much looking forward to being here, and I'll actually get to do a day with Corey before he has to step away because he's coaching the Spanish team in the ECS in Barcelona. So I'll be doing finals day with Nish. And then I'll be jetting off. Had a nice little flight into Malta last night. Still kind of buzzing about the Croatia-Slovenia finish. But yeah, got into Malta around about 11:30. I think my flight landed. Back to the hotel by maybe just after midnight. Time for a few Z's and straight back into it. Ajmal cuts this away. And this probably runs away. Oh, despite the air swing. Well, now we have a bit of a tight one, but we'll come back for a second. Thought for a second with that spin it might run away, but I realised that at this stage of the day, the field's still pretty wet. There's no rain or anything. It's just a lot of water goes into it overnight. And so just held up. Only 2 runs. Well, top edge, he's going to get away with this as well. This one will fly. In fact, I think that might have gone all the way. We'll check it on the replay. It's been called 4. Let's have a look at it. Yeah. I think that is 4. So I think that is 4. From this far away, it kind of looks like they're touching, but I think that's a good call. And the camera kind of lies to you a little bit with that. So it'll be 4 to finish the over. And at the end of 4, Sweet United 35 without loss. Pretty good over by Babu, but he finally loses the short ball gamble last ball, doesn't he, to Ajmal. But 35 without loss, Sweet, you're just a shade behind at the moment. Jaspal takes the strike now, and it's going to be Samuel Stanislaus to bowl. Don't see him bowling too much at the international level, but he's been pretty handy. We've seen him playing for Mater when Knights haven't had a team in the European Cricket Series. And he's a handy little dibbly-dobbler, probably what I'd call him. All right. First one sneaks through, and you see, you get from Samuel, it'll be pretty accurate. It's going to blast you out. You just try and put it in uncomfortable areas. Hit back. Samuel cops it on the fingertips of the left hand, but only be a single. Yeah, Dave B saying, yeah, don't forget your laptop, Vinny. That's because, of course, the infamous Peacock Friday chat massacre from Rome. There'll be no repeat to that. I'll definitely have my laptop with me. Hello to Lee Tuck as well, who obviously heavily involved in the organisation here. Good to see Lee this morning. He's pretending to work now. Good on you, Lee. Yeah, well, it has to be called a wide. Just going a little bit too wide to the left-hander, Stanislaus. And so, I had a question from Helix. Will I be back in Australia for Christmas or staying in Europe? I'll be in Europe because the season goes a long way towards Christmas this year. I think it's wide as well. It's right over the line. Samuel probably knows it. So no histrionics from him. Yeah, we go all the way up to the 22nd of December. So I'll probably spend Christmas in Europe here with a few of my friends over here. And then maybe a quick trip Down to Australia. All right, they think about it here. I think Ajmal was back in time. Pretty well bowled by Stanislaus though. See again, doesn't get it too far. There's no run there. Could pick up and throw from Ajay John behind the stumps. Knew he had to throw quickly, but wouldn't have been quick enough anyway. Pace taken off this one. Ajmal gets enough of it. Gets the boundary they need. They're just falling behind. Quattro Caderas. Sweet United up into the 40s. Samuel just drifting a little bit too close to Ajmal. He had the plan right earlier in the over and he was trying to go wide to him, but just got too wide and a bit of an overcorrection here. This time, not really out of the middle, but they'll get a single there. It's good quick work from Vishnu to Lasita and to keep it to 1. Yeah, so I'll probably get back to Australia. We've got a 3-week break, and I do like to go back, and my parents are still there. They're always pretty happy to see me. Probably got a few things we need to do around their house. All right, up in the air. Is this carrying? No, it goes straight to the fielder, and well held down there by Yadav Manu. So Jaspal Singh, he had a couple of nice looking shots, but also a bit bogged down, so he tries to make the play. Thought for a second it might carry the rope, but I thought actually that Yadav might have misjudged it, but he was in a perfect position and caught it easy as you like, about shoulder high. So the first wicket falls 43 for 1. So that is the end of the 5th over. Halfway through, they need 58 then in the second half. You can see that international series will be in the middle. I saw it a moment ago that it'll be blended again. So Cyprus will be here for the men's and Estonia will be here for the women's series. It'll be same format that you saw over the weekend with each team playing 4 matches, which is awesome. I'm really, really happy that more and more players are getting the opportunity. But the first time we've seen the Estonian women on the network. The other 3 teams have played before. Lovely shot, this one. First up from Ajmal. He just times this one very, very well. And when John comes on, but have a look at that. Perfectly just kind of glanced away. So 4 runs, and that rate started at 10.1 and over. It's gone out about a point. It's about 11.2 at the moment. Ajmal still there. Had a lot of close calls early. Ball's just missing his stump. Yeah, Kai Bay saying it's a hard game to call right now. Yeah, agree. Wow, top edge, that's going to fly away for 4. And bring up the 50, Kazim. He's a guy, we know that he can be destructive. And so, 4 to start the over. 49 of 27 at 10.9 and over. It's the single that time. A few people asking, where's Basil George? Will Basil get a bowler? Maybe. They're thinking Basil's a good option down the stretch here. They do have quite a few bowlers, Knights. Basil's still probably a bit more than the part-timer, I suppose, at this level, but we'll see how they use him, or if they use him. Kazim and Ajmal, the two batters out there at the moment for Sweet United. Ajmal, an interesting innings, hasn't he? 37 or 21. So you look at that and you say, okay, that's fine. You know, you kind of want your strikers going. Yeah, 1.5 a ball, I suppose, with a few extras should get you that 100. Here's one of those extras down the leg side. Oh, and John trying to get out of this over. But you've got to keep off his pads. I think it's pretty obvious at the moment. Oh, this is in the air. And it's going, and it's gone. Maximo, despite a great effort there from Vishnu Tulasidaran. He tried to matrix that one back from the beyond, but Ajmal gets 6. It's a big moment in this game as well. Even if you can just keep this in, maybe keep it to 1 or 2. In a tight contest, but you can see he had the carry by about 3 metres. So 6 to finish the over. Alwyn Johns goes for 17 at 60 for 1 after 6. So Samuel's going to come back for his second over. He took 1 for 8 in the first. This one just on length hit and no run. So 41 off 23 now. Just trying to get that field right. Right, in the air, not timed at all, and that actually works to the batter's benefit. It won't carry down to Nitin Babu. I don't know, a lot of people chatting here. I know we went close to a golden ball last night. Who's got the tingle? Anyone? Remember, the next golden ball will be golden ball 50. Golden ball 50. And look, I'm happy whoever gets the golden balls, whoever's commentating, I'm thrilled whenever there is one. But I would like to be around for 50. It's a milestone, isn't it? I'll be watching one way or another. And of course now, oh, that was close, you know. Hit the edge of the pitch. Ajmal forced to run. He's annoyed with himself, actually. It's just a concentration break, and I think he might have been out. If that had hit, I think he's gone. Good idea to throw. This is off the end of the bat. Probably spoils a wide. Again, they think of throwing. They say, hey, easy, easy. One's fine at the moment. Yeah, 29 to 20 to fielding teams in golden balls. Remember the first 5 were all won by batters. It was, it's too easy for the batters. Well, obviously not. Oh, great take. Really good take. But Stanislaus knows he got that one slightly wrong. He speared it down the leg side, but that's fantastic wicket keeping from Ajay John. Look at this. It's completely blind, and it was actually still going further. That's actually a remarkable take. Look at that. I was hoping it was 1 foot in the air. Only problem was the other one was down. This one's lifted up and away. Some work for the fielder to do, but he does it. I mean, the Knights are a pretty professional outfit here. No real weak links in the field. They're defending. And defending pretty well at the moment. 11 and over required, so hanging around that mark. It'll be a wide, and yeah, Stanislaus was deliberately, I think, going wider there to try and bring the stumping into play, but Kasim, once he spotted it was that wide, he said, nah, I'm not gonna offer at it. I'll get back. This time he does have to go for it, and I think this is catchable. It's Tulasita that comes in and takes the catch. So you're seeing once bitten, twice shy there, really, as it was a similar delivery that he does go after this time rather than retreating and maybe taking the wide. It's right down towards the bottom of the bat. And I've got to say, once again, clever bowling from Samuel Stanislaus. So he'll finish his spell with 2 for 14. And it's the end of 7 overs. The score is 66 for 2. Coming up, return bout between these two teams. News from the toss that Sweet United have won the toss. They're going to bowl first, so the Knights will have to bat first this time. And that's been a trend from the two captains this morning, each winning a toss and sending in the opposition. Sweet United winning both tosses actually and sending in the Knights both times on further review. So George and Stanislaus likely to come in there and go pretty large from the get-go once again. Will they get away with it? Will they get a bit more help? Will they need any more help? Find out. Second game listed to start at 10:30. We might be on time at the moment, even though we started 15 minutes late this game. So we'll keep you updated with the exact start time of that if there's any delay. All right, Adil Latif comes on. He's hit up in the air but into the gap, so it won't be catchable. Just a single, so 35 required off the last 3 overs. Anil Kadir is a pretty good striker of the ball. The captain coming out at number 4. He'll face up now for the first time. Ajmal with him on 46. Well, that's a good shot. That is certainly an authoritative way to start your innings. That's one of the biggest sixes today. Maximo. Anil Kadir goes deep in the crease, gets the length he wants, and he absolutely pounds this one. Put the wrists into it, put everything into that. Yeah, too short. The Adil to Anil battle. Round 1 to Anil. A few people asking about Basil George bowling. Well, I wouldn't say he's a regular bowler. He's a very good bowler, but also he's had some issues with injuries and things like that. So I don't necessarily think he's in their 5 bowlers in the plans, but he's one guy I'm sure you can turn to. What a shot that was. Now he's going to go similarly, and that's going to be just inside 4 runs. Well, I've called it 6, but let's have a look. Oh yeah, it has gone for 6. Maximo time, so my eyes deceived me. I just saw a puff of grass, but that did go all the way. So back to back, and Anil Kadir has come out, and this is what he can do. I mean, we've seen him opening a fair bit, and it just hasn't clicked for him at times. And he's been frustrated. Sometimes the harder you try, the harder it gets. But he's come out, and he has absolutely whacked the first 2 balls he's faced. Brings it down to 22 or 15 in the blink of an eye. Hammered, well, gets a piece of the fielder, and he might have done enough to keep it in the field of play. He has, but they'll come back for a pretty easy 2. How hard has Anil Kadir come out and hit the first 3 balls he's faced? Just like that. I mean, I'd rather be bowling at Ajmal at the moment. You know, I mean, fielder does pretty well to at least make the stop. Trying to work out where to bring in their fielders at the moment. And I think this is smart. They bring up that square leg and put another fielder in front of the wicket. So it's the classic baseball field, 5-man wall in front of the field, and it's going to be 6. It doesn't matter. You can have 5 in front of the bat. But if you bowl a full toss to Anil in this mood, he'll put you over the field. Maximo. Sweet United now in the box seat. 14 required off the last 12 balls. End of the 8th. It's 87 for 2. Well, can't see how they can lose from here. 14 off 12, but you need a tight over. I'd like that Shaju's coming back. Let's see if he can continue to get that movement that he got early that troubled Ajmal. So I still think, yeah, it's not done yet. You can see Sweet United now, the big favourites. And just remember how this game started with Basil George and Stanislaus whacking the cover off the ball early. But credit to Sweet United, they found a turning point. And right now, they should win from here. Emphasis on should. Justin Shaju to bowl the 9th. Needs to be tight. Good ball first up. That's exactly where he needs to be. Doesn't need to get impatient here, Justin. Started off stumper outside and get that away movement. Dot balls are gold dust here. 14 off 11. Few dots. This game tightens up very, very quickly. Ajmal, he's had a funny knock, hasn't he? 46 off 26 looks great, but he has had periods where he's kind of struggled in there. All right, to the skies, and this is another catch for Vishnu. Can he get there? He can. Great hands. Excellent hands from Vishnu Tulasita, and well, we know he struggled a bit with the bat, but he has been so valuable to the Knights in the field. Had to make a lot of ground there. I think he's well inside the infield by the time he grabs this. It saves 2 runs, I think, as well. Or at least, if they were only going to get 1, then the new batter has to take strike now. They'll get 0 runs off that. And Ajmal won't get his half century in the end. Good knock, though, from the experienced campaigner. 46 off 27. His luck runs out, and it's 87 for 3. Excellent catch, that one by Tulasita, and had to have a little scan of the field to make sure there was no one else in the area. But he judged it well and held his composure at the crucial moment. But Imran Amir, he's going to come out pretty handy, number 5, to have up your sleeve. Certainly at the club level, he's considered an all-rounder, probably a batting all-rounder, really. At the national level, he's probably used more as an off-spinner. But right now, Shaju, he wants to see the back of him pretty quickly. 14 off 10 required. Smashed and gone. Well, 2 and 2, and you wouldn't read about it. It's Stanislaus who's had a few finger stingers here. That was hit pretty well from Amir, but he picked out the fielder, and it's 2 and 2 for Shaju. Amir for a golden derrick, and would you know it, this game's taken another twist, all happening in the 9th. It's 87 for 4. Holding catch is super important. I thought he got this pretty good, and to be honest, he did. But Samuel was in the way. And Imran, well, we know he's got a short fuse. He won't be happy with the result there. I mean, I think he hits it pretty well. And I think at the moment, Anil Kadir's come out. He's 20 off 5, but he's stuck at the wrong end at the moment. Again, the importance of the previous catch to save the runs and to put the new batter on strike. It was a very capable batter in Imran Amir, but he only lasts the 1 delivery. Vidhu Krishnan comes out now. This is the kind of night they wanted. Don't forget that Shaju's on a hat-trick here. Could we have a hat-trick in the opening game? Can Shaju join the Hall of Fame? Krishnan probably just looking for 1 to get out the way here. Hat-trick delivery. Oh, and he get a piece of pad. Of course they're running. They would have been home anyway. Important leg by that. Krishnan doesn't get off the mark, but it's just as valuable because this is the battle. We got Shaju who's on fire. We've got Anil Kadir who's on fire. And what happens when you put 2 fires together? You get a blaze. And let's see who's left standing at the end of this battle. This is the battle that decides the game. The next 3 balls for me. 14 off 9. Again, you'd take just a 1 here, wouldn't you, if you eat X Knights and maybe have another crack at Krishnan. What a great game to start Malta. Well, that's 2 great games in a row on ECN in different countries. Here we go. Oh, and he misses it. And I don't think they'll take on a bye. In fact, Ajay John does well to keep it in front of him. And I think that might have been a slight slower ball from Shaju. And again, see, that feels like a big win there, and it is. But you still got to deal with one more ball here. In fact, yeah, 13 off 7 now. And Kadir, what's his approach? Does he push for one? I don't think so. I think he wants the boundary. He'll take the one if required. Last ball of the 9th. Oh, good one. Now, this is where I probably would only go for one, if I'm honest. Even if you think there's 2 there. Great fielding by Ajay John, who went on the chase. But yeah, that's smart cricket. You'd probably rather a 1 than a 2. Obviously, you would have loved a 4 or a 6. But anyway, end of the 9th, and the score's 89 for 4. So, could we have a golden ball? I did say Malta is the golden ball capital of Europe this year. We had 5 golden balls at the start of the year. There you go. Haven't had one since the 23rd of September when Italy got over Austria. Also, it's the first time we've ever had an extra on a golden ball. It was a no ball for height +1 that saw the Italians get home. Back in Malta. What better way to start? And right now, they need 11 to tie this match. They need 12 to win it. But they've got the right man on strike, don't they, Sweet United? They're going to go to Chase Matthew, the skipper who bowled the first. He's bowling the last. 12 for Sweetie to get the points. And they'll only get 1 here. Can't see them trying for 2. Clean pick up and throw. So now Krishnan, he's got a classic Sophie's Choice situation here. Does he go for glory? Doesn't want to risk swing and missing. I still think you can't miss this. You got to make solid contact. If you get 1 here, the way Anil Kadir's going, I think you can trust him to maybe get 10 off 4. But I think he's looking for 1 as his primary option here. He's looking around. There's no fine leg. He might be thinking about being a hero and ramping it away. Let's see what happens. Oh, he plays a great shot. That's going to be 4. What a shot that is. And come the moment, come the man. Krishnan gets off the mark with a laser. Yeah, you can see that was timing. Actually didn't try and hit that too hard. I think that was the key. Just was determined not to miss it. He didn't. This game takes another twist. 7 off 4 now. Great shot by Vidhu Krishnan. What a match. And get ready because there's going to be plenty more of this. Vidhu Krishnan on ECN debut as well today. Now he misses and they think of going. That's really smart. Oh, they've totally cooked this up. That was so smart. And Anil, he's made a big tactical error. Vidhu was spot on there. He holds his crease. And he's saying, Anil, come to me. I'll be run out, not you. But Anil doesn't think on his feet. And he turns around. Look, he's saying, hey, Kate, come here. That's a big blunder. Anil batted so well. And look, he's now saying, look, no problem, no problem. He probably realizes that he's an unnecessary victim here. Vidhu was really unselfish for a guy so inexperienced to think that quickly. You see, he's saying, yeah, look, he's even motioning, yeah, come here, I'll be out. Don't you turn around. And poor Vidhu, he's kind of stuck. He can't win the race back. Yeah, so, oh, that's a bit of a heartbreaker. 7 off 3 then. Aaron Rumison comes in, but he's at the non-strikers end. Oh, that's a heads-up play. It was kind of great thinking and terrible thinking at the same time, wasn't it? Between the two batters. Having said that, Krishnan, he's shown he's very capable here. They put the backward point back on the boundary, trying to take that shot away. 7 off 3. Oh, a big swing and a miss. Now it's advantage Knights, no doubt about it. No doubt about it. It's well bowled. They've got the field set for that as well. They've got 6 on the offside. I wonder if Vidhu's thinking maybe to get across and ramp with no one on the leg side at fine leg. And it's a possible boundary, but it's a high-risk shot as well. Oh, I know. He'll be kicking himself when he watches this back. 7 to win, 2 remaining. Second last ball. Hit. And they're going to run. And now can they come back for 2 here? They should be trying. Oh, another big error from Sweet United. Turning his back on the play. They really should have gotten back for a second run here. But have a look at Ramistan. He's not watching. Turns his back. Gets away. There's a clear second there. And they've shot themselves in both feet here, Sweet United. Now, Ramison's going to have to face the only ball that he'll face here in match one. He's going to have to hit it for 6. And I think Golden Ball takes the back seat now. We have exactly the same situation we had in the previous match last night, where Slovenia did hit a 6 off the last ball to win, but so tough to come in. All right, Maximo or bust. A shot at glory for Remison, 6 to win for Sweet United. And he won't get it. He'll probably get 4, edged away. And in the end, it won't even be 4. They'll come back for 2, actually. But what a match to get us going. The final score, Edex Knights 100, Sweet United 97. 3 runs the margin. And I'm telling you what, those 2 strategic errors for me, they cost Sweet United the game. And it's harsh to say that, and it's very easy. You know, we're not swept up in the emotion of it all that you'd be feeling out there in the middle, but a brilliant game at the end of the day. Obviously, these 2 teams, they will come up again in the next game, which should start in about 10 minutes. Probably we'll have a bit of a delay on that one. I'll try and find out for you. But we'll have the same order of innings. Knights being sent in by Sweet United. Oh, well, what do you think about this one? Again, he's certainly been treated to some thrillers, haven't we, in the last 24 hours? A couple yesterday in Croatia, and this was no exception. But I think in the end, the Knights, with their bowling pressure, they had a clear plan. You know, they wanted to go one side of the wicket, and for the most part, they did. And although that one went down, there were a couple of really good catches that were taken. And I think at key moments, they came up with the answers. Got to say, Ajmal batted pretty well. He's a little bit stop-start, wasn't he? And had some help out there. Jaspal Singh was able to get that away, but just frustrated that he couldn't get into his innings in the end. And so, with the game kind of on the line, Ajmal, and he tried to go large and was able to do it often enough. This was actually clever bowling, I think, from Stanislaus to push it wider and get Kasim off the end of the bat shot. But then, how about Anil Kadir coming out and absolutely just lacing everything? He was so good. It was 6 and 6 to get him going. He was 20 off 5, but he was stuck at the wrong end and he got itchy. And in the end, he lost Ajmal there. And Shadru bowled a brilliant night. I'll say that as well. He got 2 and 2, including the dangerous Amir. He was on a hat-trick. And Vidya Krishnan came out. Okay, smashed that one. He looked like he knew what he was doing. And then he's saying, yeah, Anil, you take the strike. And then Anil didn't want it. He went the wrong way down a one-way street. And Anil either realizes then or maybe soon after that actually it was 100% his fault that he was run out. There was no need for him to be run out. He left it to Krishnan, and then Ramisen had a chance to hit the last ball out of the park. But in the end, they couldn't get there. 197, I suppose. It's easy to get carried away, but don't forget, these teams will play 10 matches in this group stage. And ultimately, you'd expect both of them to feature in the finals. 46 to Ajmal leads the scoring. Kadir with 22 off 8, but yeah, he'll look back with regret, I think. But he won't have too much time to worry about it. That's probably the good thing, because these teams will be playing again pretty shortly. As far as the bowlers went, 2 for 8. Shaju, standout for me, including icing it in the 9th. And apart from that, 2 wickets to Stanislas. He was good. Babu just bowled the 1 over for 7 in the end. We'll take a break. Just confirming there's a 15-minute delay on match 2. So we'll be back in about 20 minutes, take you into that one. The rematch. Let's see if the sequel lives up to the original Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo. And if that's not enough to get you going, nothing will be. We'll see you shortly after this break with more ECS Malta Encore.
The European Cricket Series is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Bizaway.
Hello, welcome back to Malta. Great to have your company here. This is the second match of the day and the second match of a double header between the EDX Knights and Sweet United. Knights 100 defeated, Sweet United 97 in the previous one. Sweet United winning the toss, selecting to bowl, so they'll be chasing again, but they kind of made a meal of it despite being in a winning position in the opening match of the tournament. Just looking at that, that's Sujith Sukumaran coming in for the Knights, so just added another dimension, I think, to their game. Basil George and Stanislas, they were off to the races in that last game. But, you know, credit to the Knights for holding up with the ball. We'll say that Anil Kadir for Sweet United was smashing the ball before he was run out in unfortunate circumstances in the last over. Just some decision-making, I think, perhaps the difference between these two teams in the end. Still around a 60-40 shot. Sweet United have gained a couple of points compared to the projection for the first game. You can understand why. I still have it as a bit of a genuine toss-up when you look at these two teams. But the big wild card is this opening partnership. It can determine the game. And if you think about that last game, yeah, we focused on the ending. But what about the start that Basil George and Stanislas gave their team? Now, without that, I don't think the Knights are getting home either. And so it's going to be Mohammad Kasim to get us going this time. So they're starting with a bit of pace off here. I like this because he bowled a very good third over. After the first, he got whacked for 41 in the first game. So they're saying, all right, we're going to skip that. We're going to go straight to what worked. Basil George just didn't have his timing as much against the slower bowling of Mohammad Kasim. Good to see Tim Wheeler out there for Malta, representing the officials, of course. Tim Wheeler umpiring there. Good to see him back on the field. Andy Nowdy and Mac Eldos Matthews are the officials for this one. Just waiting for the clock to tick over, 15 minutes behind, but now we're getting going. Oh, this seemed like it had an edge on it, I've got to say. It's going to run away for, well, it's a pretty tight two. We get there in the end. I think this is runs. Yeah. No signal from Tim Wheeler. And yeah, interestingly, Basil pushing hard for two, but the throw was around the mark. Keeper was just in a weird position in front of the stumps, and by the time he got the ball onto the wickets, Basil was safely home. And so far, so good for Kasim. He seemed to kind of be the kryptonite to Basil George in the power play. Down the leg side as we called a wide. Stanislas also hit the ball really well. So left-hand, right-hand combination to really experienced campaigners and powerful hitters. I know it's only match one and match two, but I honestly think, you know, you're looking at two real contenders for the tournament here. Also, you'd probably have to throw Gozo Zalmi into that conversation, who won the previous tournament here in February. They're in the other group, so they won't meet until finals, if indeed they do meet. Marseille, previous champions as well in the other group. Southern Crusaders made the final and lost by only 6 runs. Real low scoring final, actually. 74-68 it was in the final earlier this year. That was an absolute cracking match back on the 25th of February. Kasim just gets worked away for one, but you can see he's made a big difference. Now, here's the question. Who do you go to in the second over? Do you go for like an Imran Amir? Do you stick with what's working? Go with an off-spinning or an off-speed bowler rather than bowling who your normal openers would be? I'd say I would. Let's see how Stanislas handles it, though. He hasn't had a chance to bat yet in this game. Good to see Steve C in the chat as well. Hopefully you're well. First morning of 3 weeks here in Malta. Well, Samuel has a different approach. It turns into him and he whacks it out of the ground. Maximo And this is the difficulty to Kasim. I think he's very happy bowling at the left-hander, if you can be happy bowling at Basil George. But it's a better matchup for the Knights with the right-hander on strike. Actually, if they thought of that, they saw who was bowling. They might have been smart to put Stanislaus on strike first ball of the over. Well bowled though. Kasim gets the last one past as we get to the end of the first. And the Knights 10 without loss. Well, about 10 and over is what we saw in the previous game, run rate wise, and 10 off the first. 41 days until the ECCW. Wasn't it great to have women's cricket on the weekend? We had a 4-match series between Croatia and Czechia. We also have 4 matches coming up between Malta and Estonia. First time Estonian women will be on the network. Really looking forward to that. And I'll tell you something about the Estonian women's competition, the T10 competition in Estonia. The first match that they had earlier this year, I think was in May, ended in a golden ball. True story. Yeah, they do go to Emir in the second over. So yeah, with Basil on strike, probably makes sense. Thing is, you will have to bowl your pace at some point, but if you can get through this 3 overs, okay, go back to Kasim next, hopefully, then at least your pacers have more protection on the boundary. They'll have up to 5 outfielders available. Now a little bit short, and it's cut away. Nice shot. Basil has had more trouble when he's been lured forward, I think, to the spinners, but this is one where he can kind of hold his ground, throws the hands at it and gets 4. Question in the chat from Dave B asking, who does Zishan Khan play for? He plays for Gozo Zalmi, who are the defending champions. Zishan, though, previously we have seen him playing for Marsa, but Gozo Zalmi, relatively new team here in Malta. I know that you met Zishan at the ECC, Dave, but you're looking forward to seeing him in action. Better length, you can see that. They've got straight outfielders long on, long off in place. I think Knights were very good in the field as well, taking some important catches in the second half. I think Sweet United will be pretty keen to make sure they don't let any slip. Basil's after him though, and he's going to go over mid-wicket. Maximo! This time he does catch up with it. So it's just very difficult to keep these two quiet for long. Boom, boom, Basil gets enough of it, gets it out of the ground. Yeah, that's good length. I like that. And Basil hustles through for 1. Stanislaus will get the last ball this second over. One thing that may concern the Knights is how things kind of ground to a halt after the top order was swept aside around the middle of that innings. Yeah, that final back in February, it was a bit of a crazy one. I think so. That will be the end of the over. Decent one by Amir, really, if you consider who he's bowling to at this stage. 21 without loss after 2. Looking at the table here in Group A, we'll see Mother Day and overseas later on today. Just 4 matches a day here because the sunlight only allows it, rather than regular 5 we've had throughout the year. Also, Southern Crusaders will be here, and Xera United making up Group A, but there'll be a mixture of Group A and Group B matches. It's not like all the Group A matches are played first and then all the Group B matches, which we do sometimes, normally in a 2-week series. But because it's 3 weeks, it'll be kind of fairly heavily Group A, but not exclusively in the first half. Right, up in the air. Again, last over the power play. This will go for 4, but Basil George certainly doesn't get it out of the middle. Kasim draws him into that drive. Again with Anil not really being what I'd call a natural keeper behind the stumps. He's not right up to the stumps. He's kind of back a bit. Allows Basil to dance down while being pretty unlikely that he's going to be stumped. Oh, that's a shot. That one's into the car park. Well, mind the cars. Oh, well, I didn't see it, but it made a bad sound. Maximo time, and it might be time to call the insurers. Well, I'm looking over there, but I heard the distinctive sound of ball on car. It's hit a Range Rover. Well, that is not good. That is actually bad. Really? Oh, no. Well, insult to injury, I've told it's the opposition captain's car, Anil, that's been hit. And I'll say that quietly because I don't want to distract him. But, yeah, I don't know if we've got this. Do we have this? Let's have a look. Oh, yeah, it's hit the mirror. Okay, I was out in the car park looking. Let's have a look. Yeah, that's not good. It's hit the back. Is it the back of that silver Range Rover? Bang. And then piece flies off. Or is it a bit of the mirror of the car next door? That could be double trouble. That could be expensive in more ways than one. What a strike. And that's why I ain't parking my car there if Basil George is on strike. He didn't really reach the pitch of that one. I'll probably just be picking the bits of glass out of that ball and we'll carry on. Oh, Anil behind the stumps. He's oblivious to it, I think, but he may have a nasty surprise waiting for him. Now, this is hit really well as well. It's going to be 4. That's all about the placement that time from Basil George. So he does get after the spin on the 3rd over. And that's an easy swing of the bat. I mean, the previous shot that did smash 2 cars, it was quite remarkable because he wasn't really in great position to play it, but just that hand-eye coordination, he timed it so well. Kroom saying at least it wasn't his own car. Of course, that video went viral, didn't it? I think it was 2021. Maybe 2022, where the player hit his own car with a 6. It's a bit unlucky here for Kasim. Can't take a trick in this over. This is a thick inside edge that runs away for 4 more. Straight past the stumps. I mean, Kasim has, I'd say, balance of the whole battle this morning. Kasim's had the better of the battle with Basil George, but he just doesn't have much to show for it. Look at that. Unlucky. Hello to Heinrich Gericke as well, who was the one that told me whose car it was. And now this is going to be up and over the top as well. I think that's gone all the way. And it has. Maximo. Again, reaches, gets it. He just has a really good way of breaking his wrist, doesn't he? And, yeah, that's just going to carry the rope. So, more runs to Basil George, who's broken out here in the 3rd over. Hello to Neeraj, who's in the chat. Hopefully you're well. And Terry thinking there might be a smashed windscreen this week. Maybe. Nick saying that's a big 6. It was. And, well, it's not going to be 6, but it will be the 4 to finish the over. And so it'll be the end of the 3rd over. Idex Knights 49 without loss after 3. And it was all going so well, wasn't it, for Sweet United? Had the spin. I like those tactics, but you can't keep these guys down for too long. Basil, just like that, he's 42 off 15. And probably with a couple of questions to answer at the end of this game. 10, 11 and 28. Magical over, almost supersonic stuff. Sweet United, they found a turning point last time. They'll be hoping for it again. Now they will turn to their seamers. Now we're out of the power play. So I didn't mind the tactics, but I suppose the argument against it is, you know, if you stay one paced for too long. So spin was kind of working, but you've gone 3 overs of spin in a row. Well, Jay Wild in the chat saying the Flintstones managed without a windscreen for years. You know, that's true. By the way, that last over, there was 6 boundaries out of the 6 balls. It went 4-6-4, 4-6-4. Ouch. All right, so it's going to be Umar that comes out, and he's not going to start with a good ball at all. It's short, hooked away. Maximo. Stanislaus kind of been the silent partner in this partnership because he hasn't had to do too much so far, but he has 2 6s in the 4 balls he's faced as well. Yeah, just too short there from Umar Khan. Could see him out there again. And he holds a record that, well, it hasn't been beaten yet. He once bowled 8 consecutive wides, or 8 consecutive extra deliveries. But then, that was the first ball of the over. Then he bowled 6 that were fine. So it was kind of an unwanted record, but he's a pretty good bowler. First one, though, got away from him. Wow, this is a cracking shot. Not the worst delivery, but that one flies straight as an arrow. Maximal! Well, 2 balls, 2 sixes, and that's actually 8 consecutive boundaries, and that's pretty from Stanislaus. Oh, that was a really good shot. In fact, if you want to go for style points, that might be my shot of the day. Those last 6 balls all boundaries, but actually the last 8 are all boundaries now. A good comeback from Umar. And let's not forget, it's a pretty similar position that they were at in that previous game. And Sweet United found a way back into the game. So, look, you have to, starts with the ball, asking the right questions, creating an opportunity, and then holding on to it. Oh, Alan's got some good ideas in the chat. He said there should be extra runs for hitting a car and double if you hit the car of a team you're playing against. Yeah, I agree. A little bit short. And this is in the air. It hasn't quite got all of it. Back to the line and gone. So there you go. Here's Stanislaus again. He looks so good, but he doesn't have too much to show for it this morning. He went for 18 in the last game. He goes for 18 in this game as well. Oh, certainly he'll be disappointed that he doesn't get this. About 2 metres further, it would have gone for a Maximo, but that's really well judged out there. And we talked about the importance of creating and taking opportunities. Okay, well, maybe a bit fortunate with where the ball was pitched, that it does create a catching opportunity, but it was taken well. So the Knights lose their first wicket, 61 for 1. It's Aaron Remison that takes the catch. And don't forget, Aaron was tasked with trying to hit the last ball out of the ground to bring up a win in the first game. Wasn't able to do that, but an important contribution there. Umar Khan gets his man in the end. Yadav Manu looked good at 3 this morning. And he's going to start with just a single here, but he looks very well put together at the crease, Yadav. You can just kind of see he's a player. We saw him playing earlier in the year, occasionally for the Royal Strikers, but we didn't see too much of him. Now playing back with the Knights. Basil George, though, on strike. 42 off 15. Basil made 35 this morning. He's already exceeded that in less deliveries. Short, and that's easy pickings. In fact, that's gone all the way as well. Maximo! Umar, he bookends the over with Gundy balls really short down the leg side and both put away. Basil to 48, and after 4 overs, the score 68 for 1. Run rate climbing. And that's because of just the boundary blitz. We had 8 boundaries on the spin. Actually, quite an interesting looking ball by ball. But they do have 1 wicket. Manu's going to create different kinds of problems. Looks like they're turning to PS Pepari now in over number 5. We'll see if he can make a difference. Payas. Don't believe we've seen him before on the European Cricket Network. There's a guy of Bangladeshi origin. Let's see what he can do here. Manu faces up. Short and cut away. And this will be 4. Just beats the fielder. Vidhu Krishnan out there. Again, maybe not the best delivery first time. Not the worst either. But just giving some width, and all the batter had to do is kind of push it. Use the pace. Gets a boundary to start the over. Pitches up this time. False shot though. Catching opportunity and held. So Manu goes before he can do too much damage. That was an excellent catch from Vidu Krishnan. I've liked what he's done this morning. He's been caught into action several times. Had to make a lot of ground there. I mean, that looks easy, but he had to come in a good 10, 15 metres and do it quickly and take it while he was pretty much running full pace. So he pitched up, asked the right question of Manu, who gets under a little bit too much. Well judged. So there's a little bit of history repeating, isn't there, with his first innings, isn't there? With 2 down now. And the score is 72 for 2. Yeah, I'm liking a few people with their ideas. Extra runs for hitting your own car. Okay, is that double, is it? Hitting the main camera. That happened once in Austria. That should be an extra 10 runs, I think. What about hitting the commentary box? Claire Kailash of Austria hit the main camera and it started doing some weird and wonderful things. And leg side spill wide. They won't take an extra. And Dave B was saying, yeah, David Scott of England hit the scoreboard at Cartama. Yes, he did. But it's kind of built for that scoreboard. It's got some replaceable panels. So we just replaced it. Papari opens with a wicket. This will almost be a second. It was pretty close to the fielder, but it'll just be a single. Hello to everyone. If you're just joining us, looks like Di Maria's come in now. Alan, great to have you with us. Where are you watching from, Alan? If you don't mind me asking, let us know. Same with you, DC. Let us know where you're watching from. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, to take you through opening day. Nishay is on the plane, and he said, he's communicated that he's actually watching the World Cup live on his flight. So, well, lucky him. I mean, I'm a bit disappointed they don't have ECN on the flight. What kind of airline that is, but yeah, Nish is making the trip from Cyprus, where he lives, to take the reins with me tomorrow. Oh, this is pretty well fielded. Right at the end of the bat, Remison's been excellent in the field so far. Basil George thought it might have been his half century when that came off the bat, but that was well handled by Remison. Papari get the job done, but Basil George's a big fish. Can he get him? Show some respect. Oh, now. Oh, this is such an interesting one. Actually, there's an accidental collision there. It's no one's fault, really. But I think it costs the bowler a chance at the run out. But it also slows the batter down. See here? In the end, it's just one of those things, and it'll be a dot ball, but respect shown from Basil George. Good delivery. Now, this will be his 50. Full toss, hangs Bapari. Bowled a good over, but kind of let himself down with that last ball. And Basil George goes boom, boom here on day one. A 50 off 19 balls. For Maximo, 6 fours in there. Striking at a very good rate, over 270. And you can see there, he's been good off the back foot. Kind of tested early. That'll be the end of the over. 78 for 2 after 5. So, of course, we're not too far away. About 6 weeks away, actually, from the first ever ECCW. It's the Euros of women's cricket, and 5 nations will compete in the first ever ECCW. Great that we got the approvals of that. It'll be our last tournament of the year. So really from here, we just got Malta for 3 weeks, Barcelona for 3 weeks, and then a week there at the Cartama Oval for the first ever Euros of cricket. But the other thing is, you know, if you didn't realise, the ECL draw's already come out. It was released just towards the end of the ECC recently, the Euros of cricket. And you can see we've added a few names in the last week or so. So Gina Brescia have qualified from Italy. They're in Group A. The Zagreb Assassins, they've qualified from Croatia. That's because they had the superior performance in the Croatian series we just had. Also, Crosby from Isle of Man are now confirmed as Group F. So, yeah, Crosby will be the first ever team from Isle of Man to play. We've gone to 35 teams. Also, Ljubljana, who you saw playing in the ECS Croatia, they are the Slovenian representatives. As far as Malta, Gozo Zalmi, they won the ECS in February here, and that was the qualifier for the ECL 24. So the ECL is the Champions League of European cricket. It will be coming up from the 26th of February. We should have around about 6 weeks of cricket before that in season 2024. But yeah, in case you missed that, you can see that 35 nations will be doing battle. The other big news, I suppose, in that draw is because of the format, we only had 34 teams. So to make up the 35th team, the runners-up of last year were invited back, and that's Hornchurch. They're in Group B, and we're actually going to see an English derby there in Group B because their domestic champions last year were Wimbledon Cricket Club. So plenty to watch out for here on ECN. And believe it or not, we're only kind of 3.5 months away from that ECL getting going. It's going to come around pretty quickly. Start of a new over. Jaspal Singh, I think, bowled really well before, but he didn't have to deal with Basil George earlier on. Right now he's bowling to Adil Latif. Oh, this one's just helped to the leg side, but it kind of finds the gap, finds a bit of space. Ajmal does the fielding, but Latif kind of does his job, gets out the way. Back to the Boom Boom show. Basil has never scored a ton. Just saying. On the network, his high score, 84, he achieved against the English 11 in 2023, and pretty unlucky on that occasion not to go to the 3 figures. This one's missing leg stump. Jaspal deciding that he wants to kind of go in and try and cramp Basil for room, and it works that time. But if Basil can get the hands out in front, could be big trouble. This is dragged away to the leg side. I'll get one. So once again, Jaspal, I like him as a cricketer, and no matter what he's doing. Oh, a little shimmy there from Basil. Yeah. And then the nutmeg. Yeah. He's feeling it. Latif nicks away and he'll get 4. Not convincing, but effective as the Knights hope to make it 2 out of 2 against Sweet United. Goes the pull. A little bit of Happy Gilmore about that shot, but ends up going down to the rope. Julian mentioning, and yeah, rightly so, that last year one of the caterers at the Cardamom Oval had their car windscreen smashed by a 6. They were delivering a few things to the Purple Pepper stand. That's where he wants to be. That's a good ball. A little late swing there from Jaspal. Look, not a bad over at all. Just 6 come off it. 6 overs in. The Knights are 84 for 2. Jay Wild saying the ECL taking shape nicely. Yeah, for sure. And also, they're pretty excited about the ECCW. And that's something that we'd like to see grow as well in the Euros of women's cricket. Potentially, you might see that doubled in next year if we can get the right approvals. Of course, all these international events, they have to be sanctioned by the ICC. They've got a really good working relationship with the ICC, as you'd imagine, because of how much we've been able to assist in developing European cricket over the last 3 or 4 years. Basil George, 53, 4 overs to go. It's going to be as if Shah to bowl. Wow, gets it completely wrong, but what a shot by Basil. He's going to hit it anyway. Well, time to round the bases for Basil George. Maximo, in fact, that's a 7 up as he hits that head high fully out of the ground. This is quite an amazing shot. Most batters would be thinking safety here, but Basil says, you know what? So I'm not in line with it. I'm going to swing the bat, and he's so quick with those hands. Horror start from Asif Shah. He's going to have to deal with Basil George, who's got a free hit now. Good comeback, though. And that's big credit in my book to Shah, who gets a wry smile from Basil George. And it's one thing to get it wrong. All bowlers get it wrong sometimes. Obviously, that first ball. First ball's the over as well. Talked about that yesterday a fair bit during the internationals. First ball is probably your least accurate ball on balance of probability. So it went very wrong. But to come back and to be able to force a dot on the free hit, that's a very, very good effort. Uh-oh, that's going to be another no ball. And Basil doesn't want the run, and I know why. Because he says, if I'm going to receive it, I want to be able to hit it. This one is another loose one. You can just see that's well over his waist. So, another free hit. Second and final warning then for Asif Shah. Can lightning strike twice? Oh, that's a really good piece of bowling. It'll just be one. I think the key with Asif Shah is to tell him it's a free hit. He's gone. Shocker, good delivery, and very good deliveries, actually, the two that he has got in the block hole. All right, time for Latif. What's his approach here? He wants to swing. There's the helicopter, but can't get it off the ground. Kind of feel they've got a bit of momentum back briefly, but you still got George there and motoring. Latif, he hasn't really launched yet, has he? 6 off 6. Now, it's been his zone so far, Latif, in this quarter of the field. He kind of plays for this one a bit more deliberately played, I think. See there, he's looking for it outside half of the bat for more. Asif Shah probably feels like this over's taken eternity. Look, if he's going to bowl that line, if that's the idea, I think probably to Latif, at least you're looking at having that deep third bat, because he's looking for that shot, isn't he? I think they're going to make that change now. They bring the mid-wicket up into the circle. But it needs Shah to come to the party and keep it outside the off-stump. Latif may try to horn across the line now. There's no deep mid-wicket. But again, Shah just can't get it right. You see he kicks the ground in frustration. Just hasn't got it right. Look, having said that, you can understand this is the first morning of cricket in this series. You know, the thing about cricket in Malta, they do kind of play all year round to an extent. But you're always a little bit different when you're playing in the European Cricket Series. Oh, wow. Kind of loses his balance here, and he might have been in trouble. Might have been in. No bat, but no worries. And what's happened there? Wow. I have no idea what's happened. So, was it not backed up? I was too busy trying to work out whether he would have been out or not. So it's going to be 5. Well, let's have a look here. Oh no, they've made a complete meal of this. I didn't even realise. Too busy focused on what happened in the middle. So, yeah, I guess that'll be 5. It'll be 1 and 4 overthrows. Wow. Well, I mean, it's got to be 5 if it's been hit, right? It's been given 4 originally. Anyway, well, we're all over the place now. As this next one is going to be lifted up and out the ground. That's quite an amazing shot. Yeah, it has been given 5 now. And +6. Oh, should have only been 1 overthrow, really. Instead, Basil George gets the strike back. Latif has got 5 for no reason at all. Hasn't happened here for Sweet United. Has 109 for 2. Well, shooting themselves in the foot. They'll have no toes left. Sweet United. It took so long for that ball to get to the boundary. I was startled by the cheer. Got to admit, I was already kind of fascinated with the fact that Latif had dropped his bat. It's got to be the only 5 ever where someone's been batless. It's breaking new ground all the time. All right, here's the 8th over. And that's a pretty good shot. Latif probably just needs a bit more time at the crease, if I'm honest. I mean, he looks like a good hitter to me. That's a better shot. Saw him a little bit for the Southern Crusaders earlier this year. He's already exceeded his highest score in that series. In swinger and going, gone. Maximo. Basil George booms his way into the 70s. Now Jaspal's been pretty good, but this time it's just too full. Even with the swing, you get a great look at it there. Even with the swing, full toss. Basil's in. He's going. Palindromic, 72 off 27 now. Oh, dropped. Tough one. It was whacked. And they think of two. They're going to take it on. At the keeper's end, good throw. Might have been a chance, but it's not that close to the stumps after all. That's Azim Shah. He's already copped a little bit, hasn't he? Now he cops this one in the fingers. It's tough, but it will have to go down as a chance. Basil George gets dropped on 72 now. Well bowled from Jaspal. And they'll throw in, but they'll get there. Well, this time, the fielders don't have to do the backing up because Latif effectively does by getting in the way. Nick saying, yeah, if you can score a 5 without a bat, you're doing well. I agree. Just seemed to kind of lose his balance when the shot was played and lost his bat. I think he was in on the single. I think he just got the foot over the line, but more than he bargained for. All right, this is in the air. Catching opportunity. Well, almost spoil each other. It will be taken in the end. That's Umar Khan that takes the catch. He had some company. But yeah, this is the kind of shot that I think the field change forces from Latif. The mid-wicket had come up. But yeah, maybe still could have gone in that area to deep third or kind of behind point. He's disappointed with the shot selection, but still, he's been pretty handy. Gets the benefit of 4 that weren't really earned, but still, I'll go for 16 off 9. Again, trying to drag that ball to the leg side isn't easy from just outside the just inside the tram line. Yeah, 16 off 10 with 2 4s and a 5 in there. Nias Mohammed gets a hit here. Ball to go in the 8th. He might as well swing away here. Earlier on, he made 3 off 7, just couldn't get going. Short and pulled away. Test the fielder. He'll do it. That'll allow 2, which is, oh no. Well, they really should have got 2 there because Basil would have had the strike. Maybe lost counter balls in the over. So it'll just be a long single. Nias will get the strike. 120 for 3. That's, again, we've seen some tactical missteps with the running. This one probably won't be as costly as a couple that cost Sweet United in the last over of the first game this morning. But yeah, Basil really should have got 2 there. Would have had the strike, especially because, look, he's on 75. If he wants that first ever ECN 100, he's not going to do it from the non-striker's end. Regards also to Sarah Dawson. I know we already said hello to Julian, but say hello to Sarah, please, as well, if she's watching or even if she's not. Umar took that catch to get Latif. Now gets the bowl in the 9th. And as we know, it all happens in the 9th. We'll start with an outswinger. Just called a wide. Umar has come a long way since we saw him deliver 8 wides in his first ever ECN performance. That was maybe a harsh one. It's hard to pick exactly when it passes the crease, but umpires have been pretty tight in the marginal one so far this morning. Ooh, it's pretty close, you know. Maybe just climbing over the top. Maybe a bit of bat on there. No signal from Tim Wheeler. But come in, but hits him above the roll. I actually think that's probably going over, even if he doesn't hit it. Good decision by Tim. As for the phantom inside edge, I'll take his word for it. He's a lot closer than we are. Basil reaches and gets a bit of bat in this. Not that much. Got to say, team's been pretty good with time today. See, it's got 6 minutes left on the clock. Just got to finish that 9th over before the clock runs out. I mean, yeah, 140. You see that chased? Pretty nice conditions. The field's just going to dry out more and more as well. It starts with a bit of moisture in it because of how much water they have to pump into it here in Malta because of the climate to keep it looking the way it does. There's an indiscriminate hack from George. Maybe a bit of a tired shot that time, really, rather than keeping his shape. And there's a big gap straight down the ground. I think if he had time again, that might have been the place to try and put it. Over and a half to go. Basil, again, it's sometimes been a bit of a blind spot for him. Doesn't want the leg by, wants to be on strike. You can understand that at this stage, I think. The run rate earlier this year in that series was 9.5, but I've got to say that there was a bit of time lost to rain. There was some kind of rescheduling that happened. I feel like it's a bit higher than that here. I feel it's 110-ish. 110 to 120 par. Again, it depends on the team that's playing, I suppose. Oh, Basil spoiled a wide there. In fact, I don't know if the keeper's getting that, to be honest, the way it was swing down leg side. I'm just trying to look up the biggest chase pulled off. We saw a few above 100. We saw 107 chased. We even saw a couple of big ones. Remember the Blasters pulled off a couple of big chases, 127 and 133. Well, Basil's back. A couple of misses, but then hits the last ball of the ninth out of the ground. Maximo. This time, rather than trying to hit to mid-wicket, he backs away and goes a little bit inside out. So, yeah, was able to crack that one to finish the ninth, 128 for 3 after 9. Bowling options. What do you do here? Do you go back to Amir if you want spin, Bapari if you want pace? I don't think you're going back to Shah at this stage. He didn't really have his control. Yeah, the biggest chase, however, was on finals day, believe it or not, when we saw the Southern Crusaders chase down 141 to stay alive in the tournament, go through the final, in fact. So that was the biggest chase. We have seen it done. Now, liking this from Niaz Mohammed. He just says, all right, I'm happy enough with the one. Over to you, Basil. He's 81. Outside chance of 100, I suppose. His highest score, I think I mentioned, was 93. Against the England 11, which, don't forget, England 11, they won the European Championship. Well, he wants 2 here. He's going for it. I think they might as well. Good throw has him cooked, though. And he's going to be gone. But, yeah, I think strategically that was the play there. You got to think quick. So, Basil, he won't get his highest score on the network here, but he will make a sparkling 82. Again, I like the hustle here. But on this field, I mean, it's a fairly nice roll, isn't it, to Vidhu Krishnan. But Basil, he gets his moment here, doesn't he? 82 off 35, 8 big sixes, 6 fours, and perhaps 2 insurance claims. He's the 4th to fall, and it's 130 for 4. Good throw, though, as well, I've got to say, from Vidhu Krishnan. He's been busy. Sarah's popped into the chat. Hi, Sarah. She's saying, looking forward to seeing some of the Malta guys playing for their respective club teams, of course. Yeah, it's really nice. If you can make an ECC or an ECL to get up and personal with the players, you can see how much it means to them, how much they put into it. Down the leg side, this will be called a wide. This is going to be one. Telecedar, and he'll be happy to get a run, I think. He's got a 6-ball Derek. They have heard that Derek's arrived, by the way. But everyone scored so far. Disappointment for all of the Derek fans out there. Derek often does get stopped at security. Travelled with him a fair bit. Got to run hard. And so, yeah, 2's on here. Good throw again. Might have him in trouble, but they will get it this time. It took a bit of time to get in. Yeah, because you know how you can't have things that are above 10,000 US dollars, and a golden Derek is worth more than that. So he's always got to answer a few questions. Let's see the diamonds as well. Also, a few questions under the Exotic Pets Act. He's not a pet though. He's his own duck. Bowled, and it's going to be one more wicket for Bapari, who's been pretty good here. He has 2 for 16 on his entry to the tournament. 134 for 5, so fighting back towards the end. Like I said, we have seen chases of this magnitude on this ground. Well bowled though, full and straight, and through the gate. 134 for 5 with the ball remaining. Then Babu will get one ball here. Let's see what he can do with it. He'll be running no matter what. Fauzia Sati is watching from Bangladesh. Hello, and hello to all of our Bangladeshi viewers. Always great to have your company. All right, last ball, seatbelts on. Oh, what a shot from Babu. Is he going to clear the fielder? He will. And I think that's gone for 6. Well, we'll have a look at it. But it's the first real misjudgment for Vidhu Krishna, who had a bit more room to work with. And that is going to be, no, it's 4. So that just shows you, probably should have been out. Vidhu's shown he's a good fielder. So it'll be 138 for 5 off the 10 overs. Yeah, that's a little bit of a blunder to finish the innings. And certainly there were a few of them. Christian did well for the most part, but it's an above par total that they're defending this time. Sweet United, well, they could chase 101. Now they're going to chase 139, but we know that they've got some power in their batting lineup. I wonder if they're tempted to open with Anil Kadir. Well, he opened himself because he hit the ball better than anyone, even though we didn't see him that much in the first innings. Going back to this game, though, Basil George and Samuel Stanislas once again. Important start for them, as they were able to put 61 on in pretty quick time. I mean, it was actually working okay with the spin the first couple of overs. They got away with it, but they broke out in the third. Then there was this unbelievable run of boundaries. I mean, that was pretty, as a picture from Samuel Stanislas before he holed out. But don't forget, these 8 boundaries in a row just got things motoring, and this time it was a bit too much for Sweet United to peg back. Did like the work of Payas Bapari. He came on, had some immediate success, but Basil, he was in a mood, wasn't he? And he brought up his 50. He's normally playing with a smile on his face. He loves cricket, particularly loves this format. He can really express himself and be attacking. That was a pitch you probably wouldn't swing at in baseball, but Basil tried anyway and got that one over the rope. And so that one was a bizarre 5, a batless 5. Would you believe it? As they ended up going a little bit of body-on-body action there over the rope. And then towards the end, Jaspal Singh, he's been pretty good this morning. He was able to come up with that wicket as Umar took the catch, but Basil, he wasn't done yet, and he was climbing towards the century in the end. Just needed the strike back, had to take on this throw, which gunned him down for a really well-made 82 of 35 balls. And like I said, I like what I'm seeing from Bapari, a player we haven't really seen too much of. He was able to get it full and straight, looks a reliable option at the end. And this one cost them 4 at the end. And I certainly think the Knights will be happier of the two teams on their return to the European Cricket Series here for the Encore Series. They've made 138 for 5, 82 for Basil George off 35, including 8 big maximos. Like I said, we'll have some questions to answer, as he did send one flying into the car park that we think has collected 2 vehicles. 18 to Stanislas again, wastes a good start. Pair of 18s for him this morning. Latif with 16. Pretty disciplined as far as the wides went Just the 5 of them in the 10 overs and 2 no balls. 2 wickets for Bapari. Good to see him out there doing a good job. Umar Khan with 1, Jaspal Khan with 1. I think Jaspal, he's been the most reliable of the bowlers on the balance of things for Sweetie this morning. Kasim bowled a good first over, but the second one really got away from him. And Amir, they didn't go back to him after his first went to 11. They preferred a bit of seam at the death. So we'll take a break. Back in just a few minutes. Sweetie will be swinging it. 1:39 for them to split the series here. Really entertaining opening morning. Stay with us. Back soon with more European Cricket Series.
The European Cricket Series is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Bizaway.
Hello, cricket lovers, and welcome back to Malta. This is the opening morning of this 3-week series. It will have 17 days of action. It's also a blended ECI in the middle. Second weekend, we'll see the Cyprus men touring and also the Estonian women touring to take on the respective national sides of Malta. Right now, though, we've got a battle on our hands. Sweet United versus Edex Knights. And Sweet United, not unsurprisingly, they are behind in the game, behind by quite a lot. 88% favourites, the Knights, after putting a big score on the board. Having said that, I remember the Crusaders on finals day earlier this year were able to chase down 141. Sweet United, they certainly do pack a punch. Resisting the temptation to open himself, Anil Kadir batted well earlier today, so it's Amir opening up, and he will start with a boundary stroked away for 4. Yeah, so different look this time with the openers. Amir, we saw batting down at 5. He got a golden duck, was off a pretty good shot, to be honest. They went for Ajmal and Jaspal earlier. Ajmal was all right. I mean, he made 46, but obviously must have taken it out of him a little bit. And so they make the change. Amir, we have seen him opening a lot for Sweet United. I tend to think it's his natural place. Jace Matthew getting that outswing that he's known for, but picked and hit pretty well. Wow, that's a really good shot. That's even better. Maximo! I suppose the thing with Matthew is you kind of know what you're going to get. You're going to get balls that are nibbling away from you, and Amir's all over it like a rash. And have a look at that. He's got the authority of a man that doesn't want this to be a quick inning because he wants to be there a while and he wants to do some damage. So, Angelo Matthews timed out, apparently. We'll come back to that in a second. This is going to be another boundary, so cracking start from Amir. He's just the kind of guy that could pull this off if he bats for a long time, because he will score at a good rate. You know, he loves to whack it. Yeah, Imran Amir. Some start. I find this hard to believe, but his top score is just 50 on the network. Came up with that in 2021. And it's in 10 over cricket, of course. Looks like a guy that should have scored more of them, the way he can hit the ball. Yeah, so some people saying that, is that a first? Or is it having a timed out? Not sure of the circumstances. Maybe someone can enlighten me. So this is lifted up and away. Don't see this going to hand. Won't be a boundary though. Amir will get off strike, but with 15 to his name, over to Jaspal Singh. Yeah, so some people were saying it was clever tactics from Corey. It actually wasn't. It actually, he claimed it, but the clock had already run out. Always Ahmed from Spain was timed out. The only one we've ever had on the network, and even then it was a strange one. But someone tell me the Angelo Matthews backstory. Because obviously I can't watch right now. I'd be curious to find out. I don't want to be a wide. Swings too much from Matthew. Well, if you want to chase 139 here at Marsa, you need a good start. And this is a good start, isn't it? You're looking at that kind of 14 and over. Stay on the pace. And swing and a miss. So Jaspal, so he's kind of fighting the movement a bit more. He's a guy that does have a good cover drive. That's the shot you should be looking for here, either on the ground or in the air. But I think they put a fielder back at deep cover, so he's kind of looking elsewhere. I still try and play the correct shot. He kind of does here. Takes on the fielder who fumbles. End of the first. So at United, 17 without loss. Well, golden ball counter. We went so close this morning and actually last night. It's only got to be around the corner. 5 golden balls in Malta to start this year. It was quite incredible. Nish is the golden ball man. As soon as I left Italy, well, I actually hadn't left Italy to go to the ECC. It was a Saturday evening. I was on the plane. Nish did the last game. And it did turn out to be a golden ball. Latif gets the second over. Latif. Outswinger first up. Hit hard at the fielder, so don't try and run. Yeah, I'm still pretty curious about the timed out. Okay. Kareem said he was messing about with his helmet and Bangladeshi's appealed and it was given out. Well, fair enough. That's what the rule's there for. Right in the air. And this should be caught. Just Matthew goes back and holds it over his head. So it just doesn't click for Jaspal, does it, in his brief innings here in match 2. It'll be the first to fall, 17 for 1 and a wicket for Latif. He wasn't in position. He was very front on there, kind of lost his left side. And just did well to judge the drop zone there. And so, I'm just reading up on that. Yeah, Frankie Spiteri. Nice to see you, Frankie. Hopefully you're well. Hopefully I'll see you soon if you're in the country here in Malta. And so, yeah, if you're not ready, then, you know, this is why I actually think timed out should be 5 penalty runs. You know, I think out is such a big penalty to pay. Timed out, the spirit of the rule, what the idea was, it's for if you're not at the ground, right? So I'll give you a classic case. 4 batters were timed out once in a Perth local game when they went to get drinks when they were chasing 30-odd. And then there was a big collapse and 4 of them were timed out because they literally weren't there. So I prefer 5 penalty runs. And then you can actually enforce it without as much controversy, I think. Yeah, so I guess, yeah, if you're not ready, okay, the strap's broken. Well, he should have known that before he went out there, right? Push and run. Tight one, but pretty well judged. I think he gets home in the end, even if they hit the stumps. Yeah, I remember if I was batting, I would put on all my kit. Even if I then wanted to take my helmet off when I was getting ready or my gloves off, I would at least kind of put it on and get the feel of it so I know it's all ready to go. So as a professional cricketer, that's something you should do. You know, you should be ready to face. And if you're not ready to face, even if that's because your equipment is faulty or something, look, it does then also beg the question. I'll give you an example, which wouldn't feel right. As this is hit down the ground, this will be 6. Maximo Amir. Once he's gotten the strike back, he knows what to do with it. He's looking in devastating touch. Even when he got out for a golden duck, it was still a pretty hard hit ball. Stanislaus caught him out earlier. So I was going to say, sometimes it's comical, like if the batter forgets his protector, abdominal protector, aka his box, or let's say he comes out with 2 right batting gloves. You know, everyone seems to have a laugh and no one's thinking about timing him out normally. Well, that one's not a good ball. Great keeping. I've got to say I've been impressed with Ajay John behind the stumps this morning. Well, Helix wants a signed hand warmer. No chance. Actually, you know, I can probably say this. The hand warmer company actually approached me to know if I wanted to be an ambassador for them. And I haven't gotten back to them because I've been too busy. But I don't see why not. This is flicked away. And it's going to be a one-hand, one-bounce job. So, I know it's summer Southern Hemisphere, but if when I'm an ambassador, you probably get some sort of Maximo discount on them. So stay tuned. Maybe I need to bring out the Maximo model hand warmer in conjunction with this company, which I won't name as yet because we haven't quite finalised the details. What do you think? If you missed what we're talking about, I'll explain. All right, goes straight. Gets just enough to get over the infield. So not really time to get 4, and that's power play batting for you. Kazim gets his first 4. Latif ends his over. It's 31 for 1. And so 2 overs in. Early days in this group. It is a 2-group tournament. So how it works is you've got 6 teams in each group. These are the Group A sides. They'll play 10 matches, so you play each of your group opponents twice, so 5 opponents times 2 is 10 matches. The top 4 will go through the quarterfinals, but obviously they want to finish as high as possible because the higher you finish, the lower ranked opponent you'll get in the quarters. Second last day. So yeah, just to finish my discussion there about the hand warmers in Croatia, we had a couple of chilly mornings. I know there's a few more coming up. I did buy some rechargeable hand warmers for Corey and Rico as a bit of a present. I didn't get for Nish because, number one, Nish wasn't clear he was on the series at that stage, but also you don't need them here. But Corey and Rico will be doing Barcelona with me, and then, of course, I'll roll into the ECCW. And let's just say they changed my life. All the crew have now ordered them. Maybe I should have got that deal earlier. Okay, third overtime. Nitin Babu's going to bowl it. It's a straight drive that's 2 straight. That's actually really well played. But you know, the thing here with Tim Wheeler, the umpire, he doesn't know where to go. He actually realises he's probably safest if he just stays where he is, behind the stumps. He cracked the middle stump. No justice for Amir. But I suppose it probably only would have been 1 because there's a pretty straight long on in place. Nice shot. Oh, Amir looks on here, doesn't he? Really good shot selection. Leans on it. There's Andy House. Good to have Lunchy back with us. He's looking in very good shape as well. He loves Malta. I know that he went to a couple of his favourite haunts last night, but hasn't bothered his fielding ability. Ooh, Jeff Maguire. Interesting. Thinks that Grizzly should set up our own shot. Well, Jeff, thanks for the idea. Maybe we'll have to have a chat about that. Maybe if I catch you ECCW coming soon in December, and then maybe looking ahead to 2024. But yeah, the hand warmers. Helix says I should do it. Yeah, I think I should. Right. Only because I can see me wanting to buy more. I'm going to pack my body with them, I think. Perhaps that December, January period might be a good idea. Babu almost has a wicket. It's dropped. That's Chase Matthew there. Took a good one running backwards, but this one coming forwards. It actually carries pretty easily in the end, and he gets 2 hands to it, and Jice will be devastated this doesn't stick because Imran Amir has looked on. He gets a life here on 26. Yeah, Helix saying I could do it in country's colours. Well, actually, I already know they make kind of various colours. In the air, but this time, no chance for Matthew. And just a couple of balls left in the power play. That was timed, and Amir, despite the kind of blip and the error that he gets away with, he still looks so good here at the moment. He moves to 30 in just 11 balls. Yeah, look at the high elbow. He's got the swagger about him, Amir. When he's playing well, he's got that little, I don't know what you call it, like a little streak of arrogance in a way. Not in a nasty way, just, you know what I mean? Swagger. Last ball, a third. Dug in, pull shot. Probably doesn't go all the way on this lush outfield. It's just a single. And Amir will obtain the strike. That's probably not a bad trade-off. Pretty much keeping with the pace at the moment. They're 40 for 1 after 3. Yeah, so Jeff, we need to have a chat maybe about setting up some sort of merchandise shop for the fans. Not so much for me. Some of the fans would like to show their support for ECN. Helix saying we could make a suit out of them. That would be cool. Yeah, a suit of portable hand warmers. You probably need to have a few chargers handy. But I actually think that they'd be really handy for fielders. You probably couldn't have them in your pocket because they're a bit heavy compared to there's the kind of fabric ones, the kind of chemical ones which you can use for hand warmers, which you can probably take out there in the field. But for before, just warming your hands up before the game. I don't know what I used to keep in indoor cricket in Australia, especially when we had interstate games. That often I'd be playing in Melbourne in the middle of July, which would be 1 or 2 degrees, and we play in the morning, and keeping normally with a bare right hand, so I could throw. It was really challenging to keep the hands warm and get the hands warm in the first place. Used to wear ski gloves actually. Sukumaran gets a bowl here. A little bit short, turned away. This will be 4. No fine leg. It's a bit of a trend here in Malta, I've noticed. So they're backing their bowlers to bowl off stump. This wasn't. So a tough start for Sukumaran. Yeah. Crew, we'll get back to the timed out chat in a minute. And Grizzly also saying he loved the shirts he made for Maximo 11. Yeah, I did have a bit of an exhibition team that I played one tournament in Prague in the middle of the year, and Grizzly Bear very kindly, they provided the uniforms, which looked great. It looks a little bit like the Golden Star Bond uniforms, purple and gold colour scheme. It was a pretty fun tournament. I got to open the batting with Nabi a few times. Let's just say I'm glad I was wearing a helmet. There are a few balls flying pretty quickly. Yeah, Cream agrees with the penalty runs instead of timed out, because in this case the helmet strap's broken. What's he meant to do? Bat without a helmet, just so he isn't timed out? Then they bowl a bouncer and it hits him. Well, he has to bat with a helmet, doesn't he? So it's an interesting one. Yeah. So, I mean, if you want to be technical with the laws that it is at the moment, is if he doesn't have a helmet that works, and he probably can't wear it, he's probably timed out anyway. He can't bat without a helmet. That's now the rules. But, I mean, like I say, it's like, just like we penalise pretty strictly on bowlers and fielding sides for not bowling in time. You have to enforce penalties for them to be useful at all. This is pulled away. We'll just get a single. So, yeah, I think that is important. And so I just think it's actually a pretty easy solution to say, if you're not ready, then there's no appealing or anything. The umpires will just say, hey, 5 penalty runs. And that's it. And just, okay, it's not the end of the world. It's 5 runs. It's a bit like if you nick a 4, that's 4 runs. That's not really fair either. But it's not as devastating. I think it's just the right kind of punishment to fit the crime. Big swing here from Kazim. Hasn't hit his straps as yet. And so this is what I think would be a sensible solution. And take it out of the fielding team's hands. We never say when a fielding team is penalised for time, you don't go to the batters and say, hey, would you like us to penalise the fielding team? And then it creates kind of awkward vibe between the teams, as in, like, if you take the penalty, you're being a bad sport. So, yeah, I just think consistency. That's one thing. I know Andrew Leonard, who, by the way, congratulations to Nepal and Oman for reaching the T20 World Cup. And obviously, Andrew, pretty busy in Nepal recently for those qualifiers. 46 for 1 here. Sweet United after 4. Yeah, Lenny, who was with us as our special guest commentator for the ECS in Switzerland, he was saying that one of the things that he noticed in the European Cricket Series and European Cricket Network cricket in general is the way we keep teams to time works. It's such a simple one. It's a managed clock, so there are allowances, but they're done in the run. It's not like a team finishes 8 minutes behind and then they have to work out all these adjustments, and all these longer term penalties don't really work with keeping teams on time, such as, you know, fining people at the professional level. They've got too much money, I suppose. They don't really care. World Test Championship, I mean, points and these kinds of things, that they should matter, but you need to make every ball a little bit quicker rather than trying to make teams catch up after falling a long way behind, basically. So Jeff's saying, oh, okay, you can buy the Maximo shirts. Okay, I didn't know you could, but that's fine. Stick the link in the chat then. It's not quite an ECN shirt because it wasn't an ECN tournament. Obviously, with my responsibilities here, that's a little bit difficult, but I did enjoy that experience. Goes for this, hit high. Chance for Babu, back to the line. He stepped on the line at 6. Maximo. Nitin just didn't realise how close he was. And the thing is, he had some help there. Vishnu was right next to him for the handoff. And he probably had time to hand it off, didn't he? Knows that now. Nitin going right back. And that could be a big moment in this chase. See, look, he does take it. Had time to flick it away before he landed. And Vishnu, he doesn't say too much, but his body language says it all. Doesn't really want to get into Nitin, who's a very experienced player. He's been called a wide. I think it's probably fair. He does walk towards it, but I don't think he walked that early. This one is going to be more extras. Let's wait on the signal here. It'll be wides again. Again, I was just going to check. Where is he when the ball's bowled? Oh, it's close. But I think benefit of the doubt has to go to the batters on wides. You might argue he moved fractionally before the ball was bowled. That's why it's another judgment call. To be honest, I'm not a huge fan of the umpires having to make this judgment call. I'll just say, look, the line's the line. Bowl inside it or else. But, yeah, I don't understand. People have different thoughts on that. Again, Amir with a change of pace isn't hitting it quite as well. Kettle Rogue just trying to catch up on the chat. There's been a lot of discussion, which I think is fantastic, by the way. Stanislaus, by the way, is the man bowling here in the 5th. And this one would have been a wide, but he chases it. And Amir surely will be gone this time. He is. And he will be really kicking himself here. Number 1, he didn't have to hit it at all. It was going to be a big wide. Number 2, if he was going to hit it, he shouldn't have been trying to hit it where he tried, because he should have gone over cover. And he knows straight away he's made a tactical error there. So he looked on, didn't he? Once again, disappointment. He can't turn a start into something more. Imran Amir, he'll go for 36 and the score 56 for 2. Okay, last comment first that I'm seeing. Kettle Rogue saying, yeah, the other day both Indian players were batting in caps against spin. Yeah, so in the ICC rules now, that if you're playing pace bowling, you must wear a helmet. I honestly think you should just have to wear it all the time, even against spin. That way you don't have to make a judgment at all. And also, we've seen some quite nasty injuries to spin, such as deflecting the ball up into your face. That's why the keeper, look, keeper right now is wearing helmet up to the stump. Why do you think that is? Oh, that was a spicy one. Stanislaus, he's been in the firing line today, hasn't he? That's the second time he's worn one in the fingers off his bowling. He also took a stinger to get Imran Amir earlier. You can see he wasn't necessarily very willing to put the whole hand at that. Yeah, so it's just something I believe. This next one gets away from the keeper as well. Throws blindly. I mean, another wide. Where's this required run rate at? Okay, it's crept up to about 15s. And Kroom just qualifying. Yeah, it wasn't a tactic from Corey, although it's a tactic he did talk about using. That's why we thought maybe it was a tactic, but it wasn't really. He just took the credit for it. Another wide. Stanislaus really wants to keep away from Kadir here. And how good did Anil Kadir bat earlier? It was just a kind of a tactical blunder that saw him run out the last over, and well, we'll never know. But it might have been the difference between winning and losing. It was costly. But he's been on, he's been middling most things, and he'll start with a 6 here. Maximo, his first boundary. Again, he's been really good off a length, just throwing the hands. And look at those wrists go. Good batting. And so, I'm just going to try and catch up with this chat. We'll probably have time in a minute, but first we'll see another drive It's going to be fielded out there. They're going to hustle for 2. And good throw. It would have been out on a direct hit. Now they think about a third, but it's not quite there. So end of the 5th over, 68 for 2 after 5. So with the drinks break, we'll get a chance to talk a little bit about the ECL. Of course, got all the groups there. A bit of discussion about Hornchurch. Let me go back to the chat, though, while we talk. And so Helix was asking originally, do they frisk Derek on the way through security? We haven't had a Derek, have we? Ever since he's been available. Jasper went for 1 in this one. Jeff saying it looks like a very good pitch. Yeah, it sure is. And I'm looking out. Because we talked about the timed out. Jeff saying 10 penalty runs. I think 5's about right, if I'm honest. 10's a bit stiff. But yeah, it's there for a reason, the rule. And so Jeff was saying apparently he got offered €80 for a Maximo 11 shirt, but he didn't sell it. Well, good on you, Jeff. I suppose you can always make more working for Grizzly Bear Sports. Jeff Maguire was talking about Hornchurch, of course. Grizzly Bear supply there, strips. And I was a guest of Hornchurch earlier in the year. In August, I went for their kind of charity weekend, their sponsors weekend. Jeremy and the crew were really hospitable to me. I hosted a few charity fundraising things for them and took part in an interesting kind of 8-over fun comp on the Sunday. We had quite a few hundred people down there. And James just clarifying. Okay, so Angelo Matthews was there ready to take strike when he realised about his helmets, then called for a new helmet. Again, it's a penalty that's too harsh for me, but I do like the idea of it that you should be ready. Like I said, I'd always put my helmet on and make sure it's fine, and so that I'm not wasting any time when I get out there. So I kind of agree that Matthews should have been penalised, or Sri Lanka should be penalised, but the wicket is a big penalty. And the other thing is, at least the 5-run penalty is consistent, because wickets mean more or less depending on when it is in the game, right? So at the end, you don't really mind if it's a wicket. At the beginning, it's devastating. Oh, what a shot that is. Once again, Sukumaran, he's been too short on the first balls of his overs. That's our first bullseye. That's into the archery. Maximo. So, where are we at in this game? Pretty much keeping up with the rate. They were 68 off the first half. That means they need 71 off the second. So, this game is very much alive. And yeah, also just clarification on the timed out laws. It is 90 seconds, I think, on ECN, but it might actually be 60 or 75, depending on the venue. It can change. It's 2 minutes playing condition in the World Cup, or most ODIs or T20 international. Well, I think ODIs are 2 minutes. The laws of cricket, so unless there's an adjustment in the playing conditions, the laws say 3 minutes. I'll just keep timed out at 3 minutes for all cricket, but the playing conditions should say how long before you give up penalty runs. Penalty runs are pretty common in cricket now, right? They weren't actually a thing until I think the 2000 revision. So it used to be, for example, if the ball hit the helmet, it'd go down as 5 byes, but then penalty runs were brought in for certain circumstances. Jeff saying he's trying to work it out. Obviously, Grizzly supply a fair bit of our equipment, but they don't do our kits yet. I think something that we'll have some more discussions about. All right, this is nicked away, and this is going to be 4. So you kind of need these 2 boundaries to keep up with the pace, and they get them here in the 6th over. Well, Santosh saying, well, apparently the bowler was Shakib, so he didn't need the helmet. That's true. But I mean, if you want a helmet, you should be able to wear one. So I think, yeah, it's a pretty unique situation. That's one of the things I love. I mean, I watch more cricket than anybody, but you'll still see situations come up you've never seen before. But I actually think, as a rule, helmets should be compulsory, no matter what the bowler. In the air, it's just going to carry. It does. Brilliant bit of fielding. Excellent work. And Kadir, who's been on today, he's going to have to go for 13. His luck's out. Sukumaran, from 0 to hero here. He has his first wicket on the European Cricket Network. And it's because of a sensational catch. Yeah, Nias Mohammed take a bow. In fact, he takes a roll in celebration. And Neil, well, he will be Captain Grumpy because he knows that first game made a bit of an error there. Of course, had the opportunity. It wasn't a bad shot, just kind of gave the fielder a chance. You can see he was anxious as soon as he hit it. But that's a great piece of fielding. And even I love the way he protected the ball. Made sure the ball didn't kind of make contact with the ground, had it tight in the hand and tried to break the ball with the other hand. Yes, Muhammad, brilliant catch. And yeah, might get in a bit of a slap on the wrist for the bat throw, but I certainly wouldn't like to be the one to break it to him to give him a warning on the code of conduct. We've all been there. Ajmal, well, he opened up earlier. Now he comes in at number 5. He's pretty much traded place with Amir. I mean, this would have been out if it had hit. It was slow off the mark. It was a great throw, off balance. Have a look here. He's just trotting, and then he realises, oh, better get my skates on. Bowler did well to block it. Sukumara, I mean, his figures aren't that bad. He's just bowled a couple of Gundy balls, to be honest. First and last, the first went very good. First of this wasn't very good. Other than that, I think he's been pretty useful. Well, tries to get funky. Doesn't get any boundary. Seems think maybe a bit of pad into the 6th over. Very good game here once again. It's 80 for 3 after 6. Yeah, so just final discussion on helmets. I'll give you an example. When you play baseball, and I played both at a reasonably high level, both cricket and baseball, you have to wear a helmet. It's not. Sometimes you have slower pitches in baseball. It doesn't matter. So I know there are issues in some parts about availability and all these things, but I just think it should be as standard as putting the pads on. Because the other thing is, speaking of speeding the game up, when batters are constantly trying to take their helmet on, take it off. I know, as someone that grew up not wearing a helmet and kind of lasted those generations, it is a bit uncomfortable, but you get used to it. And I just think in this day and age, it should be standard, and there shouldn't be exceptions, even for spinners. Just wear it. It's like saying you're driving a car and you think you probably won't drive fast enough to hurt yourself. Well, you never know. I mean, what's the harm of wearing it? In the air, and another good catch low down. Wow, Thulasina has been brilliant in the field today and really catches, making a big difference here. Ajmal goes this time. It's just a single from him. United falling behind here, 81 for 4. And so it's been a feature of the night's play, hasn't it? Disappointment for Ajmal. Yeah, but let us know your opinions. I mean, I always just think, what's the argument against wearing helmets all the time? One argument is, I understand in some parts of the world it's hard to find them. It's hard to find ones that fit. That's a challenge, for sure. But it's even more of a challenge when people get hurt. And if it means, obviously, people, and I guess when we're coming out of the pandemic years where it was, you can't really share equipment. That was a big thing for a while. And Kettle Rogue also saying he agrees it sets an example of the youngsters. Yeah, exactly. Probably not a great look when you got guys. In a way, it looks kind of nice and cool, traditional. You see like a Glenn Maxwell batting with the helmet, without the helmet, just the cap. Yeah, I get that. It's a bit nostalgic, but let's not forget that in the old days there were also some pretty horrendous injuries when people weren't wearing helmets. A little bit short, more catching practice. And, well, if he wasn't going to drop the one before, he's not going to drop this. This time it's Latif who takes the catch. He's taken Nias's place out there. Stanislaus with a wicket sweep, falling away on the chase once again. So, Sweet United, for a team that won 18 out of 18 before finals, that was earlier in the year. Looks like they're going to go 0 for 2 here on the first day. So, I mean, they're not so far behind. 15 and over. You've got Bilal Khan coming out. You've got Kasim there. He's 19 off 8. Oh, this one turns into a low full toss. Hit away. Just have to settle for one. So now, got Remison out there. Wickets just keep on going. Seam, the last man to go. This is more catching practice. Well, they're due to drop one, but they're not going to drop one yet. Wow, it's almost like when the coach says, look, catch 10 and we're out of here. As another attempted Maximo comes up short. Now Bilal, the next man to go for just a single, falling away quickly now. More work for Latif. And he's got plenty of company there. Knights, of course, we didn't see them pulling together for the ECS earlier in the year. Mentioned that they have some runners-up medals in the trophy cabinet, but they're wanting more, and they're playing like a team that wants more at the moment. And so, it'll be 83 for 6. Last ball of the 7th coming up. Again, don't have an adjusted start time now, but we'll be falling. Probably will stay 15 minutes behind, I'd imagine. We'll let you know start time of match 3. This is going to be whacked away. Well, the game's not done yet. It's not the best ball here. And Krishnan, who was almost a hero in the first game, he could be again here. Whacks his first ball for a Maximo. Well, wouldn't this be the ultimate redemption story? Not that he did a lot wrong, to be honest. I actually thought he was quite clever tactically. Hit a boundary in the last over, then held his crease to try and allow his captain to get down the other end. Well, that's going to be a no ball as well. And so, wow, that can change the face of the game as well. So, Stanislaus, by the way, he snuck in. He's got 4 for 32 with all these catches, but he won't get a 5 for. It's impossible because he's going to have to deliver a free hit last ball. All right. Oh, it's missed. There's a golden opportunity. And so it'll be the end of the 7th over, and the score is 90 for 6. Match 3 coming up, and like I said, it's listed to start in about 14 minutes time. Don't think that'll happen. I think we'll probably stay 15 minutes behind what you see down there. And I've got to say, overseas, nice to see a mixture of old faces and new faces there for them. Jörg Hershey, good to see him back to full fitness. He had some real health issues. Good to see him in great shape, by the way. Heinrich Gericke will lead the side. He's a guy who's captained Malta on a fair few occasions. Senthil Raj going to have the gloves for them. As well, we're going to have a wicket here to start the over. Josh Matthew comes back. Remison becomes a human backboard as it crashes off his pad and into the stumps. So a wicket to start the 8th as well. 90 for 7. It's going back to who they're playing though. Malta Day, a team that have had a fair bit of success in the European Cricket Series, and they're led by Michael Nazir in this series. Muthu Kumar handing over the reins. Good to see Sam Aquilina back for them. Malta Day winning the toss and batting in match 3. Archie Wilson, okay, he's in there. I've seen him playing for Gozo before. Cornelius Yunus and Michael Das and Nazir, for that matter, all good hitters of the ball. And they're batting pretty low there. So, yeah, curious to see how they go. I'm sure it'll be a good game coming up. It's the afternoon fixtures. Oh, big swing here. Bapari gets a hit and gets a little bit of bat on this. No fine leg, and they'll dribble into the rope despite the efforts of Ajay John, who's been full of beans this morning. So a bit of a fortunate one, but a boundary nonetheless, as this is just getting away from Sweet United. Again, the catching's been excellent from Malta Day. It's made a big difference. Azim Abasi, by the way, it's not Azim Sati that typically we have seen playing for Malta Day in the past. Yeah, so Archie Wilson we saw last time playing for Victoria Lions. Not in this series. Goes OCC Also not in this series. Bit of a shame. I know that a lot of people love Kozo. CC. It's hit pretty well, but fielder out there. So it'll just be a single. Kozo CC famous for making only 6 in their first ever game in the European Cricket Series, but then they actually got a win the next day. And by the way, 6 meaning they were 6 all out. And then the next day, they got their first win. And you know who that was against? Sweet United back in 2021. Up, and another catching opportunity, is it? It is. Oh, they've caught so well here. Vishnu Tulasidaran is going to take the catch. And now Krishnan, he can't be the hero, unfortunately. Really, it was becoming highly improbable anyway. He'll go for 6. A wicket for Just Matthew. A second wicket, actually. As Sweet United in real chance of getting bowled out here. 95 for 8 in the 8th. Yeah, once again, thanks for all the great discussions. Everyone's quite chatty here on a Monday. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo for the European Cricket Network. And I will have some help. I'll have Nish here tomorrow. But actually, from Wednesday, I do have a couple of weeks off. It's been a bit of a long stretch, so I'll be taking a bit of time off to visit some family and friends down under, actually. Catch up with my parents. Last ball of the 8th. Not particularly convincing from Umar Khan, but he might get 4. He does. So a couple of Frenchies, a couple of wickets for Just Matthew. End of the 8th over. It's 99 for 8. Good to see Zishan Khan in the chat as well. And I'll be away for the Gozo Zalmi opening games, but I'm sure they plan to be there at the business end of the tournament, and I will be back for that. Also, the internationals, men's and women's internationals, we get to see the Maltese national team in action. See how they started ahead. They had another kind of resurgence around the 5th. Just fell away as they've continued to lose wickets. Sweet United. There's Ishan in there. Of course, Dave B and Ishan met at the ECC. Nice to see you guys connecting. Well, this is cracked away. I mean, what a shot. This is from Bapari. He's showing he's more than a bowler here. This gets a bit of length, and it's quite remarkable how much he got on that. Maximo. Hey, look, he's getting a bowl here. Vishnu Tulasidaran. He's an excellent fielder. I mean, again, Vishnu, he's a player I haven't really seen too much of before today. Underwhelming start with the bat. He made a 6-ball duck, but he's been really, really important in the field. Now he should get an easy catch. If it wasn't caught, it's going to be run out because they're going to both end up at the same end. But Tulasidaran, well, he's not going to drop that. I might have to count out how many catches he has this morning. I know he picked up 2 in the first game. And now in this one, he has 4. So he's taken 6 catches. Fielding, so important. In fact, it's one of the most improved aspects, I think, of European cricket. Players and teams are realising they have to catch well. They have to be able to stop balls along the ground. Yeah, I'm just trying to catch up on the chat as well. Sarah saying 140 from Hornchurch. Is that what they're expecting? Maybe even more, I think. 140 might be confirmed already. There's another wicket. And so Tulasidaran's on a hat-trick. What a way to finish the game. If he's on a hat-trick, he's going to stay on a hat-trick. And I'll tell you why, because that is the last wicket. And Sweet United are bowled out. Maybe you could pull off a wraparound hat-trick if we see him bowling again in the next game. But it's going to be a golden Derek. And not sure if Derek will come out just yet because that's the end of the game, but pretty comprehensive stuff. And the final score here will be Knights 138, Sweetie United 106. And yeah, Tulasidaran, it just shows you that your day can turn around pretty quickly. All 10 wickets lost. Asif Shah, the last man to go. So just quickly before we go to the highlights, I want to say a big hello to Slovenian Cricket Association who are tuned in. Great to have you as well. I'll pass that on to Rico as well. Hello to Sarah as well in the chat. Coming up, and what I imagine would be In about 20 minutes, we'll be back with Day versus Overseas in the afternoon session. Day winning the toss and batting. Aji Wilson, former Victoria Lion and Gozo CC player, to open the batting. And Amar Sharma on the list for Day as well. So pretty experienced opening combination. Overseas, though, with a few new names in there. Looking forward to seeing what they can bring to the table. So join us for that one in 20. But right now, let's roll the videotape and let's just try and work out where it went wrong for Sweet United, because tell you what, Imran Amir, he looked on. And maybe the difference here is that Basil George got in and was able to stay and turn it into something more. Ended up with a score in the 80s, whereas Amir, again, he's a player who's promised a lot with the bat, but his top score is 50 on the network. He ends up in the 30s here. Didn't get a lot of help, to be fair, as well. But Imran, he had that swagger back. Like I said, he had his mojo, it looked like. And Sweet United, at the halfway point, they were pretty much where they needed to be. For the Knights, though, I mean, they consider themselves a pretty professional outfit. I know that Chase Matthew was disappointed, didn't grasp that chance moving forward, but they would have a few more opportunities. This was one that you thought might cost him, Nitin Babu. Well, he ended up as a statue, didn't he, there, as he did catch it but stepped on the ropes, wasn't completely aware. Imran, though, again, if you look back at that shot, he'll be really disappointed because he chased it wide, tried to hit it leg side, and it was an unnecessary dismissal. And despite Sweet United still swinging for the fences, Anil Kadir, he'd be important, but then, yeah, he was caught, and yeah, the bat didn't last too long in his hands when he left the field. It was a brilliant catch. It wasn't the only one, really. I think that the Knights just continued to create opportunities and take opportunities again. I think here in Malta, you find that if you can get through the top 3 or 4 with most teams, things will open up for you. That's just the nature of it with so many clubs for such a, what I suppose is a small country. That was a 7-up you thought might just change the narrative a bit, but it wasn't to be. Sweet United falling away pretty quickly. And everyone was getting in on the act. Just Matthew with a couple of wickets in the 9th. Was well held as well. It was up to Vishnu to finish us off. He would finish with 4 catches and a couple of wickets as well, as the 10th fell. And they were all out. In fact, that was the 9th they were all out in. So Jax Matthew bowled the 8th. Vishnu bowled the 9th. The 9th was unfinished. And these two teams are finished with 8. Well, there's the golden Derek. You waited all the way to the end of the highlights. But really, it's the Knights on their return to the European Cricket Series getting it done over a team that, don't forget, won 18 straight in the ECS earlier this year. 36 for Imran Amir in there. He top scored, but I mean, they would have loved a few more out of him. Kasim with 19, Kadir with 13. And look, we had to wait till the very end for a duck with all those ones in there. But you know, credit to the Knights. They held the catches. They had the runs on the board in the first place. I think big thanks to Basil George for the way he batted in the first innings. 4 for 32 Stanislaus, a bit expensive, but did pick up a hatful, didn't he? 2 for Thulasida at the end, also 2 earlier than that in the 8th from Jais Matthew. And everyone kind of contributing. Until Latif with a wicket, Sukumaran with a wicket. Babu's over was pretty tight, only went for 9. So we'll take a break, and we do have confirmation. It'll be a 12:45 start in Malta, which is 4:15 in India, 4:45 in Bangladesh. As you can see there on your screen, back in 15 minutes. Here, the afternoon session awaits Day and Overseas. Ready to go. A battle of the Blues here in the last game of the day. Last 2 games of the day. Vinny Sandu, Mr. Maximo here on opening day in Malta. We'll see you shortly for more European Cricket Series.
The European Cricket Series is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Bizaway.
2, 3, overseas!
We'll see Malta today taking on overseas. Overseas back in the tournament after we didn't see them in the earlier 2023 edition. Malta today, they've got a couple of pickups there. Kamar Sharma there with Aji Wilson. Azim Abbasi with his first ever ECN match. Should be good to see him. Michael Das, Yunus and Nazir. Bit of firepower there. Muthu Kumaran, former captain, stays on. Probably see him with the ball, I imagine, at some point. Sam Aquilina, very kind of experienced wicketkeeper. Srijay Patel as well. And he's listed down at 11. I'd be very surprised if he bats there because he is a pretty important batter. So I'm not so sure that's the order you'll see from today. Overseas though, Aaron Alton is in there. Gerald Sant comes back. Heinrich Gerrick will be an important player, I think, with the bat in particular. Also, he's a potential wicket-keeping option, but they've gone for Senthil Raj. Again, a former Gozo player. Looking at this, not too much in it, and I think that's about right. I think that these two have often provided us some real entertainment, so I'm looking forward to seeing what's in store here. There's Senthil Raj. We have seen playing for Gozo before. Overseas, one of the issues they've got is player availability. I know they've got quite a big player group, but with this being on a work day, it is tough. Also, I've got to say, Jörg Hershey, great to see him back and fully fit. Looks in best nick I've ever seen him, Jörg. Probably see him with the ball at some point in this 10 overs. So Malta Day batting first, and I like that. Good confident move. Nazir and Yunus are the openers. That doesn't look like Nazir. But I'll check on that for you. Michael Das is facing. There you go. That makes more sense to me. Now we're going to get a full toss, which I think is probably going to be high. In fact, yeah, it's going to be no ball +6. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's a roundabout waist height. I mean, they're told to be strict on those. So, yeah, over-pitched and smacked away. This is Mani Bakshi, who is going to get a free hit as well. Just to clarify, it is Michael Das out there that's opening. He'll put the free hit away as well. So this is a bit of a disaster for Bakshi first up. His first ball's gone for 14. So for overseas, trouble coming pretty quickly. Bakshi, welcome to the European Cricket Series. You got none for 14 off one ball. Now goes up and over the offside, and he wills it to go all the way, and it does. Maximo. And so this over's got magical in 2 balls. You can see Money Bakshi with the China. He'd probably like to dig a hole to China at the moment, the way this over's going. Just like that. This has gone to a 70-30 shot. Again, some good movement there. But it's going to be called a wide. So that's 21 off 2 balls. That's going to be another wide. He likes it, but I suppose maybe he's just happy that he's getting closer. Where are we at? 22 off 2. And I'm not talking overs, I'm talking balls. Still, it's early. We've seen that games can change. This is well handled by Hershey, so dot ball. No Bakshi. I think it was exactly where he wanted it. Yeah, Jörg. Great to see him out there. And better ball. I just hope Bakshi can just kind of settle in here now. It's hard to say when you're playing from 20 behind, but there's still a long time to go in this innings. Think about it this way. You can win a game by more than 20 runs, right? Well, essentially, overseas have given Malta a 21 head start. But it's not insurmountable with over 19 overs left in this game, potentially. Here's Cornelius Eunice, the left-hander. He's quite fun to watch as well. Loves to whack to the leg side. In particular, there's a deep mid-wicket out there waiting for it. Leaned away. Partially knocked down. I think they won't get a run here. So that will take us within reach of this, the end of this first over. Got to say, good to see Joydeep out there umpiring. So got Tim Wheeler and Yash Singh in charge of this one. So Eunice doesn't want to take this on. Hershey misfields the unmisfieldable, but we'll give him that. Hello to Babes. Hello to Carmen as well, his wife, who I'm sure is watching. Not really a first over to put up in the pool room for overseas in this tournament. Malta 24 without loss after 1. 41 days until the first ever Euros of women's cricket, something that we were proud to announce just before the ECC actually for men. So we're 41 days away, and 5 nations will be playing the first ever edition. But we are very hopeful it will expand to include more and more countries. That will be at the Carter Oval in Spain. I've been working on my Spanish in the background. It's getting there. We kind of missed the practice. My Maltese isn't particularly good. I suppose here they speak a lot of English, so can kind of get away with it. Anyway, here's Aaron Alton in the second over. Not that close, but will just be a leg by. The other on-field official, you see him on there on your screen. Let's have Tim back as well. Jeff was asking in the chat just before the break, when's the schedule set for next year? Still kind of being worked on. They normally hope that by the end of November we have the draft schedule in place, but it is subject to change. So something you know if you have been following ECN for a while. We have to be pretty flexible with our schedule. Things come up. Oh, that's just a slip, I think. Yeah, just the back foot. This isn't really an attempt to go at the non-striker, but look, you see lands on the kind of balls of his feet towards his toes and just slips so he doesn't release. Well, Carmen is watching, as I expected. Well, Carmen, what have you been feeding Jörg, or more correctly, what have you been not feeding him? He's lost something like 18 kilos. I don't mind saying that. I think most of them might have been transferred to me with another year on the tour on ECN. This is in the air, but it's going to fall safely. Kind of lucky he doesn't hit that harder, Das. Nice throw. Just a single. Alton settled in a bit more now. Yeah, some names I haven't seen too much of before. Ivan Stash is in there for overseas. Joe Anderson, Liam Stewart, Sheikh Vasim. Yunus just steps away from this and hits it towards leg side. Great fielding. It's belted back into play. That is Sheikh Vasim. Does really well. I probably want to have a look at this, but this looks absolutely fine to me. We see this attempted quite a lot, but fielder's not getting the palm on the ball. But he did very, very well to keep that inside and then knew it was someone else's problem. Adrian Craig and Liam Stewart, another couple. And we'll get to see. Cornelius misses out on one, and quick work by Michael Das sends him back. And that's probably smart. So just trying to count how many debutants we have in this team. I think we have 5. Yunus hits this but won't beat the field, so kind of just bring it back to a bit of normality. Guess we've got Craig on debut, Stash, Anderson, Stewart, and Bakshi all on debut as well. We've got a couple of players that we've seen for other clubs. Seen Sheikh Vasim play a few games for Gozo CC earlier this year. I reckon this is high-ish as well, because the thing with Yunus, he's about knee-high to a grasshopper. They say that's over, but I wouldn't mind having a look at this. Alton might get away with it. Let's have a look. Maybe I'm seeing things. Let's have a look. Maybe just dipping enough. Probably let that go because they've already made their position at the end of 2 overs. It's 28 without loss. Good to see Trip in the chat as well. Hopefully you're well. Yeah, just mentioning it's a pretty new look overseas CC side in the field at the moment. 6 teams there. You see the Group A teams. There are also 6 Group B teams that will take part over the next 3 weeks as well. The top 4 out of the 6 teams will make it through to the quarterfinals. There's a quarterfinal Thursday. That will be on the 23rd of November. The winners going through to the top 4 semi-finals and the final on Finals Friday before we take the show to Barcelona. All right, here's Jörg. Good to see him back. Jörg is crafty. Yeah, he has had some issues with his health, which he's telling me that it's going pretty well for him at the moment. Hopefully it stays that way. Really lovely guy, but he's so lovely. He gives a gift to Michael Das here. He just baseballs him out of the ground. Maximo! And Hershey goes large. Now it's going to be a 1-hopper. This is a power play over. Now, false shot from Yunus. He should be gone. This should be the first wicket. It is. So, Babes gets it done as Adrian Craig takes the catch, wearing that magnificent overseas big, wide, floppy. And we have our first wicket in match 3. It's 36 without loss. So This is going to be Srijay Patel. Imagine he was listed at 11 on the sheet. No way that's going to be the case. And so, yeah, well held by Adrian Craig. Again, it's never so easy as it looks on TV. Oh, this one comes back nicely. Yeah, Hershey's got a clever kind of array of deliveries. I kind of like this one. That kind of bites back. Looks like it's heading for a wide, but just look at it come back. Oh, it's really good fielding. So overseas, they're fighting back after a tough start. Remember, what were they, 22 off 2 balls? So in the last 2.5, they've only given up 14. It's much better. Quicker one, but I think goes a little bit too wide this time. Well held. I like the keeping so far from Senthil Raj. This is hit and it's dropped. Well, that was the one, wasn't it? He's actually fielded really well to this point, Alton, but that one, although it was hit reasonably firmly, it was a comfortable catching height. And Babes, well, he should have had a second, really. That'll be the end of the over, end of the power play. But today, 37 for 1. Just casting my eye on the chat, I can see that Trip's in there, and he's just mentioning that, unfortunately, he's had a loss in the family. So, Trip, you know, on behalf of ECN, all the best to you and your family, and obviously it must be a tremendously difficult time, but I'd just like to pass on our condolences, and once again thank you for your support. You're a very valued member of the community, as is Kitty and your whole family. Hello to Wayne in there as well, and also another Vinny Costo. All right, I think there's room for another Vinny. There's no problem with that, as far as what I'm thinking. Alton dropped a catch, but gets the ball back. Now it gets driven, and this is going to go miles over the boundary. Das is on here. Maximo. That one will bounce into the car park. Good to have a couple of the spectators back as well. It was a really good shot by Michael Das. Yeah. Well, Santosh. He said that maybe it was an alphabetical order list, and that's why he was listed down there, Srijay Patel. Okay, probably right. Doesn't have a run yet. Doesn't have to, because Das is dealing. 33 off 9 so far. Srijay will get an opportunity now, and his guy, yeah, I like him as well for my today. It's a real kind of game winner when he fires. 387 runs in ECN cricket. Alton loses this down leg side. It's the occasional one's kind of swinging out for him, and the odd one isn't. So, yeah, it's always tough to know which one's which. Srijay gets another chance. This time he will get off the mark. Jeez, he timed that really well. That's good fielding out there, though. It's Liam Stewart who makes the stop. Good timing, though, from Srijay. Good signs there. Overseas, I suppose sometimes they've had some issues with the bat, putting enough runs on the board. Again, with a new look team, not quite sure what we can expect from them in the second half. Oh, lovely timing again. This time it's Das, and he'll stick that one into the banner. Alton again, just getting a little bit too straight there. It's a tough guy to bowl to, though, Michael Das, because you know he is strong. If you give him any width outside off stump, he'll drive away, can drive you up and over the offside. But then if you get too straight, he'll just clip you away like that. So the 50's up now for Malta Day. Nice to see a bit more discussion in there. A bit of support for Tripp and the family. Now he goes straight. Is there a chance for the fielder here? Oh, well, shades of 2021 where we saw an acrobatic catch. It was Byrne on that occasion here. And this time it was Bakshi who almost had a play on this one. But in the end, it'll go for 4. Frustration for Alton. Last ball of the over coming up. Just clipped away, but no fielder. Where it lands. Bit more work out there for Stewart, and we'll get to the end of the 4th over, 55 for 1. Not the worst effort really from Alton. Just getting a little bit of movement. I suppose just the direction occasionally was a little bit off, and he's bowling to Dus, who has been on so far. Yeah, hello to Wayne as well in the chat. Hopefully you're well as well, and it must be getting a bit warmer in Australia at the moment, I'm guessing. Wayne's up in Queensland where it is sunny a fair bit of the time. Pretty sunny here in Malta. Right now, 25 degrees. We've hit our maximum temperature, but I've spent a lot of time looking at the rain radar over the last couple of weeks. Don't think it'll be an issue here, not the short term anyway. Expecting maximums in the 20s through the first week and a half that I can see. Hershey gets driven. Nice looking shot from Michael Das. Well, he's one guy, Michael Das, that when he's on, he kind of looks indestructible. And this is just one of those innings so far. .47 off 14 now. Now he goes aerial and he'll get the journey. Maximo! Oh, just no stopping this guy at the moment. That's what I mean. It is, as a bowler, you're kind of left scratching your head going, well, where can I bowl to this guy? I mean, Das is a guy we have seen playing for Gozo Zalmi previously, but he brings up his 50 here off 15 balls, and he might not be done yet. Now this is a bit off the pitch. Yeah, they're probably going to have a look at this one, because look at where this bounces. See here. I don't think there's any part of that on the pitch at all. So I got a feeling if they've spotted that, then, or maybe they haven't. So, well, not that it'll matter, because he's going to swing away anyway, and he's going to get another boundary. This time it's going to be 4 runs. So yeah, kind of dodged the free hit, but probably doesn't matter for Das. It doesn't, basically, in the end. This is trouble now on the cards. Oh yeah, I like that ball from Hershey. I'd like to see him do this a bit more. And now 3 fielders converge. He's going to come back for a pretty tight 2. They just make it. He runs very wide there. Actually, Srijay Patel. I think he was home regardless. Yeah, Malta Day didn't have the best time in the series earlier in the year. They finished just with 3 wins and 2 no results out of their 18 matches. It was a pretty long series earlier in the year. Too short from Hershey. And it's going to get smacked away. Maximo! Same thing with Hershey. But when he's gone all right so far, he's been dangerous. But I suppose you're going to expect this if he hasn't played a lot of cricket. He's going to maybe drag down a couple of balls and over. A couple will get away from him. Das is up to 65 now for 18 balls. He is really motoring. Now, last ball of the over. Well, that's a shot of a guy that wants to face, and he'll get that right, although they'll have a quick break. Drinks breaks at the moment just because of the The sunshine out there, it's cooking the players slowly. 79 for 1 but a day after 5. And while the players have a quick drink, why don't we have a look at the ECL groups. Now, I haven't done this today. I'm going to roll a dice. And it's an 8-sided dice, by the way, virtually. And it's saying Group 4. Okay, let's talk Group D. And D is for Dreux. Now, because of the format, last year's champions, they have to qualify through the group stage. So last year, because of the amount of teams, Pakake went straight through to the championship week. So Group D is interesting because they've been drawn with Byron and also with Paris University Club, or PUC. So 2 French clubs. The reason there's 2 French clubs, Dreux are European champions. So they qualify as European champions. And then PUC are the qualifiers from France this year. And then Empire CC from Finland, Ljubljana, that we just saw, the Slovenians involved in the last series. They play in the ECS Croatia. So Group D will take place over 3 days. And the other thing you might notice, if you haven't seen that before, is that the ECL this year has more teams, 35 up from 31 last year. But also, there's no off days. Look at when the groups start. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Group A. Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Group B. Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Group C. Then Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. Saturday, Sunday, Monday. Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Finishing on St. Patrick's Day with the Irish team there, by the way, in Group G. And then straight away, 18th, we're into the championship week. So no off days. It's 4 weeks of cricket straight. ECL 24 coming to your screens on February 26. And hopefully you can join us on the journey there. All right, so Ivan Stash is going to bowl over 6. Again, he's playing his first game. And right now, they're trying to stop the bleeding. Dust is just having a bit of a party here. And I suppose it's natural. I have a few nerves around. Dust is a guy that's not looking nervous at the moment. Popping back into the chat, out of the weather forecast. Let me see what the discussion is in there. I think someone mentioned Mehboob, or Lala, as he's known. I can check the squads, actually. You can actually check the squads. I can put the link in the chat as well. As Stash comes on to bowl the 6th over. First one, full toss, and gets the treatment. Would have been a wide down the leg side, but Dust moves to 70 and does it in pretty quick time. Yeah, shin high, and summarily dispatched. So yeah, Stash just love to get one in the right area and then hopefully can settle in and try and get that consistency there. The squads are subject to change, I should say, as well. Sometimes things come up. Yeah, it's not a bad ball, little rolling cutter, but it's hit away nicely. That's the thing about bowling to a guy who's already on 70 in next to no time at all. It's not going to be easy. That was a nice shot by Dance, just opening up the blade and opening up that point region. Now, same sort of delivery, and Dust has other ideas. It's flying out of here. Maximo! Michael Dust to 80. Like I said, he's always been the kind of player that you say, he's capable of an innings like this. And yeah, Dust, who we have seen playing for Gozo's Army in the past, but he's kind of shorter runs in that series early in the year. Right now, he ain't. Because this is going, and this is gone. Maximo! Dust to 86. Yeah, and the thing with Michael Dust, I mean, I find this hard to believe, but his highest score in 14 matches was 18 before this. But I remember, he's made some of the greatest 18s. In fact, I'm pretty sure that 18 was actually 3 sixes and out. Against the Blasters. Now hanging full toss. And it's just going to climb over the fielder. Maximo. It's an interesting one for height here as well. Again, we saw one of these. They let it go earlier. It's probably just okay, but just going on what we've seen so far. But it will take him into the 90s. Dash has gone for 26. Now slower ball, but just loses the handle on it a little bit. Well, I don't want to jinx the guy, but I know that we're all thinking the same thing here. Could this be the first century of this series? Of course, we had a fair few this year. Nice ball the over. Again, Michael showing he can count, but he might be run out here. Oh no, well. Again, Srijay Patel not interested. He was grounded to the crease. Dust saying, can't you read the scoreboard? I'm 92 out of 106. I don't really care if you get run out, Srijay. Oh, well. Yeah, this is a big blunder. I actually think that's on Srijay. Yeah, I know. It might have been trouble for Srijay, but you got to know that the guy's wanting the strike. You need to be backing up there. So Dust survives a close brush with dismissal. It'll be the end of the over. It's 106 for 1. Could have been and really should have been run out in 92, but the throw was too wide and Central Raj didn't have a play on it. Yeah, so we actually haven't had 100 since the 18th of October when Asa Tribe whacked 122 for Jersey against the Iron 11. That was in Championship week. So yeah, 36 centuries this season. Time for some spin. Yeah, don't mind this. Joe Anderson getting a bowl, though he loses the first one down leg side. Wearing the Clyde Palmer 99 jersey. Hello to Clyde. If he's watching, he probably is. Yeah, I suppose the issue for overseas, it does test that depth. Heinrich Gericke hasn't bowled. Maybe he's avoiding it for good reason. We'll have to chase these, though. Das on 92. The thing is with the good balls, he's hit a fair few of those for 4 or 6, and the bad ones, he certainly has. And he's striking at a furious rate. So Anderson, let's see if he can get it right. Got nice action for a leg spinner. Yeah, it hangs up too long, but mishit, rare mishit from Michael Das. Again, I think this one, because it's dropping, it's not an issue with the height. And I'll have a look at it, but you can see it's a leg spin. It's kind of as a signal at square leg saying, look, that's okay. It's going below the waist. Remember, if it's waist height or above, it's going to be a no ball. 3J, who I know what he was thinking last ball, last over, but he would have had some tough questions to answer had Michael Das been run out. Just saying, hey, let me know what side of the wicket coming. He says, as you can see, I'm going to be coming here. Well, that one was called, actually. All right, so now this one will be a free hit, and that's going to be a Maximo. 3J cashes it in. Yeah, well, I thought they might have let him get away with it, that previous one. But we've got 2 wides, no ball plus 1, 6 overseas. Finding it hard going here at the moment. Now Patel gets 1. Tell you what, if you're Dust here, you don't want to set your sights too high, but we did see 163, the highest individual score. Cracked at the ECC, but he's on that kind of pace. He's to really get going in the last bit, but I'm sure he just loved the 3 figures. In the air, and it's going to bounce just inside. I think that's 4, and they'll have a look at it. But for me, that takes Dust to 97. Let's try and break it down for you, thanks to Spring Productions. Yeah, just inside the boundary. So 97. Wow, Michael Das. Can he bring up the 3 figures here? Well, not just yet. He'll take 1. Again, what about the run out chance on 92? I mean, any sort of throw to the keeper Back to Patel. That's a good ball. Again, yeah, I like Anderson. I know it hasn't necessarily all gone his way, but I like the kind of work he puts on the ball. All right, here is Michael Das. Could we have our first century of ECS Malta on opening day? He's on 98. And he will do it. He'll do it with a Maximo. 6 runs and a century to Michael Das. His first 50 actually on ECN. It becomes his first 100. What a good innings that is. And he has smashed the ball to all corners, bringing up his century in 29 balls. And that's right up there with some of the fastest centuries that we've ever seen on ECN. It's probably in the top dozen or so. And look at all those blows in front of the wicket. 11 big Maximos in there. Congratulations to Michael. Well, his first game in the ECS for Mudda Day is one that he'll remember for a long, long time. It's also the end of the 7th over, 129 for 1. And yeah, good sportsmanship from Heinrich Gericke as well, the experienced skipper of overseas also. The guy who's captain Malta shakes hands with Michael and says, well batted. Sometimes you just got to tip your hat. Man, the thing is, he's still got 3 overs to play with here. He's had so much of the strike as well. Over to Heinrich. And now he rocks in, bowls the half track, and he gets whacked for 6. Maximo. Well, Heinrich is actually a pilot by trade, and his first ball takes off the bat, that is, of Srijay Patel. So yeah, overseas doesn't help when you have such a bad start. I mentioned they kind of gifted 20 runs before this innings had really gotten underway. Now, short again, hit into the gap, and this one will be 4. So, well, 6 and 4. Srijay saying, hey, all right, you got your 100 now, it's my time. That one pitches just inside. Bounces towards the archery. No one safe at the moment. Mudda Day. Hard to believe this is a team that only won 3 matches out of their 18 earlier in the year. But having said that, they're a team that have been around the mark, haven't they, last few years? Making the finals on a few occasions. Better ball from Gericke, but doesn't matter to Patel, who expertly just angles him away. It's into the practice nets for 4 more. Well, this is big, big trouble now overseas. Just haven't had the answers with the ball, have they? And yeah, I suppose, to be fair to Overseas Cricket Club, who are a pretty proud cricket club, but I mean, a lot of their players, they do work. This is a work day here in Malta. They might not have that flexibility to turn out. So obviously they've had to go to the back of the cupboard, I think, with some of the options, and more inexperienced options as well. Some of their inexperienced guys not really having too much time to find their feet. That's a pretty good ball from Gericke. Kind of lured Patel into the pool, but it's a bit too full to pull. But what a knock this is from Michael Das. He was playing for Gozo Zalmi. Would qualify for them for the ECL as well if they wanted to pick him, because he has played for them in 2023. The ECL players must have played for the club in the previous 12 months, except for 2, which are wildcard players that can be pretty much from anywhere. Now, this time, decides to pump the brakes out there. Liam Stewart wasn't confident he could get there on the full. That'll be the end of the over. So 144 for 1 after 8 already. This is the biggest score that we've seen by a team. Certainly the biggest by an individual. Let's have a look at that run rate. 180 pace at the moment. So Srijay will be on strike. 9th over coming up. Suppose it's a chance to throw the ball to somebody new and see if they can stop the bleeding. It's going to be Adrian Craig to bowl the 9th. Geez, Dust has batted well though. He's batted really well. His shot selection's been excellent. Now Srijay loves to pick the ball up, doesn't he? And he's going to put this one the other side of the border. Maximo! And let's have a look at it on the replay. Again, I mean, I like that from Craig. I suppose you're probably trying to draw the batter forward if you can at all. But I like that they've got some leg spin options. But really, this is a bit of a masterclass from Malta Day at the moment. In fact, they've brought up their 150 now, and there's still 11 balls left. Again, I like that length down the leg side, though, and the keeper a bit blinded, won't be able to handle it. That'll be 2 wides. Well, Kroom, as he likes to do, and he's a very generous man, Kroom, is gifted an ECN membership on the YouTube channel because of the century, and it's gone to Jeff Mobbs. Well, I'm sure Jeff will appreciate that, Kroom. We'll probably hear as much in a minute. Meanwhile, Das, well, he probably could have taken a wide here. He's not interested. He says, I'll have 6, please. Maximo. That was halfway up the fence. Again, players on length. Pitches outside leg stump, so he knows he can't really be LBW. He shouldn't be bowled. That one was heading towards the bow and arrows. Oh, well, hope they're in the mood to play a few shots overseas. Now we're going to get 6 more. Use his feet really well here. And that's going to end up by the cube. Maximo 6 more. This could be a really big score for Das, the way things are going at the moment. Wow. Word's not really doing this innings justice. He stays with it around the wicket. There's a better ball this time, I suppose. And it'll just be a single. But Das is up to 117. Wow, this is a top edge, but the keeper's got no idea where it is, but he'll catch it. That's actually really well done by the keeper, Senthil Raj. And you might be wondering what he was doing, what he was looking so confused about. But when you're up to the stumps and there's a top edge like this, you really don't know where it is. You see here, he's blinded also by the batter. So he knows it's up there somewhere and eventually finds it just in time. So I suppose in amongst the carnage, congratulations to Adrian Craig. He has his first wicket on ECN. And I actually think he's bowled a pretty good over. Obviously, anyone that's bowling now, they've run into a guy who's just absolutely horning them everywhere. But Srijay Patel is the man that will have to go. For a pretty well put together 30 off 15. 3 big 6s of his own in that knock. 165 for 2. Last ball, the over coming up. Nazir. Well, it's clever batting, and it's going to be 4. Look, you know, here's the thing with Craig. I actually think he bowled all right, but this angle is not going to work for him because you see that the batters kind of know what to expect. As it's 169 for 2 after 9. You'd like to see him over the wicket. Of course, every time we come here, we are happy to see so many of the local feline friends. In fact, there's a couple here that have a little house in the car park, and they're kind of part of the furniture here. So that's a little ginger one earlier. I think that's another one. Okay, Garricky. He bites the bullet and says, right, I'll have this 10th over. So, Das, 117. Wow, would you believe it? He might be gone here. Oh, he'll be dropped. Oh, and that's frustration. And if I'm not mistaken, that's the big G down there, Gerald Sant. Okay, was looking into the sun. I suppose if you're going to drop a guy on 117, at least you can do it in the 10th over where he shouldn't hurt you too much more. 170, the perfect checkout now for Mudday as Nazir takes the reins. And he's just happy to stroke a one, why not, with Das at the other end. Well, I'm not so sure about how Michael Das ended up at Mudday. Maybe they made Gozo Zalmi an offer they couldn't refuse. But yeah, frustration for Gericke as well. He finally drew the false shot out of Das. He's now 100 more than his previous high score in ECN. Now we'll just lift this one up and over point. That'll be 4 more. The fielding's done by the batting team. Not done particularly well, mind you. But, well, this is a monster total, and it's a monster innings from Michael Das. As you can see, too many cooks here. Gets through everyone. You have to shape up, boys, because you'll be out there fielding in only 3 balls time. 175 now for Mudday. This is hit leg side. It will just be 1. So 123 for Michael Das. Will he get the strike back? Nazir, I mean, probably just looking to swing away here, aren't you? You get 1, that's fine as well. Don't give Das one more opportunity. Oh, but he misses. That's what he was trying to avoid. So it looks like it'll be a red inker and not out for Michael Das. Batting through this innings. Like I said, he's had the lion's share of the strike as well. All right. It'll be a push from Nazir. Is more his game. And I think they're just going to be happy with the 1. So, well, what a knock that was from Michael Das. And I'm sure we'll get a look at him coming back to his new teammates and getting a big round of applause. And why not? He was outstanding here in match 3. He finishes with 123 off 35 balls, 13 big sixes, 8 fours. We have seen some big innings here before. And his former teammate Lala hit 20 maximos in innings, but really that innings was something to behold. The shot selections, the ball striking, the timing. And he'll walk off with 123 to his name. Mudday with 177 for 2 off the 10 overs. And I'll sit back, relax and enjoy. That is unless you are an overseas supporter, because things went right off the rails before we'd even pulled out of the station. 22 off the first 2 balls, including a whole bunch of extras. Craig, though, was able to pull that one in, so he had a couple of good moments. Alton, though, couldn't hold on to that. So it's a mixture of good batting, but also a few opportunities given, I think, by overseas. Alton, again, he bowled well at times, but didn't really get that consistency. But Das, he just went full beast mode here, didn't he? And yeah, there was no stopping him, really. As he just went kind of blow after blow after blow. And overseas didn't really have the answers. Hershey, I mean, bowled some good deliveries. The more premier bowlers just struggled with their consistency, but then also they had a fair few bowlers that hadn't really bowled in any matches in the format before. So, you know, obviously it was a bit different for them to try and work out what their tactics would be. And they're also bowling someone that's just smashing the ball all over the ground. So that's what made it a bit tough. Obviously, it's a first point here. Each team will get 10 matches in the group stage. So it's not all doom and gloom for overseas, but he just ran into a guy having the game of his life here, Michael Das, with 100. Brought up 29 balls. And, you know, good sportsmanship as well exhibited by overseas. Srijay Patel, well, let's not forget, he was almost there at the wicket in a mix-up. He was there when a mix-up almost cost Michael Das his wicket on 92. In the end, Srijay would go, top-edging one from Craig. His first ECM wicket held by Senthil Raj behind the stumps. And then late in the piece, there was no real respite for overseas. Das finishing unbeaten on 123 and a huge total on the board, 177 for 2 off the 10 overs. Dominated by one man, 123 off 35 balls. 13 Maximos, 8 fours in there for Michael. Apart from that, Srijay Patel with 30 off 15. Nazir was there towards the end. Eunice never fired, really. But I think maybe looking at that, Eunice, I do kind of like him in the power play, but didn't really look on. I'd be considering throwing Srijay up into the opening spot. Although there's plenty of games to kind of tinker with that order. The bowling, well, as you'd imagine, it was tough viewing. Alton, like I said, he was okay, none for 21. Bowled early. Gericke with 23 off his 2. The only ones that were under 15 and over. There were a couple of wickets in there. Wickets for Jörg Hershey and also Adrian Craig. We'll take a break. We'll be back. An overseas mammoth task for them. 178 to pull off the victory. Having said that, we did see chasing the 180s not too long ago. We'll see if Gericke or something can spark a resurgence. After this, Vinny Sandhu, Mr. Maximo for ECN. Back soon with more European Cricket Series.
The European Cricket Series is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Bizaway.
Hello and welcome back. We're halfway through game 3 here in Malta. Beautiful sunny Monday. Start of the week and start of the series here. Our second ECS in Malta this year. We did start the European Cricket Series season here, although we had a night series leading into that in Gibraltar. Also, I was here for the Medina Cup and Valletta Cup T20 international competitions in July. So, bit of a mountain overseas have created for themselves. 177 in the first innings. And, well, they're given 1%. Let's see if it stays that way. Wow, the first one has to go down as a wide. I mean, I think you got to count it as a ball. I mean, first, let's just make sure Abbasi's all right. Oh, yeah, he steps on his toe. But I think you got to give that a wide because he's bowled it, right? Nobody really knows what to do. I don't know if we can see it one more time from that same angle, from the reverse angle, because it's not so much the pitch, it's his toe. He lands on the wrong part of his foot. I know he's looking down at the pitch, but he landed like a ballet dancer. And that's why he slips. It's going to be a wide in the end. But that was concerning. I mean, it's the first time we've seen Azim Abbasi in the European Cricket Series, and, well, we won't forget his first ball on the field, will we? Heinrich probably doesn't know what to make of it. But I'm telling you, it wasn't the pitch. He basically went down on the point of his shoe. And there's not anyone there's no moisture at all. I mean, it's not pleasant, right, to fall over. But I don't know if it's the shoes he's wearing or, yeah. Well, that's one less that overseas need to get anyway. Garricky. Yeah, I'll take the run, I guess. I'm nervous now, this ball. Yeah, it's a nice shot. That'll be 4. And yeah, beautifully stroked away by Garricky. See the shot, but I'd also like to see maybe the reverse angle again, and we'll see. Maybe we can just slow down when he lands with that back foot, and you can see what I'm talking about. Just have a look at this foot coming down about now. See how he really only steps on his toe. So when he did that the first time, it really didn't give a lot of surface area touching the ground, and that's why I went over. That's got to be in the back of his mind now, Abbasi. He has a bit of a prance to the wicket. It's actually quite unusual. I don't know if we can see it again, maybe from either angle, but when he puts that foot down, his foot's almost vertical. And normally when your foot lands, you kind of got the whole base of the foot, you know, coming into, but see how it's very kind of like a pointed toe. That's why I used the ballet dancer kind of comparison. Anyway, we'll let him bowl now, and he might have a wicket because this is up in the air. Bermuda Triangle forms, and it falls perfectly in between 3. Now, it's good to be back here in Malta. And there's Archie Wilson, who was coming in off the boundary. Strange to see some players in different shirts. Archie Wilson's one of them. Maybe the tallest Mother Day player we've ever seen. Anderson gets a hit then. First one jumps a bit on him though. It was a good ball from Abbasi. He's just kind of settled in, found his confidence now with his footing. Yeah, a lot of people saying that it was nice to see overseas giving Michael Das a warm round of applause as well for his performance. And yeah, I couldn't agree more with that. Well, I think should be called a wide. Oh. That's a tough one. This should have been a wide. It's definitely not completely inside the line. Gets a fair piece of it. Maybe half-half. Overseas. Might have run over a couple of black cats on the way here. We spotted the kiddies before, didn't we? Oh, now. This is going to be a wide down leg side. It's been pretty to go over so far. Anderson, but love to get off the mark. It's better ball. Slightly false shot, but that'll probably run away for 4, and it does. So Anderson has his first runs in ECN cricket. Nice work. Right, they'll need plenty more overseas. So nice to see so many familiar faces here in Malta once again. 11 without loss, 170. Oh, we've got a score in the 170s here. Bit of trivia for you. The highest ever golden ball score was 167 in Cyprus. That was back in 2020. But we're due. And we know that Malta gave us 5 golden balls earlier in the season. And you'd hope we'd have a few more. It's also a 3-week competition, isn't it? I think I had a question about the age of Michael Das. Oh, I believe he's 34. What a knock that was in the first innings. Anyway, it's Pintu Ghosh to bowl over number 2. Player we also know pretty well. He's pretty much on the money first up, but Garricky, experienced player, just kind of goes with the angle and clips it away for 4. So I suppose any chance the overseas have, they need a Heinrich special, don't they? The manoeuvre. And so he's a player that's probably capable of doing it. Might have to turn the clock a bit, Heinrich, but yeah, watches are wide. It's fine. I mean, when you've got a massive problem, which you do when you're chasing 178, I've said this many, many times on the broadcast, break it down into pieces that are achievable. So, you know, 17 or 18 and over is achievable. It's not easy, but it is achievable. And see, you can string a few of those together, but just concentrate on the over at hand here. Want to be kind of mid-30s after this over. And they might be, but they might not be. Fielder back, and he's held it. Oh, what a good catch that is from Archie Wilson out there. They certainly had the right man for the job, didn't they? So Garricky, I thought off the stick, that might have travelled, but the praying mantis out there, Archie Wilson had other ideas. Held it really well. And unlike Nitin Babu this morning, he doesn't step back on the rope after completing the catch. So Heinrich, if he was an emoji right now, he'd be the eye roll emoji, I think, because he's going to have to go for just 9. A couple of boundaries in there. And he'll have to go at 16 for 1. Well done to Pintu Ghosh. He's been kind of on the money so far. Yeah, it's not a bad shot. It kind of reaches, gets a fair piece of it, but also I've got to say it's good field placing because we are in the power play. You're only allowed 2 outfielders, and Garricky just picks one out. Senthil Raj comes out. And again, he's a guy we have seen a fair bit of as well, but not in an overseas shirt. Typically for Gozo CC, but Gozo CC not part of the competition this time around. Cracking shot, that one. But picks out the man of the moment. Archie Wilson. Yes, Senthil Raj. Kind of a consistent performer. He's got an average of about 18, but a top score of 39. So he's a guy, you know, he's had a lot of responsibility in that Gozo team. Also does a tidy job behind the stumps. This one moves a little bit late from Ghosh and will be called a wide. And Tripp thinking already, it won't just be 170 games, it'll be 171 games without a golden ball. Speaking of that, since about mid-2021, mid-2022 I should say, I've got how many games since golden ball? Oh, that's a really good shot, cracking shot from Anderson. That'll give him a lot of confidence as well. Really nice batting shape. And you know what I like about this shot from Anderson? He's recognised you don't have to be crazy and slog everything. There's value for cricket shots out there. And that was brilliant. By far his best stroke so far. Gets 4. Yes, I've been tracking it since the 405 record Barron streak. How many matches since gold ball? Since then, 23, 26, 4, 70, 33, 117, 206. Then 127 was over the Christmas break. Broken in Malta earlier this year. Oh, yeah, that's a good shot as well. So Anderson's heating up here. I wonder if this is 4 or 6, to be honest. It's been signalled 4 on the field. I'm guessing they're right. It'll be okay for height. We'll just check it now. Where does this one bounce? Yeah, just inside. Yeah, the umpires, eagle-eyed as always. But still a good shot by Anderson. I was going to say, though, we had 5 golden balls in Malta, and they were spaced apart nicely. 33 games between them, then 25, 24, and 22. Mid-table, it's early days, but might a day. Certainly look like they're in the box seat to grab some points. Overseas will be searching. And we'll get the right of reply, though. Often people say things like, why don't you do 2 T10s, a 2-inning T10? Like, 20 overs, but broken into 2 innings of 10. And I'll tell you why, games like this. So at least overseas, the way things are going, it looks like they're going to go down by a big margin here. At least they'll clean the slate and have the right of reply. But imagine if they had to start like 100 runs behind. That'd be pretty boring. And just my thoughts. Still clinging on to that 1% though. Down leg side. No need to hit this one. Yeah, but we've had this year alone, we're now on our 6th streak of 100 plus without a golden ball. And they do happen around about 1 every 100 games, something like that. About 1 every 100 games, maybe 1 every 90 to 100 games. Senthil Raj, again, wasn't the right shot. That's the same ball that Anderson drove. Maybe he was even fuller, to be honest. So yeah, the golden ball's 1 in 100 shot. With about 1,600 games this year, you'd expect 16. I think we've had 12. Wants a run here, but it's not there. So now it's tough for overseas, but this is where, even though it's really early in the tournament, you already have to start thinking about reducing the margin of loss. Because they do have players and potentially available later in the series as well that can win you a lot of games. And for overseas, they are a team that we have seen make the final before. They made the final back in 2020. Right now it's hard work. That's what he wanted. A slightly higher full toss. And Raj will get this one away. His first boundary, 4 carreras. Yeah, so you want to make the 4 and then you've got a shot. I mean, everyone in the 4 will get a chance at the quarterfinals. That's 4 per group. But to get there, for example, if you're tied on points, you want that run rate to be looking after you. Well, that's a good shot. That's absolutely slammed by Raj. Well, that had some power. Maximo. And Abasi did come back, but he gets put back, doesn't he? Great shot. That was a really big blast from Senthil Raj. He will swing hard. We know he'll be attacking. Yeah, so also, talked a little while, and I'd like to see it come in. Maybe for the ECCW, maybe for next year, but the bonus point system where these kind of games could still have a bit more life in them. Oh, another full toss. This is hit even better. Maximo. Wow, the crack of the bat from Senthil Raj. He says, hey, this isn't a foregone conclusion yet. Back-to-back sixes. They'll need plenty more, but that's excellent ball striking. That'll be the end of the over, end of the power play. So 43 for 1 after 3. 11, 15 and 17 as overseas climb through the power play. But have a look at some of those huge overs. 5 magical overs in the first innings. Michael Duss was on fire. Yeah, so bonus point would be if you could restrict the opposition to less than 70% of your total. And it would also mean that teams that made sure that they got at least 70% of the opposition's total would at least take a point out of the game. So it'd be 3 points for a win, 1 point for a normal loss. But if you could basically steal the other team's point. And the total there, 70% of 177, it's basically 123.9. So if overseas could get 124 here, then they would at least walk away with a point out of the game. And I think that'd be a better way to split teams rather than to go to net run rate first. So imagine that here. If it was 124 target for a point, then overseas a bit more of a realistic shot at that. That's something that I'm hopeful will be brought in over the next few months. There's a few kind of technical things we need to do behind the scenes to incorporate that in our broadcast, and hopefully that's something we can do. Anyway, Anderson has to swipe at this across the line. And this is partly because of the field. They've quite cleverly put outfielders back at cover and kind of another cover, more like a point. There's long off, long on. But they've kept mid-wicket up. And that's trying to encourage Anderson to hit across the line and play a bit of a slog, which is a low percentage shot. But you can see there's a big gap there. This time he'll go backward point. He'll get 4. Well, this one kind of got a bit big on him, but it worked out nicely. So overseas get another 4 runs. The other thing I think about that bonus point situation, where essentially you're giving teams a point for loss that isn't a big loss, and also you're giving each team an extra point basically, and saying you can steal that point off the other. This is going to be a chase for Abassi. Does really well to get ahead of it and keep it to 1. Yeah, so it'd be 3 points for a win, 1 point for a loss. At the moment it's 2-0, so it'd go to 3-1. So 4 points on offer every game. But I just think it would give teams points that might not have won a game, but they've actually been competitive. I hate to see teams walking away with 0 points. We saw that with the Warriors recently in Croatia. He's bowled him. Gosh gets it full and straight, and Raj, nice cameo from him. But it was a high-risk, high-return game that he was playing. Pintu Ghosh gets it right. Sensil just gets it for 17. And overseas, 48 for 2. In Twilight, mentioning in the chat, there's been a lot of full tosses, but I mean, I think I'd rather err on the full side than the short side in general, especially on a pitch like this. It's not giving you a lot of help. And so that'll be the end of Senthil Raj. That will bring Adrian Craig to the crease. I'm going to say I was impressed with a couple of things that Adrian did in the first half of this game. Picked up a wicket, took a catch as well. And we're going to see him in the number 4 position. So I suppose this is also great for just getting a bit more batting into these guys. It might be important later on as well. Well, it could be trouble though. He might not be batting for long. He's gone for a golden duck. And so Ghosh gets 2 and 2, and he's on a hat-trick. Well, Adrian, he mentioned he did a couple of good things in the first innings, but he won't want to remember the second innings of this game. Again, doesn't really time it. It's there. He plays the right shot, but just kind of cramps him. And the catch was taken. So, Adrian, meet Derek, as he's going to be the third wicket to fall, 48 for 3. I mean, the catch here was made to look like it was difficult. It wasn't. Cornelius Eunice just trying to keep his feet and kind of losing the battle, but yeah, there's still a ball to go. I was scared that was going to be over, but no. We'll get to see Ghosh go for his hat-trick with the last ball of his spell. And it's going to be Liam Stewart to bowl. And yet here's the hat-tricks here in 2023. And I think we could get to 50 hat-tricks, We're at 42 at the moment. Actually, Ozturk, the last person to take one. That was in the Croatia series. So Stewart, if I'm not mistaken, is actually Stewart's first ball that he will face in ECN cricket. And it's a hat-trick ball. Pintu for the Hattie. Oh, nicely played by Stewart. No signs of nerves there. Confident push for 1. He'll retain the strike, and at the end of 4 overs, overseas a 49 for 3. in a way, they're so far behind that I think it might actually help these guys going out there to bat for the first time in an ECS, kind of give them a bit more of a grounding. I think no matter kind of what age you are, playing European Cricket Series for the first time, you'll probably have a few butterflies in the stomach. And so, I mean, the run rate at the moment, like 122 pace, it's not too bad. Those 3 wickets hurt, particularly I think Garricky going the way he did. He hit the ball pretty nicely, but Archie Wilson was able to pouch a good catch. So speaking of Archie, here he is now. Going to come on with the ball. He does have 10 wickets in his ECN career. Not a bad start, but also a good shot by Stewart. It looks like he's got a good technique just based on those 2 balls that I've seen. So I suppose, yeah, the challenge for batters is to adapt and kind of just extend those shots. You shouldn't necessarily be losing your shape or anything like that. Still got to make good decisions at the crease. This is upish, batting away from the fielder. 50's up, by the way, for overseas. So, I mean, like I say, they are going at what I think is a pretty good rate. I got a feeling the par here is about 110. Just saw some extraordinary hitting in the first innings from Mudder Day. Yeah, Twilight mentioning that Angelo Matthews was timed out today. Yeah, I was aware of that. Actually, pretty much that happened. Twilight. Oh. Ouch. Well, this will be an interesting one to see. And Stewart. I mean, I like the innovation here. We'll try and get this nice and slow and just see where it went wrong. Yeah, that's the issue. He kind of ramps it up into his own body and almost up into his grill. Ooh, it was almost the neck. But he looks tough enough to handle that one. Liam, face up again. Yeah, I was saying, it was an interesting situation with the Matthews where he said, oh, look, my helmet's broken. He said, well, I guess you're not ready then. See you later. Really good shot. Excellent shot. It'll be 4. It's into the gap, but I'm liking this. Again, that's a good shot. Hit the ball hard, but hit it correctly. Okay, maybe gets a bit of luck that it wasn't straight at the fielder because it might have been a catching opportunity. But yeah, I mean, overseas, certainly they've batted way better than they bowled, I think, in their opening encounter. Yeah, and so my opinion with timed out is you should keep timed out at 3 minutes as per the laws and just issue penalty runs if they're not there in the prescribed amount of time for limited overs game. So timed out's really designed for people not being at the ground or having some big issue. You got to note them down some way and they might not be injured. So that's kind of where I think timed out really the idea came from. Yorker dug out. This will be 1, and it's the end of the 5th over. The score is 56 for 3. Yeah, so I think timed out was included in the laws for the first time in 1980. So I wonder why they felt the need to do that then. So it's hard for me to work out the intention of the law, but I just think penalty runs would be an easy way to do it. Say, look, okay, you're too slow. You give up 5 runs for your team, but you can get it back. Once you give it out, you've got no way of getting it back. These are the events coming up, and yeah, pretty excited to finish the season with a mixture of Maltese matches and Spanish matches. So we have the ECS here. You can actually see that we have the blended ECI in the middle of this tournament. So actually, this tournament will go till Friday the 24th, but the second weekend, 18-19, will be the ECI weekend, a bit like it was in the January-February series. Then we'll be off to Barcelona. We'll actually start with a 3-way ECI. Now listen to these teams, Spain, Portugal and Romania in a 3-way series. And that'll be straight away after this series finishes. The very next day I'm on the plane, a bit like it was this time. I'll be on the plane to Barcelona and looking forward to 3 weeks there. Big Barcelona bash coming up, and we know that was kind of the start of the modern ECN bat-heavy, batters smashing it everywhere era in November last year at the Montjuic Stadium. We saw some crazy things happening over there, including a score of 229 in 10 overs from Badalona Shaheen, 403 runs in a match. And so the only tournament after that will be the ECCW, the first ever Euros of Women's Cricket, which is coming up from the 17th to the 22nd of December. And then we're pretty much into the Christmas break, but don't worry, there's only 3 weeks of no ECN cricket, and we'll be back. And the plan is, at least at this stage, that we'll be back the 15th of January, which will actually be the earliest we've ever been back. It'll also be the latest we've ever gone into December. But that's all just because of the demand for European cricket, and we are very touched by that. We love that so many people are enjoying what we're doing, and spread the word, tell your family, tell your friends about ECN. And I suppose we're still one of those organisations that, we don't have the resources of some of the big monoliths in world cricket, but we offer something a little bit different, and the only way that people really find out about us is through word of mouth and by experiencing it. So you tell people that you think might enjoy it to check it out, maybe have a party and have a watch party. And they still do watch parties. They were a thing a while ago. Anyway, here's Amar Sharma with the ball. Very experienced off spinner, but he will start with a wide. He's a guy we have seen playing for Malta a fair bit. Also, we've seen him playing for the Super Kings in the past. I think the last time we saw Amar was playing for the Bajiba Blasters. So he's a handy pickup for Mudda Day. Also can provide a bit with the bat. Does have a 50 this season. That was in the earlier ECS. Ping to the ECL and the ECC. We'll just get a single here. Yeah, and so, Kroom actually making a lot of sense in the chat, saying that after the first ball, it's funny, you could take as long as you like to do whatever in cricket. It seems that way, doesn't it? But actually, if you want to be technical, you can actually impose 5-run penalties already for time wasting, if you think it's time wasting. This is up in the air, and it will be a single in the end, fall safely. Amar's a pretty good off spinner. Also, I think earlier in this season he made headlines when he was doing some wicket keeping, and he threw away both gloves on the last ball of the game to try and take a catch and then dropped it, which is something I've never seen before nor since. Makes his way towards the ball here. Anderson still backs himself to go through with the shot, doesn't chicken out. I've liked him so far. I like his efforts at the top of the order. Both these guys, you can see they can bat. Sliced away, and this will be 4. And we'll get to the boundary. Asha Mohammed there, I think. We will not be able to pull off the chase. Yeah, so, I mean, I'd like to see this overseas batting line if they were chasing something a bit more modest. I mean, the issue was they couldn't get Das out. And that was partly because they delivered a bit of fruit, but also Das just batted really, really well. Full toss. Stewart muscles it over the boundary. Maximal! Well, the first of Liam Stewart's career in the way he's holding the bat. I don't think it'll be the last. As that will be the end of the over. So 71 for 3 after 6. I mean, it's quite a respectable batting effort, I've got to be honest. Kind of 118 pace. The issue is they're chasing a bunch here. So 4 overs to go in this one. Frankie Spiteri asking, what's with all the sand on the edge of the pitch? Yeah, I'm not so sure about that. Obviously, this pitch has been played on a lot. So they are the kind of regions that people are walking frequently. But that's why I think you should be running on the pitch, on a pitch as wide as this, an artificial pitch. I just think it saves the ground around. You can run on this pitch for 500 years, it probably wouldn't deteriorate. So I just think it's common sense. Yeah, so I was going to say you can be penalised 5 runs for time wasting. So I'd say it's kind of, it goes under that more than a dismissal. In fact, we had this exact debate, didn't we, when Awais Ahmed was given timed out in the ECC. So I just think, yeah, in ECN cricket, we penalise fielding teams for being slow with a 5-run penalty. It would make sense to do that if a batter was not ready in the allotted time. I don't think anyone's really argued against that, to be honest. Just some things just make sense. Also, some rules are fine until you see them actually tried to be implemented. and I've known this for a while. I said, when we eventually get it timed out, which we did actually, just ahead of the World Cup, you're going to see it doesn't really work. It doesn't really make sense. But we hadn't actually seen one yet. Oh, that's a pretty good strike as well. Oh, Stewart, hook, line and sinker. Maximo. Takes Archie back over his head. Good shot. I like what I'm seeing here from overseas with the bat, but they just need to try and find the answers. Yeah, hello to Graham in the chat. He's got a bit of the mail on Stewart that he potentially was going to go pro in South Africa, but chose to go into the gaming industry in Malta, which is a thriving industry here. It's actually the industry I came from before I was involved in cricket broadcasting. This is also hit very, very well. Going and gone. Well, Michael, he's done everything else this game. He thought he was going to catch an 80-metre catch, but even he couldn't make it. Maximo, another one. Good hands here. And yeah, I'm liking what I'm seeing from Stewart. I mean, potentially you could go Stewart at the top and bat Garricky at 3. Because these two are batting really well together. Keep Central Raj for kind of 4 or 5. Got some thinking to do, don't they? Now slower ball. He looks in control at the crease, doesn't he, Stewart? And they found one here. As we get to the end of the 7th over, the score 85 for 3. Yeah, speaking of those upcoming events, and I was also going to mention that we are starting potentially 15th of January, but that isn't locked in yet. That's just what we are expecting. That will start on 15th of January. But turning to what we'll see, last game of the day coming up, and this game will start at 2:45. So I actually don't think that start time's right. I think it'll start in 35 minutes. And so the news from the toss, today winning the toss and batting. Why not? Well, you've got a guy that just smacked 100. And so Sharma comes back to bowl his second. Nice looking shot. Turned around the corner, and now this is going to be 4 runs. So, I mean, yeah, overseas, I mean, to be honest, I bet they wished they could have won the toss and batted, because they've batted a lot better than they've bowled in this one. But having said that, I mean, if you get dust, maybe you can put a different kind of spin on the contest. Now this one, just be a single. This time it'll just be 1. So, yeah, kind of getting there. Now, it'll be just another 1. So this one kind of winding down, but I do like this partnership. I like it a lot. Now cracked away, and wow. It's going to get through everybody. Now, geez, looking for the ball. Guess what? It's behind you. Driven away nicely. And they should get one, they will. End of the 8th over, it's 99 for 3. And Kroom just putting in the chat, 3 things for batters to remember. Don't leave your crease till the ball's been bowled, yes. Or at least it looks like it's been bowled. Don't leave your crease till the ball is dead, yes. Make sure you're in the middle in the allotted amount of time. Yeah, and you're right, these are basic things. These are fundamentals. Callum asking, I wonder if they'll call him up for the internationals. Well, the other thing is, to play for the Maltese national team, you need to have lived here for 3 years or be a Maltese citizen. So I'm not sure if he fulfills those criteria. And start new over. And we'll start with 1. So just a couple to go on this one. But yeah, we're on track for that kind of 120 score, which I think is more than a respectable score. This one's hit away pretty well. But again, they'll just get a single. Good to see Muthu Kumaran getting a bowl. Now Muthu, last time when these two teams played, well, it probably wasn't last time, but it was one time. He provided us with one of the all-time great bloopers. He also took a hat-trick that same afternoon. So yeah, I remember that. How could I forget it? Now, hit leg side, and it'll just be a single. Yeah, Muthu is a really, really great character. Now this gets lifted up, but it'll only be a single. They'll have to hustle for it, but they'll get there fairly easily. Now helped along, but it might be out. And it's taken. Nice little catch down there. So, end of what I think was a pretty good innings. So the signs are there, aren't they, for overseas with the bat. But I think that their main issue is just sorting out their bowling, and they want to do that sooner rather than later. Stewart played a really bright 40 off 21. I really think, watching that and looking how technically sound he looked, and with some of the extension of those shots, I think he's got to open. Maybe put him and Anderson, maybe Garrick hit 3. Nice catch taken down there. Cornelius Eunice takes the second catch in the innings. But this game, I think that the result was decided a while ago. Ivan Stash will be the new batter. Last ball of the 9th. And Muthu Kumaran gets his first wicket of the series. Hopefully not his last. He'll only get the 1 in this one because he only gets the 1 over. It's 104 for 4 after 9. Yes, and Muthu also went a little bit viral for his performance about this time of the day as well, where we saw him drop probably the easiest catch you've ever seen, and then with both batters at the same end, he proceeded to miss the underarm throw at the stumps from about 2 metres. And that was the same day he took a hat-trick. And here's the thing, we posted both of those things, but no surprises. He only really got the attention for the blooper. Ain't that the truth? All right, Stash has 1. This will be Arshad Mohammed to finish us off. Yeah, so this is where, if you'd had that bonus point, this game probably would have stayed a bit more alive. Maybe one day. Lifted up, but it won't carry, so it'll just be a singles. I have gotten over the 100 at least, so there's something. Anderson hasn't had too much of the strike here. We actually saw somebody bat through the innings for just 16 balls the other day, which is pretty crazy. Nice shot. It's really good timing. That's going to go for 4. But you can see now it's Stash's turn to deliver. Really hit that well. So yeah, the batting not the issue at all for overseas. Their bowling, okay, I don't think their bowling was the worst either, to be honest, but they ran into dust in dangerous form. Let's see if they can do something about that in the last game of the day. Good keeping there from Sam Aquilina. Called it wide. But Sam's a very experienced cricketer here in Malta. Great to see him out there again. Malta Day, by the way, it's a big medical facility here, so a lot of the players have a connection to that through employment or some other means. Do very good work there. Again, great keeping from Sam, but he won't get the stumping. Hello to Callum in the chat as well. I'll look into that question for you. And this will just be a single. Yes, there's still one game to go. Of course, random questions, last game of the day. I'll have Nish with me here tomorrow to give me a hand, and then Corey will be here later in the week. This one has to be a wide. Sam likes it, but don't think there's an edge on that. It's one of those ones that Sam talks the bowler into it and then tries to talk the umpire into it. He's missed that by a long way. He said, hey, I haven't hit that. Anderson. Some pretty famous Jay Andersons have played the game. Lifted up leg side. Fielder goes back. Well, that would have been something from Cornelius. In the end, it'll be 4, but it would have been catch of the day, hands down. But it was body down, wasn't it, for Yunus, who tried to go a hat-trick of catches in the innings. It was basically a hand of hope as he fell backwards. He's saying, hey, look, I've got the sunglasses on, but what do you expect me to do? I like the effort, though. And at this stage, obviously, they're looking pretty good. Like I said, the bonus point was in play overseas where they need 6 off this ball to get a point out of the game. Here's the last ball. It'll be a miss. So, look, respectable effort from overseas with the bat, but they were just kind of blasted out of the game by Das, who scores more than the entire team of overseas. As the final score in match 3 is Malta Day 177, Overseas Cricket Club 118. So winning start for Malta Day, but I mean, the job's only half done. Will that be, reflective of what we're going to see in the next game? Because if they're overseas, they certainly have an opportunity, but they've got to get Michael Das quickly. I think he'll open again. There's no doubt about that. And they're going to have to play very well. Srijay Patel, well, he's been given a promotion to number 10 on the team sheet there, but I'm pretty sure we'll see him in the 3 position. That's coming up, and it starts in 20 minutes' time right here on the European Cricket Network. And well, Neil Berger comes in for overseas. Be reminding me that it might be time for a snack. Ethan Zverev, good to see him back in the side. David Millard is in as well. And we'll go back and we'll see the highlights of this one. And look, I think there was a lot of things to celebrate for overseas. Didn't have the run of the game early, though. We saw Garricky crack a couple of boundaries, but then he found the fielder. It was only 2 fielders out at this stage, of course. He was able to find Adji Wilson, who kept his feet inside the field to play. But that brought Senthil Raj to the crease. Anderson Raj put together a little bit of a partnership for the second wicket. They ended up putting on 32. Raj in particular was good on some low full tosses, but yeah, I think that we saw overseas able to put together a decent score. That probably wasn't the greatest shot from Raj, who finally lost the battle with the full delivery, getting castled for 17. And then Craig went first ball on ECN debut, so not really an ideal start for him. But then that brought Liam Stewart to the crease. And I've got to say, he really impressed me with his stroke play. 3 4s, 3 6s in there, batting with Anderson for quite a while, and they would end up putting a 55-run partnership together. And he kind of showed he had that extra gear. And Anderson, I think, batted pretty well. He bats 3 innings, 34 off 20. Doesn't actually hit a 6, it's 6 4s. But Stewart had that kind of extra degree of explosivity, I think. And I think with 10 matches in this series, overseas will probably tinker with their combination, try and work out what is going to work out the best for them. In the end, it was a spirited effort, but the margin of victory here is 59 runs. And so you're looking at the scorecard. They just didn't have that big innings, did they? Even though Liam Stewart, I think he impressed me a lot. Like I said, 40 off 21 for him. 34 not out for Joe Anderson up the top of the order. They lost Garricky early. Raj made a 17-run cameo. And 12 extras. Yeah, maybe a little bit higher for Malta Day, but not too bad. I suppose they had the runs to play with in the end, didn't they? 177 that they blasted in the first innings. 3 for 21, Pinto Ghosh amongst the wickets. Good to see him back. But for me, Kuramaran maybe underbowled, only getting the 1 over, 1 for 5. They did the job with the bat, didn't they? And to be honest, their bowling and their fielding unit was never really put under too much pressure. We'll take a break and we'll be back in around about 20 minutes. Random question time, maybe a food chat as well. So join us then for the exciting conclusion of opening day here in Malta. Vinny Sounder here, Mr. Maximo for ECN. I'll see you after this break with more European Cricket Series.
The European Cricket Series is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Bizaway.
Hello and welcome back. Great to have your company as we head into the last game of day one here in Malta. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo. And we are getting ready for the rematch. Malta versus overseas. News from the toss is that Malta won it. They've elected to bat. And I'm not so sure the order will look too much like that. I think we're going to see Michael Das at the top of the order. Who partners him? A bit of a mystery. Maybe you go straight to Srijay Patel. Oh, they might try Yunus again. Really hit the ball too well in that previous game. Overseas Cricket Club, though, they went to all corners of the Master Cricket Ground in the first half of match 3, but they did kind of get some respectability with the bat. Now, big inclusion for them, and already he's a favourite in the chat. Neil Berger, he's been christened Cheese by the viewers. Neil Cheese Berger, and Wayne, he said he's happy to donate for every run that he makes. So we'll see if he comes good on that. Today, after that first performance, big favourites. But I will say that out of that 177, 123 were made by Michael Das. And so it means that if he was to get out, maybe it kind of changes the balance, especially with overseas showing a bit with the bat. So looks like Aaron Alton is going to bowl the first ball here. Last game of the day live from Malta. Random question time, so yeah, it's pretty random. But we've got a new nickname that's been decided. You can see that Senthil Raj once again has the gloves for overseas. All right, so waiting for the clock to tick over. James Stewart watching from Estonia. Great to have you with us as usual. And got Yasmin Khan in there. We've got Callum Ashdown. No, we've got a fair few viewers maybe tuning in for the first time, or at least the first time in a while. So why don't you say hello to us, ECN European Cricket Network. Nice to be early, but now it's clicked over and it's time to start the match. Das on strike to Alton. First one's a wide. It is Srijay Patel that's opened up with him this time. So they're going for the kill here. Well, right off the end of the bat, partially knocked down by the keeper, Senthil Raj. Ethan Zwerab into the side. Good to see him in there. And it'll just be a long single to get Das going. Srijay Patel, saw him make a pretty nice looking 30. There's a bit of a hairy moment between these two though when Das was on 92 and Srijay turned down a run. Das was trying to keep the strike last ball of an over, but was refused. This one just sneaks in from Alton. He has been getting that good kind of away movement today. I suppose the consistency has been his problem. Now, well, this is some great random question chats. More of a challenge from Julian Dawson saying, can we create a cricket 11 of food and drinks then? We've already got Neil Cheeseburger in there. He's probably the captain. Well bowled by Alton. Oh, no way. Oh, I mean, it looks like his foot's down from here, but maybe side on will tell the story. Let's have a look. Comes in. Oh, I still think there's... Oh, tell you what. Better hurry up and get that down. Where's the keeper? How slow is this slow motion? Oh, he's gone. He's going to be gone here. Well, see, that's the moment there, and I don't think there's anything behind the line. And that is a proper kind of opportunistic bit of work by Senthil Raj, and he's going to be stumped. Oh, that's unbelievable, really, from Srijay. Well, credit to the keeper. That's good awareness. And again, you know, your obligation as a batter is to be in your ground. See here, there's no issue. He spots it, and he spots it pretty quickly. So, don't think you can make the argument the ball's dead. See here, yeah, that's out. That's, I think the umpire had an inkling. So, Srijay's going to go for a duck. And it's 2 for 1. That's a really handy wicket to get. Aaron Alton, well done to you, I guess. Made him miss it in the first place. He's got his first wicket of the series. Oh, that's a frustrating one for Malta Day fans. Nazir takes his place. Nazir, he's solid, isn't he, with the bat? Again, he's not really a bludgeoner of the ball, but he plays a role, doesn't he, Nazir? He'll be trying to get Michael Duss on strike, I think, first up. Oh, Senthil Raj. Great awareness. That's what you got to say, really. Oh, now this is catching practice. And it's 2 in the first over. Nazir goes for a second baller as well. Mani Bakshi. Well, this time he's liking the first over, and Alton's got 2. And overseas, well, they believe they can turn this around. Again, the beauty of resetting the clock and resetting the scores here. Halfway through this double header, overseas looking to split it. Nazir, again, just kind of tries to place it down towards the end of the bat. It's a bit of a nothing shot, really, but Michael has to go, and it's 2 for 2. Again, it's that movement that actually takes it away from Nazir. Ends up chasing a ball that would have been a huge wide. But it was a fairly simple opportunity, and overseas they were rock and rolled in the first game, but they're coming to play. It's a very different start here. Remember, they were 22 off the first 2 balls last time Malta Day. Now they're 2 for 2 off 5, and that's the beauty of this format. It can turn around so quickly. Alton going to get a third. Sheikh Tahir, the lefty, comes in. Oh, how did that miss? How did that miss? It's gone late. It's missed the leg stump. And Alton, well, he was sure when this beats the bat that he's castled him. Just look at the late movement. When we talk about balls just missing the leg stump, when there's LBW shouts, that's the kind of thing we're talking about. Sometimes you'd swear they're going to hit. They just find a way to sneak away from the stumps. End of the over, 2 for 2. Wow, 41 days until the ECCW. I know that a lot of people are looking forward to that. We'll continue that countdown. It's basically 6 weeks away, and it'll take place in Malaga in Spain at the Cartamar Oval. 4 matches a day for 6 days, and we'll have our first ever ECCW final on the 22nd of December. It'll be the last game of the year. What a great way to sign off season 2023. Garricky will bowl at the front this time. And he's just kind of a reliable medium pacer. He can also bowl a bit of spin if required. It's a decent cricketer, Heinrich. Very experienced. Gets it up first ball. So Duss. I mean, if they get him, they've done the trifecta. But it's not a good ball from Garrick. He tries him out with a short ball. It's gone all the way. Maximo.
Come on, boys. Come on, overseas. Come on.
Yeah, asking for trouble and finds it in the form of Michael Duss. All right, now, with all the chaos of the first over, at some point when things settle down, I want to get back to the 11 of the food 11. Okay. Because I love that food and drink 11. I've got one already. I don't know if it's been said. I'm going to have to catch up in the chat. The vote's a bit wide. Okay, so I'm just going to go out on a limb and I'm going to stick Neil Berger right at the top. I played against a guy called Craig Berger. Played in cricket for Victoria for a long time, actually. Shot. Well, that's a shot of a guy that just hit 123. And in fact, that's gone into the car park. Maximo. Well, a couple of threats neutralised, but this one is still there and very much willing to take the game away from overseas. What a shot by Michael Duss. Oh, Kroom stole mine, which was Michael Beer, who I actually played against in Western Australia. Oh, well played, Kroom. Julian Dawson saying Alan Lamb. That's a very good one. I'm going to put him in at number 4. So yeah, give us your cricketers with food and drink names. And really, this is what Random Questions is all about. Callum said Russell Sprout, but I feel like that's a made-up one. The ball's just probably being retrieved from the backseat of a car, as it may have just gone through a windscreen. But let's find out. Phil Salt and Michael Pepper. Oh, is salt a food? I guess it is a food. Food and drinks. Oh, it's like edibles. I think salt's a food, yeah. Okay, I'll give you that. We'll go Phil Salt. Might throw him up the top with Burger. They'll go well together. Michael Pepper. It's hardly a household name, but I put him in there. Put him at 6. Safe bet. Das. Eventually, they find a ball. Garricky. Full toss. Oh, that would have been handy. Doesn't quite carry. Yeah, all right. So come on. This has so many possibilities now. And I think there was a Salzburger that played for New Zealand, but I think it's got to be the actual name. Lifted up in the air, and this will probably carry the line. It does. Maximo! Good power play batting from Das, who knew he just had to beat the man in the circle. Again, he just looks very organised with his batting today. Now, Michael, the master of counting to 6. He'll go for the single last ball. This time he gets a response from his partner. End of the over. Magical one in the end. Does take 20 off Garricky. And it's 22 for 2 after 2. As we look at the table, not today, with the win here, almost certainly would go above the Knights to the top of the table. Early days, though, each team, they'll play 10 matches in this group stage. It's not 4. We'll go through to the quarterfinals. So this is a very good one. Graham Onions. Kroom, you've done it again. Graham Onions is a very good get. We'll say, though, that Beefy Bothan, I'm going to say I'm going to put him on the bench because it's not really his name. I get it, but I know it's a harsh one. That's not a good ball first up from Alton. Now he's going to deal with Tropical Storm Das. Again, it would be fine for height, but it's not fine for the result. And it'll be whacked away for boundary to start the over. But yeah, Phil Mustard, obviously. Phil Mustard, we'll throw him at number 7. This is really taking shape pretty quickly. There's a lot of condiments, though, in this. I keep thinking of players like Barry Beef, but don't think that exists. Goes after this. Now here's an opportunity. Huge moment in the game, and he can't quite find the drop zone. That's Bakshi. He already took a good catch. But Das is going to get a life on 24. Well, this hung up in the air a long time. He just gets under it. These are the kind of things that can make a huge difference. Maya Patel saying Rakeem Cornwall. Again, I'm going to put him on the bench. It's a pretty good bench because I just don't think it's pure, though it has some food in it. Tahir can't deal with this one. Alton almost castled Tahir first ball, don't forget. Ball that somehow missed the leg stump. For Mustard has been said. David Marks. To me, the fake ones are sometimes better than the real ones. Heinrich Gherkin Garricky. Nick saying we could have a food 11 versus condiments 11. Tahir hasn't quite been on it yet, has he? And as usual, You get those openers out, or you don't have Dust out yet, but you get a couple of wickets in the top 3, or get the top 3 out. Game takes on a whole different complexion. I'm not Googling these either. I'm just trying to think of players of my own brain to hear at least get some bat on this, but he's none off 4, and they're doing well to put the squeeze on him at the moment, not letting him get away from the strike. Well, there's a few silent periods for me in this innings. You'll know why. I'm racking my brains here. Missing leg stump again. He's struggled a little bit with that ball coming back in towards him. Great spell from Moulton there. Had a bit of luck, I suppose, with the stumping, but you make your own luck. 2 for 7, his figures. 27 for 2 after 3. So I'm beginning to wish that Michael Leask of Scotland was called Michael Leaks. But he's not, so I don't think I can call Michael Leask. And Callum Garden plays for Scotland as well in the ECC. Callum Vegetable Garden? Alistair Cook has to be the team manager. Kareem, I feel like you thought this out. Whose idea was this in the first place? It was Julian's. Alistair Cook is the coach. He's going in right now. Sir Alistair Cook, that is. Oh, I love it. This could be one of the funnest random questions we've had for a while. And Corey would love this if he was here. I feel a bit sad he's missing out on it. I'm going to message him now. Because he should have been here today, Corey. This is right up his alley. Bakshi. And he gets hit down the ground. Not too hard. Now I think is he refused a 1 here? Okay, well this is very interesting. But you know, he says, no, you know what? I'm in the form of a life. I don't want the run. Wants a piece, and now, oh, that's hit the ground. Yeah, it's such a good effort from Garricky. Oh, he actually grabs it, and I actually think the ball hits the ground when he goes to ground. Have a look here, just here, oh, just out of the action. But you see how that ball just pops out of his fingertips and hits the ground. It's pretty good sportsmanship by Heinrich. Never even thought about claiming that for a second. Corey has responded to me already. And Corey's good friends with Phil Salton, actually, who's in the team. Oh, wow. That's taken off. And I remember this from this ground, around about where the creases are occasionally. You'll get one that jumps an unreasonable amount. And here's one of them. Look at this. Oh, no one's getting that. I'll go down to 4 byes. Corey, he's put in Michael Pepper, but he's already in the team. Wow, that's 6. And don't even worry about fetching that. That's got a mile. Maximo. Das on. In fact, that one I think maybe just got caught up in the netting, but that was pure from Michael. Oh, yeah. Here we go. Myers gone. Derek Pringle, and I will allow it because you can have a single Pringle. This is food chat and random chat at the same time. So we're going to miss this time from Das, a rare one. Bakshi had some issues in the first over of his series. Derek Pringle's a good one. Myers definitely Googling because he's said that there are 2 cricketers with the last name Pickles, but I'm not going to count them just yet. I'll put them on the bench. Not well known enough. Certainly not the caliber of Neil Berger. And the 4 overs here, 39 for 2. So around about the 10 and over pace. Dust, interesting that, yeah, it's not so much that to hear isn't a batter, but Das has said, well, you know what? I don't want to be at the other end. I want to be facing as much as possible. I'll give up 1 for the chance to get 4 or 6. So funny. As oh, no, let this go back. That'll be okay. Corey's said everything that everyone has said already. You got to make Alistair cook, the coach. And so yeah, everyone is the same smartness as Corey. That's what we're learning here. Stash getting a bowl here in over number 5. Wow, blasted. How far is that going? That's over the wall. It's 6 on any ground. Adios, pelota. Maximo, Das to 42. I tell you what, there's one player on the field, Bakshi, is probably hating this more than most because he did put him down. It was a tough one.
Come on overseas.
Slow ball, well bowled by Stash. Keeps it simple here. Das actually kind of loses his shape here. Over cover was the play, but he's just getting carried away. He's just hit some of those onside shots so well. Oh, yeah. It says Tim Rice. I'm going to go Clive Rice. Clive Rice, who captained South Africa on their re-entry to international cricket. He's in there. Clive Rice. There's this one. Doesn't go too far. Dussel will take the strike again. Yeah, Clive Rice is in there. Josh Butler, he's got to go in there. Oh, this is a great game. Will be called a wide. I'm going to put... so what do we do? Is Butler the 12th man, or I think I just might have to put Josh Butler as the manager. This ball's wide here. Das probably feels, I won't say pressure, but he feels a bit more responsibility to do most of it himself. Tar here hasn't exactly set the world on fire at the other end so far, 0 off 5. Last ball the over. Push and run. Well, that's one of the earlier times that you'll ever see on a cricket field. But yeah, pretty nicely managed down there. That looks like David Millard to me. Could see him out there. Well, how about that for the technique? Oh, like a snake. That'll take us to the 5 over drinks break. And the score at the moment is 47 for 2 after 5. Okay, you can read that. Let's get serious about this 11. So far, I've actually only got 2 spots left. I've got Neil Berger with Phil Salt at the top. I've got Alan Lamb at 4. I've left 3 and 5 open. Michael Pepper at 6, Phil Mustard at 7, Clive Rice at 8, Derek Pringle at 9, Graham Onions at 10, Michael Beer at 11. How about some more drinks? We haven't really had drinks. I've got Pickles on the bench. Again, not famous enough. Beefy Botham and Raheem Cornwall. Beefy's a nickname. Raheem Cornwall, Corn's in the name, but it's not really the whole name. I think we can fill this up. Niraj Khan saying Bok Choy Baby. Don't know if that's Bristow Baby's nickname here. Seeing if I missed anyone. Matthew Hoggard. Corey's giving me nothing. Michael Beer. See, Corey is always too late. I'll try and send Corey the updated. But yeah, ECL, 7 groups of 5. And so we'll start 26th of February. Come on, we're almost there. Basil D'Oliveira. Thank you, Julian Erasmus. How did I miss that? Very famous cricketer from the 70s era. Basil D'Oliveira. Thank you very much, Basil. Again, it's going to go into the kind of spice rack, isn't it? But I'll allow it. Can basil be a food? I mean, you eat it. If salt's in there, basil's got to be in there as well. And he's a natural fit for the number 3 position. So, basil in. Where's the robot when you need him? Shot. Well, what are you going to do about this guy? He scored 43 out of 47. Make that 49 out of 53. And Das is a bit of a one-man band, you've got to say today, for Mudda Day. Oh, that's spacked as well, but Garrick is up to it. So you can see what Das is thinking. He's basically saying, look, I want to control the strike, even at the expense of ones, because I'm hitting so many sixes today, I don't really want ones. He literally wants to bat. He's playing it like Stokes and Leach in 2019 here. He wants to face 5 and get one off the last ball of the over. See, he's just not interested. But I mean, that has drawbacks as well if you're turning down, say, 3 or 4 singles and over. Shahid saying Bairstow is doctor. What about Johnny Bread? Right, in the air. Anyone getting near this? Nope, it'll fall safely. And it'll probably spin towards the boundary, but now, Das, well, he needs to get back for 2. Well, he made that look tough. Das brings up his 50. No one's realised because they can see the score's 55 and they think there's no way he could have 50. So no applause for Michael at this stage. Second 50 of the day for him. He turned the first one into 100 and now he's going to get 4. Well, this is some knock from Michael Das. What a statement. New club. New Michael here. Always looked like he might do this for Zalmi, but didn't really manage to string it together in the ECS earlier in the year. Bakshi in the crosshairs at the moment. Oh, Wazim Jaffa's a good one. But I'll come back to that in a second. This is down leg side. I know that Jaffas are actually a candy in Australia. And they're based on Jaffa cakes. And the spelling is different. So again, I'm going to put him on the bench. I'm going to put him with Beefy and Rakeem on the bench. Good thinking though. I actually thought this would have been easier than it has been. Six overs down. Predictably, Das takes one off the last ball. 61 for 2 after 6. But here's the thing. They're going this 10 and over with Das now acknowledging his 50. As it has been realised, he's been scoring too quickly for his teammates to keep up. So, yeah, going this 10 and over. I think overseas are pretty comfortable chasing that if they can keep it down to that. He's actually, look, I didn't realise that until now. No one else has scored a run except Michael Das. And there's been 5 extras in the innings. So he's actually scored all the runs off the bat. This one's called wide first up. Zishan saying that Labuschagne described the Baz ball as garbage during interview. I think what he said it was garbage that it went in the dictionary. I don't think he said the actual term is garbage. Although if you talk to the England team or Brendan McCullum, I'm not a huge fan of the term. I don't mind it. Kind of just means attacking cricket. Dictionary? I don't know. All right, in the air. It's away from the field. He's just toying with him at the moment. Das. Yeah, strap the cymbals on the feet. One-man band is producing another symphony here. Oh, Corey's in. Sutton Egg. Elise Perry. I think you think of a Perrier. Again, I'll put her on the bench. I'm being pretty. I don't want to put a kind of hybrid in the starting 11. Now this is more runs. This is going to be cut away for 4. Dust 64 out of 64 off the bat. By the way, pretty ridiculous what we're seeing. Now Bradley Curry, I will allow that, even with the spelling being slightly different. Scottish player. I think Jaffa being a brand name and Curry being an actual thing. So yeah, Bradley Curry in. Gets away from Stash here, but they won't concede a run again. Das. He's probably giving Tahir a bit of FOMO at the moment. I mean, Tahir's got the wheels. Have a look at his shoes on Striker's end. They are fluoro yellow, but they're only for standing at the moment, not really for doing much else. Now hit straight. You've got to protect these boundaries. They will take the one off the fourth ball here. Oh, my Jeffrey Dujon, who's actually one of my favourite players ever. But Dujon and Dijon, again, I'm going to have to say it's a no. Now, Corey Rutgers is saying Sutton Egg. That seems like something he's made up. But I know he would have researched it. What are you talking about? Some of these are very good. All right, it's going to be a wide, I think, because it might be off the pitch, but it's bounced after the stumps. Damien Martini. Okay, second innings, I want fakers only. So we'll have the pure breeds against like things like Damien Martini and stuff. That's for the second half of this game. Well, that's what he's been trying to do this whole time. Tahir's about to make the world's longest duck because he's been there forever, but he'll go for a six-baller. And he's involved in a partnership of 70, and he's going to be walked off by Derek. And Tahir finally gets a shot out in anger. And so I suppose it's a team game. You walk off and say, yeah, I was in a partnership of 70. And then when they ask you how many you scored, you probably change the conversation as Tahir. Welcome to you. And it will be a third wicket. 72-3. Nice catch down there by Aaron Alton as well. Corey is putting ones in that I'm pretty sure are made up. I knew this would be up his alley. I kind of wish he was here, actually. George Bacon. Well, there is a George Bacon. All right, that's good. He's going up the top with Salt and Burger. Edge and just out of the grasp of the keeper, Senthil Raj. This will be four. And finally, someone else has a run. That's not Das. It's Amar Sharma who comes out and nicks a four. Oh, that is so obscure. George Bacon played one List A game in 2013 against Bangladesh A. And he makes it. But he's in. All right, Corey. Hey, coming up tomorrow, 4 more matches, of course. And Nish will be joining me. Nish Bhatt will be in the commentary box with me. Corey will be here for Friday's play, but all Strikers take on Marsa. And then Red Stars, their first ever European Cricket Series, take on the Bajiba Blasters. Day 2 of 17. 3-week series here. 17 days of ECS and 2 days of ECI. 7:30 AM GMT, which is 8:30 in Central Europe and 1 PM in India. Join me. And, of course, magnificent Nish will be back in the box for Day 2 of this European Cricket Series. Today I learnt there was a player called George Bacon. First one goes a bit wrong from Anderson, who's getting a bowl here. So I've actually got 11 now. I don't know what Bacon does. It says he's a right-hand bat. Right arm fast mean. He's more of a bowler, but I like him at 3 because he's up there with Burger and Salt. He's doing pretty well. He's played 1 game ever, but he's bumped Basil D'Oliveira down to number 4 in my team. Lifted up and over the top. I think that's... Well, maybe it has gone all the way. I thought for a second that it was a bit out of position there. Check it out on the replay. Where does this bounce? Yeah. Just over the top of the rope. It's very hard to tell. I think it's been called 6. And, of course, there's a lot of people down there. And it would have been 6. So Dust to 69. Could he go back-to-back hundreds? Well, he might, the way he's going, because now he's 75. Wow, this is some hitting, isn't it, that we're seeing. It's always crazy when we see things like this. I mean, Karambir Singh did make back-to-back hundreds. That was on the 12th of May for the Vienna Eagles. But that's the only time it's ever been done. It was actually 2 in 3 matches, but it was the 2 matches his team played. Anderson gets it wrong here, goes down the leg side. Alan Lamb, yes, has been mentioned. Corey's misspelt Eduardo Chorizo. Yeah. So, James Foster, I don't think you can count that one. Oh, great stop. Really good stop from Raj behind the stumps. Yeah, we don't really have any drinks in there, do we? There's been like a Barry tonic or something like that. Play on you guys. You got to help me out. Graham Onions was a good one. In fact, I feel like onions should be up the top with burger, salt, and bacon. Maybe mustard at 5. Lifted up and out of here. Dust just keeps on trucking. 81 not out and counting. Maximo. Oh, this is something. Oh, very good one from Nadeem Ahmed. Niloy, Julian Wiener. I think he opened the batting for Australia. Maybe early 80s. Yeah, that's good. That's got to be in there. So we've got basically a squad. Julian Wiener. Well done, Nadeem. Very, very good. Oh, rare miss from Michael Das. Thinks about picking it up and thinks about the risks of that. Eventually he does. And Anderson. I've got to say, I thought he batted pretty well. Again, overseas, few new faces. So we're up to a 13-man squad. Michael Beer, we have talked about. Dan Cherry says Oliver Garnett. All right, let's have a look at Dan Cherry, shall we? Last ball the over. Well, sneak away for a leg by. That's pretty annoying for overseas. It means Das will keep the strike, and it's 95 for 3 after 8. Dan Cherry is a Welsh cricketer. Played for Glamorgan. All right. He played 40 first-class games. Daniel Cherry in the squad. It's been a little bit light on sweet stuff, hasn't it? When I look at here, okay, I'll give you what I got. All right. I've got Neil Berger at the top. Probably we should leave Neil out as he hasn't actually done anything yet. But he kind of is at the top on account of starting this conversation. And we've got Phil Salt, George Bacon, Basil D'Oliveira, Alan Lamb, Michael Pepper, Phil Mustard, Clive Rice, Derek Pringle, Graham Onions, Michael Beer, Brad Curry, Julian Wiener, and Dan Cherry. That is... Oh, I've got one more. Down leg side though. Stewart getting a bowl. Misses the mark first up. I need your opinion on this. What about Avinash Pai from Gibraltar? Avinash Pai, P-A-I. It's pretty well bowled by Stewart this time. Tuss won't get a run here. Race to 100. Full toss, hit hard, and I think that's going to be 4, just inside the boundary. And yeah, about a metre inside against good placement. His placement's been excellent here, Michael Das. Looking to be the second player to score back-to-back hundreds on a day of ECS cricket. So there's a player called, he says Smith Pye, but I don't think that's a real thing, is it, Corey? But what about Avinash Pai? Let me know if that counts. So, Sharma gets a bat. Hit his only ball for 4. Was more of an edge than anything. I'm looking forward to the fake team in the second innings. In the air, and it just loops over Zwereb. They'll just walk one in the end. Yeah, because Niraj has come up with a couple of good ones. He's talking about Sachin Tendulkar, which is very good. Oh, Maya saying the home ground is Candy, and yeah, I'm with you there. Oh, that's hit high. Now this is an opportunity. Alton's got to get it himself, and he will. So Das is going to go 86 in the end. An excellent individual contribution. He'll trot off. It's the first time he's out in the series, but he has scored, wait for it, 209 runs this afternoon. Michael Das, that was a great catch by Alton. Talking about some of the great catches overseas have taken in the past. Sean Byrne with one. The famous doing his hair celebration, but there's nothing like that. So, yeah, unfortunately, it won't be a century, but you can see that he is on there. He's not on there yet. We'll have to just see if that can be updated. Michael Das. Brilliant innings. But, I mean, here's the thing. Hasn't really batted him out of the game. Yunus struggled early. He was opening the batting. He dropped down to 6 this time. Cornelius gets 1. That's all he's going to get. He'll retain the strike. So overseas, I mean, they could go from 0 to hero there. This is certainly a winnable game. They batted well earlier. That was an important catch from Alton. Stewart gets the big fish. It's 103 for 4 after 9. All right, we're into the last over to build our team. Mars Bayaji? Yeah, because you have Onion Bayajis. Is Mars famous enough? I suppose he's played international cricket now. But also they're Bajis, aren't they? They're not Bayajis. I'm going to leave Marzi out. Otherwise I'll be accused of favouritism. But thank you. Enid Bakewell, again, I like it. But it's maybe in the management side of things. So I think Wayne's liking Avinash Pie. Put Avinash in there. Now Zwerab gets the last over. Good to see Ethan. He's a bustling seamer. Getting the 10th over. Hoping to keep it quiet. Sharma now has a bit more responsibility. But have a look at the win predictor here. About 50-50 at the moment. Any drinks? I can't really think of any. Zwerab gets this one slightly wrong, kind of got stuck in the hands. First one was a good one though. Having to adjust now the ball to the right-handed. I'll put Avinash Pie in there. It's 50. I've got a 15-player squad now. Again, same issue. Wonder if he'd want to go back around the wicket. See, again, you see looking down his fingers. This is not right at the release there.
Don't worry, buddy.
Well, it's been great. I've got one for you. Sirloin Garfield Sobers. Hey, there's one for the second half, maybe. Good player. Corey, with his concentration span, he's probably out of the chat already, but it's been a fun first innings. Stick around for the cricket, though, because this is a 50-50 game, really. Bill Wyatt has had issues just with his control since that first ball. Maybe roll your fingers on one or do something a little bit different. Can Zwerab, just don't know how much bowling he's had.
Come on, boys, just back him up, come on.
Yeah, it actually was a lot more difficult than I thought it was going to be. He says hit away and it's going to be 4. So he gets it straighter, but it's a full toss and Sharma makes him pay. 4 runs to Mata Day. Good shot turned into more of a full toss than it probably was. I was going to say the other thing, the only other time I've thought about doing that before is you can build a team out of colours. So, you know, Cameron Green, etc. Several Browns have played the game. Cameron White, etc. Oh, that looks too high. I think that could be trouble. That could be a 7, you know. It's been called. Yeah, I think it's a good call. It's because it's been called. It's waist high. That's the way they umpire. So Zwerab has been pretty expensive and just hasn't had his radar on, has he? Free hit them. And tries a slower ball. It's called a no ball. I don't know if that was off pitch or not. Doesn't really matter. It's free hit anyway. Bob Crisp was a South African cricketer. And he played Test cricket. Yeah, he's in. So we're up to 16. It's getting pretty competitive. Neil Berger might want to look over his shoulder in that opening spot. Tell you what, this is one time I probably wouldn't go up to the stumps because it's a free hit. So you might as well stay back. You can't get a stumping. Cover a bit more ground that way, sideways. This one I think's dropping. It's a free hit, don't forget. Just needs to make the block, and he does. Probably go for 2 here. Good throw might have him in trouble, but throw pulls wear up a little bit wide. Sharma scrambles back for a couple. Yeah, let's have a look at this one. Yeah, I think for me, you can see it's pretty clearly coming down. Mark Greatbatch. That's a faker. Anyway, this needs to be kept in. He tries, but he can't quite do it in the end. Vaseem. So this is turning into a bit of a horror show for Zwerab in the last. Again, you know, we've seen him bowl before, and he does a pretty good job, but first over of the series can be a tough one. In fact, it's already gone for 23. And there's still 2 balls to go. Again, that's what we're used to from him. So he's going to be frustrated. I hope he doesn't make too much of it. He can just settle in for the series. 10 matches in this series, plus potentially the finals. Oh, Dominic Cork is good as well, but I feel like he's a fake. Remember all these fakers? Like with like spurious connections to food or drink. Better from Zwerab, but it's a brilliant shot, and oh, yeah, he couldn't organise himself there, Bakshi. And so another 4 runs. There's the 10th goes supersonic in the end. And let me try and get the score here. I've got 130. So yeah, a bit of a disaster, wasn't it, Zwerab? It wasn't quite supersonic in the end. It was 27 off the over, but still, it hurts, doesn't it? Having said that, overseas, I think it's a little more of a realistic chase. I feel like they maybe should have just been chasing about the 115 mark or something like that. Last over really got away from them. But what about the opening? I mean, Srijay Patel just kind of caught napping, didn't have anything grounded. Quick work by Senthuraj. Saw him go, and then Nazir went for his second baller, but it was the dust show once again. Powerful in all aspects of this. And got to stop looking at the chat. It was a couple of teasers there. You can see that Bakshi had the opportunity to move dust. Earlier it was a tough one. Garrick again putting his body on the line. It's a remarkable one that kind of jumped over the keeper off that crease area. But yeah, Dust, he's done plenty of this today. Ended up bringing up his 200 for the day amongst all the carnage. Meanwhile, well, Tahir made one of the longest ducks you'll ever see. He was involved in a partnership of 70, but he went for a 6-ball duck in there. But he had a front row seat to the dance show, didn't he? Hummer Sharma, finally, that nick was the first runs by anyone that wasn't called Michael Dust, of course, excluding the extras. And he looked on for another century, didn't he? And he kind of made this decision to say, look, I'm going to forego some singles because I just feel like I need to be on strike. And he wasn't super confident he'd get it back out of some of his partners. In the end, Alton finished the show. And Dust, 86 off 41. Incredible individual contribution. It's been such a big difference maker. Can't really overstate his contributions today. That was Bakshi down there in the end who tried to make that stop down to his right, but couldn't, as Zwerab had a few issues in the last. And Mudda Day end up 1-3-0. 86 for Das. 3 derricks in there. Sharma with 25 off 9 was pretty handy towards the end, wasn't he? But those extras all stacking up in the end for overseas as well, as they concede 130 here in the last game of the day. As far as the bowlers went, well, kind of a case of the haves and the have-nots. I think Alton was excellent early, 2 for 7, including that fortunate stumping. But I think outside of that, he seemed to get the same movement as the first game, but just have a bit more control. Wickets for Stash and also Liam Stewart by 1 over for 8. That was a pretty good one, but also a couple of expensive ones, including that last one. Let's hope Ethan isn't too thrown by that, because I'm sure they'll be calling on him as this series progresses. So we'll take a break and we'll enjoy coming back to you with more of this food and random chat, including our fake food and drink 11 to come here in the second innings. So start those coming in. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo. Hope you're enjoying the action. And we're back for the last innings of opening day. After this, you're watching the European Cricket Series.
The European Cricket Series is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Bizaway.
Hello and welcome back to Malta. Great to have your company. It is day one here in this 3-week European Cricket Series. 12 teams battling for supremacy in another edition of the ECS Malta. This is the Encore edition because we were here in January and February. In fact, it was our first ECS of season 2023. And it's not quite our last, but it is our second last because we still have a stop in Barcelona before we pull up stumps on ECS 23. But we will finish with the ECCW, the first ever tournament, which will feature 5 national teams doing battle for the first ever ECCW trophy. Pintu Ghosh is going to get us going here in match 4, second innings. 130 on the board. Kind of inflated a bit towards the end. And so 131, I think it's achievable. Interestingly, they've gone for Senthil Raj to open as a kind of a pitch hitting option. He loves to swing the bat. I think Stewart batted so well. We'll probably see him at 3. Joe Anderson holds his spot at the top of the order. Shake, rattle and roll. Here we go. Gosh, gets hit hard. He wants to go with a hit, but his partner didn't have too much confidence that it would be a safe run. So it'll be a long dot to get us going. So, Gosh, getting ready to bowl once again to Raj. Hit that first ball pretty hard. Maybe hitting this too wide. In the first innings, if you missed it, we built a food and drink cricket team, such as George Bacon, Alan Lamb, etc., Clive Rice. You can check that out if you want to look in the chat. ECN European Cricket Network. This is random question. End of the day. Work is another wide. Gosh, just loses this one down leg side. So I'm kind of opening up the almost team. So Julian Dawson saying, should Harold Bird, Dickie Bird, be the umpire? I'm going to say that's a separate one for me. I think there could be an animals team. Oh, this is a throw that's so wide for Aquilina that oh no, well, man, they chicken out. Never mind a Bird, they chicken out for the second run. It'll be the first one of the innings. There we go. Wasn't quite this fast, but probably felt that way. Aquilina probably happy that didn't hit the helmet. I mean, 6. Yeah, there's a flower team you could make. All right, this is gone. So Anderson's going to go first ball. A golden duck in his second innings of the day. And Yunus, that's been a hot spot, hasn't it? He's got the darkest shades in Malta. It's like those welding goggles he's wearing, and he knows straight away he's in trouble here. And that's why you wear the shades. Look at the shadow. He's looking right into the teeth of the sun. So Anderson, he'll be disappointed, but if you're going to make a duck, make it a quick one, I think. As he's the first to go. And the score is 3 for 1. I bet he wished he'd taken that overthrow now. I think with the fake ones, we don't need to write them down. I'll be spending way too much time doing them. But some early contenders, Tim Southty from Niraj saying, and Dimitri Makarunas is pretty good as well. Person I know personally. And Garricky gets the slot at 3 again. He's not a bad option. And yeah, he'll be hoping that he can get some runs. Actually hit the ball pretty well earlier. Found a way to get out. Picked out the sweeper on the offside boundary. Hits this pretty well. Well, that's proper from Heinrich. Maximo! I do think they're very, very capable of pulling this off. And Garricky, I think actually talked about perhaps pushing Stewart up to open and batting Garricky at 3. Bats at 3 anyway. And yeah, I just think, okay, there's probably 5 or 6 batters they're going to rely on to do this. But if they get going, there's no reason they can't chase this 131. This is one game that I know I've done a lot of games this year and come up to 1,000, but this is probably the hardest game to concentrate. I've been in wind, rain, everything, but I can't look at this chat at the moment, just taking my eyes away. Shot. Really good shot by Heinrich. That's 4 more. Feel like they need a big contribution from someone. Can it be the skipper here? Overseas again. Showing why I think it's good. The double-header format gives you a chance to reply. The right to reply at the moment, 13 for 1 off 1. They bang on that rate of 13 and over. If they get 10 13s, that's 130, and that's golden ball here in match 4. We've got 171 matches now since the golden ball. Wouldn't mind resetting the count before I head off on a little bit of time away. So yeah, Dimitri Makarunas is pretty good. Here's RG Wilson, left armour, to bowl the second. Ooh, Raj almost chops this on. Chops onto his own body instead. Barty Bangers and Mash is actually pretty good as well. Barty Banger. Banger is slang for a sausage, if you don't know what we're talking about there. Graham Rose. Rosé, maybe? I liked Sachin Tendulkar. That's pretty clever. This is missing. He won't get a run at all. So to be honest, Raj, he's there to try and hit boundaries in the power play and then maybe get out of the way or not. I mean, depending on how well he's hitting the ball. He doesn't want to be chewing up deliveries. Yeah, it's a bit more like it from Raj, but he picks out the fielder, so it's just a single. But yeah, Garrick is the man I'd want on strike at the moment. He could play the Michael Das role. Certainly a very, very good player. Seems to always be out of luck, to be honest, in ECS cricket when we've seen him. Oh, this would have been a wide. Instead, it might be 4. No, it's well stopped down there. And that's excellent running from Garricky to get back for 2. He probably felt annoyed that it didn't go to the boundary because it would have been a wide. He probably knows that. It's Surid Roy down there. Does the fielding. But Garricky does the basics well. Yeah, I'm liking Bass Delator with double S. Type of fish. Yeah, so I know there were a few in the first innings. Feel free to throw those in again. Turn around the corner. This time the fine leg is back. Not all teams have had a fine leg, actually. They've got 5 on the leg side at the moment. That's, I think, because of the natural movement of Wilson that's a little bit left to right. I mean, we talked about Mars Baiji, but of course Mars bars. That's a chocolate bar, isn't it? Yeah, they get the jump on this leg by Raj though. Just finding it hard to get going. It'll be the end of the over. Pretty tight one from Wilson. And it's 18 without loss after 2. There were 5 off that. Was given 2 runs, was it? How about that? So yeah, that was one down to the boundary. But anyway, doesn't really make a difference to the score line. Just Wilson's figured. So yeah, 5 runs off that over. Runs on the board, you'd imagine they'd hold up. All right, so Sharma Going to spin here in the third over. Dragged, but that'll be into the gap. That'll be 4. Wasn't quite out of the middle from Raj. Raj might as well just go full on pedal to the metal here against Sharma. Not really happening. He's going to try and swing his way out of trouble. Sharma's a good bowler, but I think Raj, he knows he's got to get going or get out the way. This is hit to the leg side. It'll just be a single. Cornelius, he's been busy this afternoon in that area. Sharma, he's kind of more than just your regular part-time finger spinner. You know, he's a kind of a genuine article. First saw him playing the Super Kings in a very famous match back in 2021. Push and run job this time. That's when I first saw him, I should say. Hit hard, but straight in the fielder. Oh, we had miscommunication there. In the end, Raj has to scamper back. You see here, hits it hard, and you can see Garricky kind of just sixth sensed it, didn't he? That the field went straight to the fielder. This time it's in the end. It's just going to get over the fielder, Suraj Roy, and that's going to run away for 4. So I said, go hard or go home. He does the former here, Senthil Raj. Interestingly, we had a bit of a battle of Senthil Raj against Archie Wilson, 2 former Gozo CC players. Gozo CC, not Gozo Zalmi, that we'll have in this tournament. Goes leg side, and he gets it away from the fielder. And I think that's gone all the way. It has. Maximo. Yeah, desperate to keep it going here, Senthil Raj. And this one was just out of the grasp of Archie, and you can see it carries the line. Rohit Shawarma is pretty good. Have a look at the 27 though. Doesn't that change the game? Imagine you're chasing, say it's 12 off the last over. That's kind of a reasonable amount. You're chasing 115, 116 to win. Got out of control. I spent a lot of time looking up some pretty interesting cricket names this game. Trip says Jake Mellon. Well, let me see what I can find on Jake Mellon. Okay. Not much. Anyway, keep them coming. A lot of people already calling for Neil Berger to get involved. Listed at 9. Garricky gets across and gets 1. So yeah, you just got to try and stay on that rate. They're kind of 5 behind where they'd want to be at the moment. Only 5 though. Can't read all these out, but I promise I'm reading every single one, as you can probably tell. Cut away by Raj. Archie Wilson bowled a pretty tight first over. About Manus Lasagna. Lasagna? Labusagna? Anyway, this is going to be hit down deep backward square. Should probably stick to commentating. Steve Smith's crisps is probably another one that people probably have thought of. Garricky and Raj trying to put something together. I tell you what, they've got a pretty good batter to still come in. Liam Stewart impressed me immensely earlier. On the charge, but oh, how's your luck? pick out the fielder. Cornelius, he's going to have leather poisoning. He's had so much of the ball. That'll be the end of R.G. Wilson's spell. In fact, he only goes for 10 in his 2 overs off the bat anyway. And so after 4 overseas, he's trailing behind at the moment, 40 for 1. Myers on Michael Casper Sandwich. That's pretty good. Wow. That maybe wasn't the end of the over. What did I miss here? Right, it's been whacked away. Maximo. Oh, I had it as the end of the over. Obviously not. And so it'll be 45 for 1. And so one of those still are behind, but not as far behind as I thought.
45, boys, 45.
So going 11 and over. Crooms put out a video in the chat saying Salt and Pepper getting each other out. Yeah, in the English game. Sam Current is pretty good as well. Anuj Dal. Thanks, Niraj. Certainly makes you think. I'm enjoying my first day here in Malta. Probably will be healthy to get someone next to me tomorrow. Nish, I think he's arrived actually. So he might actually be watching right now, Nish. I think he's settling in to the hotel in Gazira where we stay. And now Surid Roy is going to bowl the 5th. And yeah, he's a pretty handy pickup. Spin bowling option. Comes into the side here. Garricky doesn't have too much time to muck around. It's pretty much a straight fielder as well and a long off. But there's a gap kind of at genuine mid-wicket or wide long on. That's kind of the area he tries to get this, but he'll just get one. Surprised we didn't get more fruits. Yeah, that's a pretty good location from Surid. Again, Surid Roy is someone we have seen a fair bit of on the European Cricket Network. Okay, hits against the spin here, but gets a piece of... Geez, they've hit the outfielders quite a few times. Raj, 26 off 16 at the moment. We've seen Surid Roy, last saw him playing for Southern Crusaders, but he's also played previously for the Malta Super Kings, for Marsa as well. So a bit of a journeyman. Again, can't quite get to it. Garricky will get one. Everyone's kind of punched themselves out with the food chat. Certainly made me hungry. Roy has been on the money so far. This one's a little short. That's the one that needs to go, but again, he's found one of the outfielders. And look, the field's pretty well placed. They can try for 2 here. And they're not. It was just a fake 2 from Raj. He's looking to come back, but it's never on. That Roy's had a bit of a haircut since I last saw him. This one's going nowhere. And Roy's been brilliant here. In fact, that'll take us to the end of the over. So just some of these overs, just too slow, really. Overseas, they've only lost the 1 wicket, but they're going to go into the halfway break here at 49 for 1. So it's going to be 72. Oh, pardon me. It'll be 82 required in the second half of this game. Upcoming events, you can have a look at them here. Of course, you've got the blended ECI, both women's and men's cricket in the middle of this series. That's not this weekend, but next. Corey and Nish will take you through that. Cyprus men will be the guests here, as well as the Estonian women. playing the Maltese men's and women's teams. Then we'll be in Barcelona for 3 weeks, and we'll finish with 6 days of a Fiesta del Cricket. Torneo de las Femeninas in Spain. With the women closing out the season. We'll finish with the ECCW final. I'm sure that'll be a cracker as well. So stay with us, and for more information, you always go to our website, europeancricket.com. So, coming back to the action, they're going to have to really go for it now. Running out of time. Running out of chances. Nazir, I always like his bowling. Oh, it's really well fielded. But again, they're picking out the fielders. I don't know, it's not like they're going slow enough that you'd consider retiring them out, especially because you've only got a limited amount of batters anyway. But Garricky, eyes off the point region. But now he gets one that angles in. He's going to get another ball that hits straight to the fielders. I mean, it feels like they've got about 8 outfielders at the moment, Malta Day. They just all seem to be in the right spot. And credit to the captain, Michael Nazir. Got the ball in his hand right now. This will be a wide though. Crooms put in a couple more Lambs. Danny Lamb and Emma Lamb. Of course, we already talked about Alan Lamb in there. It's a nice shot. That's one area that there aren't any outfielders, because they've kind of gone 4 on the leg side and then the long off. So left to screen, open meadows over there. And that's a badly needed boundary. I feel like they need that one big over. Remember how at the end, Malta Day got one big over. That's a good shot as well, and that's going to be 6. Maximal. Senthil Raj. He's certainly doing his bit to try and keep his team in the game. There's been no lack of aggression here. That's a good thing from overseas. I know they've picked out the fielders quite a few times, but I suppose that's life. It'll happen. But they are hitting the ball pretty well, so they've got that going in their favour. That's smart to leave this alone, and he will reach of Aquilina. He couldn't do it now. They're going to come back for 2. Good throw might have him in trouble here, but the throw goes wide. And there's 3 bonus runs as well. So these are all kind of adding up at the moment, aren't they? Yeah, I mean, still got to be huge favourites here. Not a day, but there's a chance. And it's well bowled, and in the end couldn't do much about that. Senthil Raj. Oh, how did we miss Darren Berry? Darren Berry. Guys. Everyone will go home at the end of play today and they'll probably think of about 3. So you can throw them in tomorrow. Darren Berry, wonderful keeper, now coaches in Australia. Darren Berry. Definitely a food. 66 for 1 here after 6. So what do they need to do? A lot. Basically now needing 16 and over from here on in. And I got to be fair, say it was Kroom that spotted. And he mentioned another Berry, a journalist. But how's Darren Berry not in the team? Very good gloveman. He loved keeping up to the stumps, Darren Berry. He was very good at it too. Kept a lot of Shane Warne for Victoria. Roy. That's a really good leg spinner. Beat Raj in flight. Drifted in, turned away. Look at this delivery. This is right where he wants to be. Above the eye line. Can't resist. Probably try to hit that a bit square. Try to hit against the spin, but that can work. You can hit it really hard if you get it right. Now he's going to be stumped. That's very, very good bowling from Surid Roy. Yeah, it's going to be Aquilina that finishes it off. Again, very experienced keeper. But just have a look at this. He couldn't resist. And he probably premeditates that. He moves actually before the ball leaves the bowler's hand. So Roy gets the breakthrough. And yeah, I mean, it wasn't a bad effort from Senthil Raj. Really, 39 off 24. scoring at 162. But I suppose the thing here is you kind of need your top batters going at 200 plus to keep with the rate. Having said that, Liam Stewart comes to the crease, and he really impressed me earlier on. But you can see he actually moved early there, didn't he? Trying to say, okay, if you're going to toss it up, I'm going to make sure I get it on the full. But the sixth sense of Surid Roy pulled the length back a bit. Good bowling. So yeah, Stewart, it's kind of last chance saloon. He's got to do a lot. He's basically got to go 3 a ball from here. Oh, no. Well, it just pops, and Stewart, he will look back at that and wonder where it all went wrong. I think in the end he tries to actually pull out of the shot. Again, lack of pace, look at the bounce, and he realises, hold on, this isn't going where I wanted, and it's just a little periscope job. And I don't think I've ever quite seen a dismissal like that. It'll be a golden duck. So the pole comes, the pole goes. The pole gets stuck. As Derek is going to have to go off with him. And really with that, I think any realistic chance of overseas pulling this off. They've still got Garricky there, so there's that. Wow, Aquilina couldn't believe his luck, could he? Wayne couldn't believe he forgot Darren Berry as well. Yeah, that's a shocker, really. Anyway, this is a hat-trick opportunity for Surid Roy. And Stash probably has to go for it, you know. Well, in the air, and it won't carry. Well, that's pretty close to a hat-trick. It just fell short of the outfield, too full of the infield. And they'll get a single. Well, Garricky now, time to pin the ears back. I said earlier, when Garricky got out, if he was an emoji, he'd be the eye roll emoji. He's probably thinking it internally right now. It's kind of now or never, isn't it? Turns this into a full toss, and he puts it over the top for 4. So, yeah, this time he does kind of half charge, but he sees where the ball is before he does, rather than premeditating it. So look, they need a bunch of boundaries here. Actually played with a cricketer called Craig Wheat. Played a bit for Western Australia with him in indoor cricket. Craig Wheat. Is that a food? It's an ingredient. Roy's bowled probably the best 2-over spell I've seen him bowl since I've been watching him. He puts the pace on at the last moment, mixes it up very, very well. It's kind of a match icing 2 overs for me. He takes 2 for 9. 7 overs down, overseas 71 for 3. Let's have a look at what's coming up tomorrow. Nishay Butt will be joining me in the commentary box. Maybe he's got a few of his own. Royal Strikers will be first up against Marsa, the hosts. And then in the afternoon, Red Stars versus Pajuba Blasters. So yeah, that's day 2, and you might notice that those teams, they're not Group A teams. So you've got to realise here that we're going to have a mixture of Group A and Group B matches throughout this tournament. So it'd be great to see Marsa back on there. The hosts, of course, former champions. I think they've actually won it 3 times, if I'm not mistaken. Royal Strikers, a pretty decent team. Looking forward to seeing Red Stars in their first ever ECN matches, and Pajuba Blasters, of course, they're quite experienced now. Yeah, so we've got some Group B action for you tomorrow. Sharma comes back. Got to say that the bowling from Malta today has been a lot better as well, and I really like Surid Roy in there. I think good spin bowling. Just feel like good batters make more mistakes against spin bowling than they do that against pace bowling in these conditions with the pitch so flat as well. Into the bat. Oh, kind of goes under. Archie Wilson. But they'll only get a single.
Come on, boys, got plenty of wickets in hand.
So, all the Stewart fans probably still in a bit of shock about the manner of his dismissal, but that'll happen. And it looks silly when you look at it back, but in cricket, even with a spinner, you've only got a fraction of a second to make your decision, and that ball certainly bounced a bit more than he thought. He was just fooled, and then I think in the end he's just trying to block it out and got a little top edge. Either trying to block it out or trying to withdraw the bat. Well, Heinrich isn't giving up yet. He turns this into a full toss and he bangs it. Maximal. Gonna need that magical over now. Again, good footwork and look, good signs here anyway. With Heinrich getting 6 there. Even if they do go down here, still 8 matches to go. And they'll be disappointed not to have any points on opening day. Overseas Cricket Club, but still, you just want your players up and firing. I think we know we've reached the end of the road when Kroom is suggesting things like Kate Cross, but not just Kate Cross, Kate Hot Cross Bun. I mean, I like the thinking. How about Stuart Broadbeans? Maybe there's still a bit of life in the old dog yet. Garricky 31 off 17. Any boundaries and extras can bring down this rate now. Shot, but Sharma's in the way. Heinrich, he's a good player. He's played a lot of international cricket. Straight into the left hand of Sharma. It's a pretty good shot by Garricky as well, and it's going to get him 4. Had to make an adjustment there. Couldn't actually keep going straight back because he wasn't going to get there. So he kind of leans back, and it's like a half flat bat. It's actually a really good shot, and it shows you how good a cricketer he is, Heinrich Garricky. You get the power into that. Had almost no margin of error. End of the 8th over. The score is 84 for 3. The 2 overs left. Again, I hate to harp the point, but that last over, 27. Otherwise, maybe it would be that you're chasing kind of 30 off 2, which is still challenging. Overseas, I feel like this is the one that got away, I think. Not over yet, though. Muthu Kumaran is going to bowl over number 9. And hit well, but the field's pretty well placed. I think protecting that straight hit. So it's only a single. Once again, thanks everyone for your company, and hopefully you can join us again tomorrow. This series is only just beginning. Ooh, that was a tough stumping chance, I think. It'll be a wide in the end. This is a tough one. Aquilino does pretty well. He gets over there. He's got long arms, doesn't he? He's got a good reach. I think if he takes that cleanly, he's probably got a chance to stump Garricky. He'll get another go. Launched by Heinrich, and that is the manoeuvre they're after. That's a big, big hit from Garricky. Maximal. We saw the wind predictor down to 0, but maybe they can resuscitate the patient. A couple more hits like that. It won't stay at 0. 39 off 10 now. Becomes pretty difficult, obviously. Needing 4 a ball, but when you only need to do it for 10 balls, it's possible. Especially with someone like Garricky there. That was middled. Kumaran. Oh, he's going to get it. He's going to get the call. I don't know here. For me, it looked like it went a bit over the line. What do you say? Oh, I think that's wide. That really hurts at this stage. And now, next one's pumped out of the ground anyway, so but he's loving another ball now. Uh-oh. Well, that was in the car. And I think there's somebody in that car, isn't there? Look at that white car. They were nervous. He's coming straight at them. In the end, it doesn't quite make it into the car park. Hits the wall. Got to say, that wide call, that really hurts. Would an extra run. But more importantly, an extra ball for Garricky at Kumaran. At the moment, he's kind of got his measure. Heinrich to 47. Now he doesn't have any confidence it'll be called a wide. So this goes across and he whacks it for 4. 50 for Garricky. Well batted. It's been a fighting knock. Kind of backs to the wall. He's not really going to carry on. A little bit of a wave of the bat, but he knows what he has to do. Tough one here. You got kind of still got to go for the boundary. Because you only got 7 balls left. I know you want the strike, but 28's a lot to get. Now, I think he might be stumped here. And so, Aquilini likes it. He went looking for the umpire, but the umpire's on the other side because of the sun. Yeah, I think he's gone. Unless he's done a miracle here. Oh! No, not yet. Oh, it's super close. It's been a bit interesting zoom here. That's one less. That's the zoom, I think. Has he got anything behind the line? I think... Look, he probably doesn't, but it might be inconclusive because you can't see his toe there. So I think this is going to have to be umpire's call. Whatever the umpire called on the field is what's going to stand. And he's been given out. Okay, so I think, yeah, just to explain to everyone, if the replay isn't conclusive, they'll go with whatever the umpire felt on the field. So the umpire felt it was out, it'll stay out. But you've got to say, Garrick is a really brave effort from him. He'll get stumped for 51. Pretty quick work there by Aquilina. He liked it. As a keeper, you kind of know. You have a better view than the umpire because if you can see the whole line, then you know that you've got your man. Anyway, Garrick batted well. He's a good sportsman as well, isn't he? And a good sport. As he walks off, but it'll be a little bit of an empty feeling here. Overseas after 9 overs, 102 for 4. Bakshi comes to replace him, but he won't be facing. And Starch will face up. So they need 29. I suppose they need to do pretty much what Day did to them in the last over. Pintu Ghosh, though, he's one of the premier bowlers for Day, and he'll look to put the icing on this one. So this will be 1 to start the over. Bakshi gets a chance. Yeah. Need to go the whole John van der Velde at the final hole or two here, wouldn't you? If you're going to lose this one. Gosh, it's a new batter Bakshi. Like I said, overseas they haven't played too badly. Just had to take the game away from them, take both games away. It's not a bad shot. Lifts it around the corner, but oh, I think he's actually stopped this, Cornelius. Bit of accidental. I think he ends up sitting on the ball, if I'm honest. But let's have a look. We won't be able to see. See, that first touch is fine, but then that one there is fine. Oh, last time it touches, it hits his leg. The last time it hits his leg, where's the rest of his body? So there, it's going to come back about, if you rewind a little bit more, there. There, when it hits his foot. Where's his foot? There, see, forward from here and about now coming here. I think that's 4. Oh, is his hand on the line? To me, it looks like it is 4. And it has been given. It's really good camera work by the guys. Spring Production. Got to say, well done to them. Really smooth first day. It was the last touch where his hand was on the rope and it knocked into his foot accidentally. All right, anyway. Bakshi will get 4, but he needs more. Needs 4 sixes. No, that's not a 6. So I think pretty much that puts the game to bed. Anyway. It's been a really entertaining first day, and guess what? There's going to be heaps more to come. We didn't quite get a golden ball, but Malta is the golden ball capital of Europe. We had 5 of them in the earlier series this year. Pretty hard. One thing I will say about Day, they've really sorted out their field. They just seem to have them in the right spots, bowling to a bit of a plan. So just a couple of balls left in the day. Actually, will take 1. We finish with 6 not out. But yeah, thanks again to everyone for a lot of fun. As I said, ECN cricket is something quite different. It's not like anything else in the world, is it? And that interaction is really important, that sense of community. Last ball of day one. Oh, Aquilina. This would have been a great stumping. Have a look at this one. This would have been a great way to finish the day. Falls out of his crease. Probably had a bit of an opportunity. But anyway, Sam, he's done a very good job behind there anyway. And he can be really happy. Malta Day take 4 points out of the opening afternoon. Overseas, oh, they'll feel like that was the one that got away, really, I think. But you've got to hand it to Michael Das from Malta Day. He really carried their batting lineup, didn't he? And 2 big scores, setting up 2 big totals and setting up 2 big wins. Coming up tomorrow, Raw Strikers versus Master first up. And then Red Stars in their first ever appearance taking on the Bajiba Blasters. Join us for more action, 7:30 a.m. GMT, which is 8:30 in Central Europe, and 1 p.m. in India. I'll be here. Nishay Bhatt will be joining me for day 2. Let's go back and see the highlights. And it was a terrible start, really, for Anderson. They went straight away. So, yeah, a couple of their draw cards getting Goldens here overseas after batting pretty well earlier on. I bet they would have loved them to make a few runs in the second game instead of the first. I think the first was a bit of a lost cause anyway, chasing 170s. But certainly no lack of intent from Senthil Raj. He ended up getting 39 off 24, but again, couldn't quite go at that kind of 2 ball plus rate that he probably was sent out there to do. Nevertheless, tried hard, and eventually he got done by this clever bit of bowling. Sam Aquilina, again, he was outstanding behind the stumps, but I think Suraj Roy, he was such a great injection. And then, look at that, caught in about 4 mines there, wasn't he? Stewart went first ball. Aquilina couldn't believe his luck, and then we saw the hat-trick delivery go close to being caught, but wasn't quite a chance. But then Gericke, he launched into business, didn't he? He's a very good player. I hope he can play more of the matches here in this ECS, because you know, he's really good to watch. In the end, he got stumped by just the barest of margins by Aquilina at the end of the 9th. That left too much to do, needing pretty much supersonic stuff in the last, even though this one, see, kind of wedged off the heel of Cornelius. That ended up being 4, but it didn't really matter in the end. Pitsu held his nerve, and Malta Day hold on by 20 runs in this one, 130 to 110. 51 to Gericke leads the scoring. Couple of golden derricks in there. 39 for Raj and 6s for Stash and Bakshi in the end. But yeah, that 110 for me, it's about a par kind of score, and it felt like a par kind of innings in the end. Now, obviously chasing 131, it wasn't quite enough to get the W. 2 for 9, Suraj Roy for me. He was head and shoulders above the rest. He was brilliant, actually. I've never seen him bowl with such great guile and control. A wicket each for Pintu Ghosh and Muthu Kamaran towards the end, but also shout out to Archie Wilson. I thought bowled a pretty tight spell, only 15 coming off his 2 overs. So just a quick note, I know that normally we like to finish with the end of day highlight. We won't be able to do that for you today just because of some technical issues, but we'll be back doing that tomorrow. I'm going to sign off here. Just want to thank everyone once again for your support. Thanks for all the fun in the chat as well throughout the day, and thanks for keeping me company. I want to say to everyone out there, if you haven't already, please like this video if you are watching on YouTube, and don't forget to subscribe to the channel, ECN European Cricket Network. Also, our social media at European Cricket is there. And some of the best bits are already appearing on there. And I wonder what they'll have as the HCL software play of the day. Finally, our website, EuropeanCricket.com. That's the place to go for all the news and views on European cricket, all the fixtures, stats and standings, and the squads as well. You might want to check that out. We have 12 teams active here in Malta. And don't forget the internationals around the corner as well. But for now, this is Vinny Sandu, Mr. Maximo, on behalf of the European Cricket Network and the European Cricket family. Hope you have a happy and a safe evening. Look after yourselves. We'll see you tomorrow for more action right here from Malta in the European Cricket Series. Hasta mañana.